Games, Paris 2024.
With Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Day 6 in Paris. There's been 3 medals on the water.
It's going to be tight. New Zealand win, second Romania, and it's bronze, a brilliant bronze for Britain. A brilliant bronze for this team of Becky Wild and Matilda Hodgkins-Byrne.
Bronze in the women's double sculls then, as well as in the men's 4, plus a silver for Helen Glover and the women's 4 at Le Golf National. Round 1 is underway. Ian.
Huge galleries enjoying a festival of golf, Mark. Rory McIlroy has made the birdie at 14 that brings him back to 3 under. GB's Tommy Fleetwood's 4 under with 2 to play alongside the leader Hideki Matsuyama of Japan, 2 clear of the field at 8 under par.
And later this afternoon, after missing Tokyo, can Joe Clark regain his Olympic title?
And he's in gold medal position. Joseph Clark, that is the run of his life. And it means that Joe Clark has gold for Great Britain.
Dressage, gymnastics and sailing all to come this afternoon. Andy Murray and Dan Evans go again in men's doubles from around 5 o'clock.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Not an afternoon really where we're expecting a flurry of medals, but plenty of sport going on, plenty of British interest. We're going to head to the live action straight away. We'll start with the men's hockey, where Great Britain have just got themselves back on level terms against the French. Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, that's right. It's taken to the third quarter for Great Britain to get on the board in this fixture. This is their second to last pool match. It's now France 1, Great Britain 1. The goal for GB came from a penalty stroke by Zach Wallace. That was awarded about 2 minutes ago. Up until then, France have been leading since half-time. And a little bit of a surprise how much Great Britain have been given a workout by France, considering the world ranking difference between the two. But such is the nature of this men's Olympic hockey tournament, just how good all of the nations are that competing in it. But France at the moment, they're really being driven on by the crowd inside the Yves de Manoir Stadium, and GB still finding their feet, finally on the board as you're just about to hear the hooter in about 20 seconds. That'll be the end of the third quarter, and it's France 1, Great Britain 1.
It is a packed arena in the early afternoon Parisian sunshine. Looks hot where the golf is taking place as well. This is out at Versailles, Le Golf National, day 1 of their Olympic competition. Ian Carter.
Yes, as I say, big crowds at Le Golf National. Not quite as big as when the Ryder Cup was there in 2018, Mark, but nonetheless very passionate support, especially for the French players out there, Victor Perez and Mathieu Pavon. But it's a Japanese star who's leading the way. Hideki Matsuyama, former Masters winner, 8 under par as he plays the 17th. He's playing alongside Tommy Fleetwood of Great Britain, the Southport man, 4 under par for his first 16 holes. Missed a really good chance for a birdie at the par 3 16th. The best scores in the clubhouse so far come from Chile's Joaquin Niemann and the Argentinian player Emiliano Grillo, both round in 66s. We've seen 67s for Alex Noren and Ryan Fox, so 4 under par rounds for them. Rory McIlroy is playing the 15th for Ireland at 3 under par, and Matt Fitzpatrick still in the early stages for Great Britain. He had an uncertain start but has bounced back to get back to level par.
I will talk more with Ian about the golf in a little while. There's team show jumping qualifiers going on as well this afternoon at the Chateau de Versailles. Sonia McLaughlin is there for us, and we'll talk to her throughout the course of the afternoon as well. And we've got tennis going on today at Roland Garros. Jonathan Overend watching all the action today. Not you, Jonathan, because you've done a variety of things, but you might be forgiven for thinking that there's only Andy Murray and Dan Evans still going in the tennis, such as the way it has been covered. But Heather Watson and Katie Boulter are in doubles quarter-final action at the moment.
Yes, although I should say that might be the case in about 2 minutes' time, because they are on the brink.
That's why I got it in then.
Yes, get it in while we can. No, it's been a great run from Katie Boulter and Heather Watson, who, when the draws were made, you would possibly have said were one of the more unlikely contenders for a medal for Great Britain, and certainly they are now. This is a quarter-final match, and they're playing one of the best teams in the world in Sara Irani and Jasmine Paolini from Italy. Paolini, of course, we know especially well after this summer when she made the final of both the French Open and Wimbledon in singles, and they are just 2 points away from victory, the Italians, leading 6-3, 5-1 in this match. But I really like the way that the Brits have gone about it. They've come out with a smile on their face. They've played with smiles throughout. They've won 2 matches. They're going to lose this one, barring an incredible turnaround. And I think it's a good reflection on tennis's status in the games, because it's not always sort of one of the high on the agenda sports, is it? Because of the money in the game and the big prizes to be won elsewhere. But Heather Watson in particular has talked about how important it is to her to play for the shirt, to represent her country. No ranking points on offer. And the same definitely applies to Dan Evans, who will play later with Andy Murray in that big match.
Do you not think, Jonathan, though, that the more it is featured in the Olympics, and the more you then get dream doubles partnerships, I know they didn't go on and win it, obviously, like Nadal and Alcaraz, the greater the interest, the more accepting it is.
Oh, absolutely. And I've always been slightly confused by this argument that to be in the Olympics it has to be the pinnacle of the sport. I mean, I kind of understand where that argument is coming from. But look at Andy Murray the other day. Are you basically saying, no, because it's not the pinnacle of your sport, you can't have an experience like that at the Olympic Games? If it's good sport, it's got its place, hasn't it? And I think you only need to look at the crowds. I mean, this is on the 3rd main show court, this match here. It's absolutely packed. Goes without saying that the 2 main show courts are sold out completely today and for the rest of the tournament. It's been one of the most popular tickets, the tennis.
Murray and Evans will do well to stay in, won't they, today?
I think so. I mean, come on, we can't predict, can we? They've saved 7 match points to get to this stage. There's Italy winning the match, by the way. Big smiles. Congratulations to Paolini and Irani. And Watson and Bolter go out of the competition. And I think everyone wants to hug Jasmine Paolini, because she seems to be the most likeable athlete in sport at the moment. But yeah, back to your point, it will be tough. Taylor Fritz and Tommy Paul, their opponents, 2 of the very best singles players in the world. But Murray and Evans have proved that they've got the stomach for the fight, and who knows, they may need to save match points and win again.
Fritz and Paul are the 3rd seeds, and we expect, around 5 o'clock UK time?
Yes, although we did the other day as well, and it ended up being about 9. So that's the other thing about tennis. You can't put a timing on it. They're the 4th match on court, Susan Longland, so it very much depends on how the matches before them go.
Okay, thank you very much. Some news that's and it's hot, yeah. Some news that's just broken in the last half hour or so, and it concerns the British athletics team. Jake Whiteman has been forced to withdraw from the games with a hamstring injury. Let's talk to Catherine Merry, athletics commentator. First of all, forget what it does for British athletics and the impact on them, but just for Jake himself, Catherine.
Oh, it's devastating, Mark. Any athlete that misses out on Olympic Games when they think they should be there is hard going. But to do it so close to the start of the event, Jake, understandably, will be absolutely devastated. I've spoke to his father, Jeff, who obviously coaches him, and he said, he felt some tightness in his hamstrings at the end of a 400-metre session on Tuesday, and a scan has revealed that he's got a tear in his hamstring. So, gutting for Jake after being put in the team controversially with the big decision the selectors had to make between himself and Elliot Giles in that 800-metre event. And Jake obviously is absolutely devastated, so close to the start.
This is a fresh injury, is it? Because he missed the British Championships with a calf injury.
Yeah, he was having calf problems, which is why he decided to not run the British Championships a few weeks ago, which then, as previously mentioned, made it very difficult for our British selectors, because we have such depth in the 800 and the 1500 metres in Great Britain at the moment. So he missed the UK trials. He was given the nod as the 3rd spot in the Olympic team ahead of Elliot Giles. But now Elliot Giles has been given the opportunity and will race at short notice in the Olympics, and has been given that spot to replace Jake Whiteman. So good news for Elliot Giles, who was camping with his family. He'll now come over to do the Olympics. But yeah, he's had an injury problems all season for Jake, but this is a separate injury, and obviously, as we've mentioned, a huge blow for him.
Do you know, I mean, you say Elliot Giles has been camping. Presumably he's been keeping himself ticking over just in case.
I think so, yeah. From what my understanding is, he was due to go back into a training block with more races to come this season. So he's obviously now going to divert and come to Paris and take his place. So again, fair play to that the British team, you know, they've put the paperwork in place, and Elliot Giles will come, and he is a worthy replacement. Don't you know? Let's not forget he's one of the best 800-meter runners we've ever had. But of course, Elliot had more races this season to do so. Will have been training, but now, and I think it will help him, Mark. I really do. I don't think he'll have much time to overthink the situation, and he'll just go into race mode. His training partner Gemma Reek is here in the women's 800 metres. They've got a great coach. So he'll just he'll come across and do his thing and represent Team GB in his third Olympics for Elliot Giles.
So whilst it's a blow for Whiteman, obviously, and our hearts go out to him, there's no discernible difference or impact from what you're saying on how this event goes and Britain go.
Yeah, exactly. Middle distance at the moment in men's and women's is really, really strong. Jake is top of the British rankings coming into our trials, which he didn't take part on. Ben Patterson is a medal chance, as running one of the fastest times that great British athletes ever run. So bringing Elliot Giles in, who's the second fastest man ever indoors over 800 metres, is very similar, like for like. Such is the strength that the British team has. And isn't it great that we can bring in somebody like Elliot to take Jake's place, even obviously it's devastating for Jake. It's a very, very worthy replacement. The Birchfield Harrier is a pretty special athlete, and I think he's going to run well off it.
Catherine, thank you very much. Catherine Merry, our athletics commentator, on the news that Jake Whiteman has been forced to withdraw from these games with a hamstring injury. Elliot Giles will replace him. About 10 minutes to go in the men's hockey, where it is still France 1, Great Britain 1. Hideki Matsuyama is going down the last in the opening round of the men's golf, and he is the leader on 8 under par. A lot of the water events here, a lot of the sailing events take place in the south of France. They take place around Marseille. The surfing is taking place, or rather at the moment not taking place, in Tahiti. Most of the rounds have been put on hold due to stormy weather. Victoria Milko is a reporter with the Associated Press and is out in Tahiti. And first of all, Victoria, thank you very much for joining us, because I know it's 2:15 in the morning in Tahiti.
That's no problem. I'm happy to be here.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. The weather is a real problem there at the moment for the surfers.
Oh, it's been absolutely unruly on the ocean the past few days, with tough winds and jumbled conditions. And I think that the officials saw that if they sent people out there, it'd be a complete mess. So while we've had some sunny days on shore, it's definitely a bit choppy out on the ocean.
When you say jumbled winds, what does that mean? There have been some winds, but not the right winds?
That's right. So it really depends for surfers where and how the winds come from. The speed, it can kind of create this surface chop and spray, which makes it really hard for people to stay smooth and balanced, which is, of course, something that judges are looking for during the competition.
I saw the women's windsurfing marathon kind of descended into chaos as they started it and then abandoned it after an hour. Is that right?
For the women, for the men's surfing on Monday, what happened was that it was just absolutely brilliant at certain points. But just at the end, we got this massive gust come in, and all of a sudden, you could see everyone's faces go, "Oh no, we're not sending the women out there today." So sure enough, they cancelled it.
So what's their latest schedule? I mean, do they have plenty of time to fit everything in?
Well, that's the thing. Yesterday, we watched officials come off the boat when they were making the call in the morning to say, let's hold it for another day. But we've got 24 heats, which is at least a day and a half minimum. So most of us are expecting to wake up in a few hours, walk out to the ocean, look at the conditions, and think that the competition probably will go on to quarterfinals for both men and women tomorrow.
So when can they make a decision about whether to surf or not? Because here, for example, in Paris, when they were getting ready for the triathlon, they were sort of making a decision at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, which from an athlete's point of view is not particularly ideal to have to sort of find out on the morning whether you're going to go or not, and also so early in the morning.
Yeah, I'd say it's much the same for surfing, but I think surfers are a bit more used to that because surfers are at the mercy of the ocean, right? So you'd have to just wake up, assess conditions, and see how it goes. So I think tomorrow we'll probably go out about 7 a.m. They send out a boat onto the ocean to check how things are. There might be a surfer or two out there themselves looking at things on their own boards. And then it's either put on your uniform, get ready to go, or pack it up, go home, and maybe go for a hike for the day.
The sport could kind of, I know they're used to it, but on a big stage, on an Olympic stage like this, only the second time they've been in the games. Obviously, they were brought in Tokyo in 2020. What they don't want is uncertainty and postponements, because they want to put their best face onto the world, don't they?
I think that's exactly right. And when you see surfers coming off the waves, coming to talk to the press or looking to say hi to people on shore after their win or loss, you can tell they're hungry for it. You can tell they want to go out and represent their country. And you can tell, even on off days, how much they miss being in the ocean and are itching to be out there.
Is it, I mean, aside from the wind problem, is it a really good venue?
Oh, I mean, even with the wind problem, I think no one is complaining being out here in Tahiti, enjoying the weather, enjoying the food, enjoying the local people, being so kind and hospitable to all of us. It's a bit of a dream for everyone out here. Was
there a real battle at Associated Press for who would get the surfing in Tahiti gig at these Olympics?
I would say that I was perhaps on the other end of that battle, which meant I just got the good news of, hey, you're on the Olympics team, but sorry, you're not going to Paris. Right. You're going to Tahiti.
Well, I mean, from that point, every cloud and all that, I would say, Victoria, thank you very much for coming on, and thank you very much for staying up till 2:15 in the morning. Thank you. Victoria Milko from Associated Press, who's out in Tahiti covering the surfing, or at the moment, lack of surfing. Sarah Orchard watching Great Britain's men in the hockey with about 7 minutes to go.
Yes, pretty tense at the Yves de Manoir Stadium. France won, Great Britain won. We've just seen Liam Sanford hit one for GB that's come off the goalpost, so huge frustration. And just as you talk to me, I think I'm just waiting for confirmation that Great Britain are going to pull the keeper, Ollie Payne. That means that they'll play with 11 in the field, with one of their players having goalkeeping privileges. We're just waiting for Great Britain to confirm that's the strategy. If they win, they're confirmed and they are in to the quarter-finals. A draw might be enough for them, but it will depend on other results going their way. But of course, a win would make things a lot easier for them. France, they're looking highly unlikely to qualify for those quarterfinals, but would put themselves within a shot if they get a result. So there's so much of both sides to play for here. France won, Great Britain won, and we've got 6 minutes to play.
Is that going quite early to pull your goalkeeper, or is around 6 minutes quite normal?
Yeah, I'd say any time here in the fourth quarter where you feel confidence, GP, just go for a shot and it's in! Live on 5 Live, Great Britain go ahead. The strategy of pulling the keeper pays off. That extra player out in the field makes such a distance. I mean, credit to the France keeper, who's Victor Charlet. He actually managed to save the first one, but the next one has gone in. The goal has been given. We've still got 6 minutes to go, and that probably means that Great Britain will now bring Ollie Payne back on, because it's rolling subs, you have to remember all the time. You get the extra player on, then you get them back off and on all the time. It's endless here at the moment. I'm just waiting to see which GB players actually been credited with that in, because there's about 3 of them inside the goal, to see who actually got the deflection and in. I think it might have been Sam Ward, who was right in front of the goal to just get that last touch on the stick, and I think that actually might be Ward's first goal of the and I'm watching now down in the technical area. You can see their coach Paul Revington. He's down on his knees, he's giving it the fist bumps, he's delighted, and Ollie Payne, the goalkeeper, he's going, right, I probably need to go and play a bit more hockey now. 5 minutes to go, it's France 1, Great Britain 2.
Ollie Payne's probably thinking, God, why have they done that as soon as I've come off? It's baking hot, I've got all this padding on, I could have had a bottle of water and sat in the shade for 5 minutes. I mean, they have been brave at times, haven't they, Britain's men?
Yeah, we've been talking about this a lot about the men. They do really play, Great Britain's men, a delightful style of hockey. It's compared to baseball from the men's cricket, in that they go out there and they go out to play, they go out to attack, they try things that in previous Olympic hockey tournaments I just haven't seen them do before, in that they're so cautious most of the time. I can tell you they've actually just credited the goal to James Albury in the end, although Sam Ward was in front of the goal when it was hit in. But yeah, I have to say, it is a delightful brand of hockey that Great Britain play, and it comes from the England ranking them being second in the world, but it's so good to watch. France, I have to give credit to, though, they have been powered by this crowd. It's been a fantastic match, this, but it's GB with 5 minutes to go that lead 2-1.
And that will guarantee qualification for the quarterfinals, and therefore the game, yes, the final group game, which is against Germany, I think, isn't it, who've already qualified, then becomes a dead rubber. Oh well, although not actually, because we keep talking about who you want to put yourself up against in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what it's all about in this Olympic hockey tournament. It's where you end up finishing. I mean, Belgium, who are on the other side of the draw, they're the defending Olympic champions. They have been absolutely firing. Australia have had some pretty good results as well. You'd want to avoid those two. So the higher you end up the group, you're likely to avoid them. But I cannot stress enough how much the whole of the hockey community feel that this is the most open Olympic men's tournament we have ever seen. So I think it will simply come down to every knockout match will be who turns up on the day and can put their performance out on the park, who will progress.
OK, Britain lead France by 2-1 then in the hockey. If you're only turning on our Olympic coverage now for the day, then there were 2 bronzes and a silver in the rowing this morning. The men's golf is underway. Hideki Matsuyama leads that on 8 under. We're keeping an eye on the hockey. We're keeping an eye on the team show jumping as well. And, of course, Murray and Evans, who go later in the men's doubles quarterfinals. Bolter and Watson have just gone out at the quarterfinal stage in the women's doubles. Let's talk to Rory Smith of the New York Times. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Very well.
How's your French holding up?
It's holding up okay, thanks.
Good.
Had to have a conversation this morning about why my air conditioning in my room wasn't working, which we managed to do in French.
That sounds like quite a technical conversation.
Yeah. Ça marche pas. I think that was about it. But yes, it's holding up okay. I feel like you're about to drop me in some way.
It's just that thinking about how you pronounce various French place names, I assumed you would be conducting. You'd sort of be flaneuring around Paris.
Yeah, you do a bit
in local style. Yeah. I'm slightly disappointed you're not wearing a beret and you've got a scarf tucked over you.
Well, the reason for that is obviously if people have listened to a lot of our Olympic coverage, one of my cases has gone missing. Yes. Although it will arrive a week later this afternoon, so maybe that's where my beret is. What are the New York Times wanting from this Olympics?
Well, it depends a little bit on how American the reporters in charge of it. One of the things I've been really struck by in Paris, and this isn't just kind of praising the BBC because I'm on the BBC, is that you grow up watching the Olympics in Britain, and there's a tendency to cover, obviously, British people want to see British victories and you want to follow the events where Britain has medal hopes, but I kind of expect the Olympics to be quite broad. Like, you'll watch the superstars in gymnastics or in athletics, even if Britain don't have any real prospects of winning. And I've been really struck. I knew the Americans did that. The Americans tailor their coverage to suit what the Americans are good at. But the French are terrible for it. The French highlight show it's all France all the time, which is nice because there's a really wonderful feeling in Paris. Yeah. But at the same time, you think I could stand to watch a bit of Simone Biles. That might be okay.
Yeah. They must have shown Simone Biles.
I think they probably did.
Think,
But they're long days, chappers, as you know. But you come in and you do tend to see a French judoka on the television.
I have to say, at the risk of defending the French broadcasters and criticising the people, my own employers, I think a lot of countries have gone down that route. Probably more and more. Don't you?
Well, and the other thing is the French have had an awful lot of success to celebrate.
They have, and they should be doing. And also, as I've said a few times on air, what I actually enjoy about the French coverage is because in the main they tend to be good at sports that we in Britain aren't. You actually get to see a lot of different sports here. Yep. So last night I was watching the gymnastics for ages, the men's team event, and then that went off on the feed that I had with about 2 rounds to go, and I couldn't find it anywhere, so I put the French television back on, and I had a very enjoyable 15 minutes watching France against Egypt in the handball.
Yep.
So and that's partly what it's all about. And back in the glory days when the BBC had every feed, you could do that.
I'm fascinated by goalkeepers in handball, because that strikes me as being a really terrible job.
Well, as does a goalkeeper in hockey.
Being a goalkeeper in hockey in this heat is awful, but I would support the introduction of goalie when needed into all sports.
Oh, would you? Rush goalie
all the time, yeah.
Is so are the Americans just obsessed with the Americans? And let's caveat that with, as I've just said, I think more and more nations seem to be just obsessed with their own rather than the wider sporting landscape.
I obviously can't speak for the United States of America.
No, exactly.
Not again, chappers.
No, not when you live in Ilkley.
Exactly, yeah. It's quite near an American base. although I think we're not meant to know the American bases there. That's a secret. It's a different subject. I think the Americans consume the Olympics differently to us. I think they see it, because they tend to win, they tend to top the medals table or kind of vie for first place with China. They see it much more as a celebration of American sport in dominance, whereas you and I are both of a generation where it was quite rare for Britain to win medals in the Olympics, and all of the success that we have now still seems a little bit fresh and unusual, really. There are certain big stars that the US are captivated by. Simone Biles would be one, Katie Ledecky in the swimming would be another. The whole men's basketball team and the women's basketball team, when they start, they are huge stars. I don't know if they're... feels like they're maybe getting a little bit more worldly in terms of... like, I think Léon Marchand has made a big impact in the States. To see somebody kind of matching Michael Phelps's achievements, breaking his records, that cuts through.
That has to cut. I mean, yeah. I cannot believe that he isn't cutting through in every country that televises, or territory that televises the Olympics. I would hope it is cutting through back at home, because he feels like, particularly after last night, the biggest story of these Olympics.
It's funny. I didn't go to the opening ceremony. I watched it in a fan zone, and you'll have to forgive me my pronunciation. At Arène de Lutèce, which is the ancient Roman amphitheatre here. It's quite a cool fan zone, and that's meant to be the moment that the game starts. But then the following night, I went to the Stade de France for the Rugby Sevens final, and I think the French will remember the Olympics starting with Antoine Dupont's run. Yeah. That's the point. The Olympics. I mean, the thrill that went through that stadium when he sort of wriggled his way clear, and you saw this sort of that one of those just genuine moments of sporting greatness, and I think that's what illuminates the Olympics. And Marchand's had 3 of them. And there are people wandering around with masks of his face. There's this thing that some French fans are doing where they've got like a Hawaiian shirt with an athlete's face printed on it. Yeah. I've seen them of Dupont, I've seen them of Marchand. Saw them of like a silver-haired guy who looked like Fred Sirieix, but probably isn't.
Well, it could very well be, because he is here. He's doing a lot of work for us.
I don't know whether he's the sort of person the French want to pay homage to in the Olympics. That
right. Unusual. I thought you saw him.
No, he wasn't wearing one. There was a man who looked... the face on the Hawaiian shirt looked like his face.
Right, okay.
You never know. He might have a lot of fans in his homeland.
They might have... But I think they might dub first dates over here. You don't know.
But Marchand, I think, has been the breakout star. The noise last night when he won the 3rd gold... You could hear it around Paris. It wasn't just the atmosphere at La Défense, where the swimming pool is astonishing. Galatasaray Fenerbahce levels, really. But around France, people were cheering out the windows.
I've noticed more and more the cafes, the bistros, the brasseries. There are more, partly because the weather was terrible the first 2 days, and now it's been glorious. But they are more and more full as each day goes by in an evening, with people sitting outside with the screens on, watching everything, which is why when he does deliver, that noise tumbles down all the streets that are in the surrounding areas.
Yeah, that I think is really important for a host nation. You need something to... It was the same in London in 2012, that as soon as the British gold start coming in, the country kind of embraces it a little bit more. All those worries drift away. And bear in mind, France, as a massive sporting nation, they haven't finished in the top 5 of the medals table since 1948. That's a long time for a country this size with this level of pedigree in sport.
Talk about the medal table in just a second. Into the last 30 seconds of the hockey, Sarah.
Yeah, it's been a real tense last minute that I think we've been playing now for about 4 minutes. That's because the French team keep getting penalty corners. So they're just going to another referral at the moment. GB have been a little bit of bother, I have to say, trying to close out this game. Lee Morton, who was the hero of their last game against the Netherlands, getting a double, he's actually been yellow carded now. So GB have got one less player out in the field, and this is now 4th penalty corner in this corner for France. 22 seconds on the clock, waiting for it to come in once again by Masson. Masson waits, gets the ball in, 20 seconds gone. It's gone wide of the post, and that's a good one there, because it's gone out by France. It doesn't mean it's going to be another penalty corner this time. It means that GB, they're going to be able to clear, and they've just got to get it as far down the field as they can. It was a wonderful save by GB. They managed to push it back against or actually went wide of the goal entirely. So Ollie Payne, he was in the right place, but it wasn't going in on target. And that is it. The hooter has just gone. GB are into the quarterfinals of the men's hockey. They still have a game to spare. They're going to be playing Germany tomorrow, but it is all over. They've managed to beat the host 2-1. So it finishes Great Britain 2, France 1, Great Britain into the quarterfinals.
They've done. The men are doing really. I know I keep over-egging this, but the men are doing really well, Sarah, aren't they? And actually, that's not been the case for many a time.
No, that is so true. I called the Great Britain women the post-women of the Olympic Games in the build-up to this tournament because they've always delivered. They've delivered podium finishes at the last 3 games, and the men have had to watch. They've been in the shadows the whole time, and they've had frustrating finishes. 5th in Tokyo, 9th in Rio. It was 4th in London. While I have to say, in the last 4 years, they are really turned a corner under Paul Revington, their coach. They finished 3rd in the Pro League, which is the international league they play every year. They were 2nd last year. They finished 2nd in the Euros as well. They've been building, and you just feel this is as good as any time for Great Britain's men with the brand and style of hockey they play to do something at an Olympic Games. The thing that's against them is, as I said, how good men's hockey is right now across the world stage. But playing the way they are, being able to see out a game like they have just done against the French, hopefully this could be their time. But as I said, it's a long way to go in Olympic hockey yet.
There is, absolutely. Sarah, thank you very much. Team show jumping qualification today at the Château de Versailles. Sonia McLaughlin.
You know what, chappers? I never mind qualification. I'm intensely fascinated at the minute by what they're doing with the water jump here, because there is a hive of activity around it. And I have a sneaky feeling it's portable and that it's just going to be dug out. I mean, frankly, I want to just go and stick my feet in it at the minute because it's so hot. But I just suddenly thought, hang on a minute, when I walked the course for the eventing, that wasn't there. So now I've kind of slightly confused myself by thinking, what are they going to do with that water jump? But anyway,
presumably the course for the final will that be different?
It'll be different. So
right.
There is now there is a hive of activity in this arena, and I can tell you that all the show jumps already have been cleared away. There are 3 tractors in here with towing rakes, which are just raking the sand. There's lots of vehicles pulling platforms that are putting the dressings for the fences all on the back of it. So they're starting from scratch. And they've taken all the plants away from the water jump. And now I've just sort of asked myself a question that I don't know the answer to as to what they do with that water jump. Because I have a sneaky feeling it wasn't there before. Anyway, I slightly digress, to be honest.
Well, no, you do.
It's that stage of the Olympics where I'm just going probably a little bit mad. Let's talk about
You've
the horses.
had some long hot days,
I have,
Sonia.
I have.
You know, so.
Do you know what? I have done the entire Olympic Games holding an umbrella. Either to no word of a lie, to either to keep the rain off, or to protect my equipment here from the sun, because otherwise I can't read the scores on the computer screen. So I'm literally sat here like Mary Poppins for the entirety of the Olympic Games, kind of going, but you know what? Hey,
good arm workout though, Sonia. You don't need to do an arm session.
Umbrella in left hand, pen in my right hand. I'm poised and ready to go. So the show jumping.
Yes.
This was the qualification for the team final, which is tomorrow afternoon here at the Palace of Versailles. We started with 20 teams today. Each team has 3 riders, so we've watched 60 rounds of top-class show jumping today in this impressive arena in the shadow of the Palace of Versailles. And all 3 riders had to go. It was a jump-off against the clock. There was a set time allocated. If you were over the time, you would get time penalties added to any jumping faults. Then the numbers were crunched and the top 10 teams would go through to tomorrow's final. I can tell you that Britain have comfortably qualified in 3rd spot behind Germany, the only team, the Germans, who managed to get all 3 riders through here today clear. Followed by USA, who were the silver medalists in Tokyo, and then Britain, who, remember, won the team gold back in 2012. They had Ben Mayer went clear on his horse Tilly, and then we had 1 down each for Harry Charles and Scott Brash, but that was nothing to worry about because looking at the overall picture, we knew Britain would be comfortable. What it does mean is then the scores ahead of this final tomorrow go back to 0. So we start all over again. But what this round tells you is that the cream has started to rise to the top, chappers. And if Britain are sitting in third at the minute, it shows you that they are going to be highly competitive. And, anything can happen with horses. The Swedes won the team gold last time out. One of their star men here had a shocker at the wall here. Horse refused. It had some great big mural on it. The horse ducked out of it. It's Peter Fredriksson. He's a rock star show jumper. If that had happened in the team final tomorrow, it would have been good night Vienna for the Swedish team. So in a sense, all these teams have kind of got through, and it is tomorrow that they really have to bring their A game.
So despite that, Sweden are through, Sonia, aren't they? Because as you said,
they only qualified 8th.
Right.
Which is a bit of a shock because of that mishap for Petter. Now, it's better he did it here than he does it in the team final. So, they were strong enough, Sweden, that one glaring error like that was not going to cost them overall, because some of the other nations, some of the smaller nations in terms of world show jumping, did amass cricket scores. So Sweden were always going to be okay. But what my point is, there are absolutely zero guarantees when it comes to horses and show jumping, because anything can happen. And I was chatting to Scott Brash, who was the last rider to go for Britain, and he was saying it was a really, really difficult course. It was complicated. The course designer had asked a lot of questions of the riders, like really early on in the competition. So the fact that we've only got one team that had all 3 riders clear is probably a reflection of that they are going to set a difficult course. This should not be easy. This is the Olympic show jumping. This is 1.60 m. Some of these fences are 1.60 m and the same width again. These are the equivalent of, Everest when it comes to show jumping fences.
And I know you're in Versailles. The golf is in Versailles. I'm about to go to the golf. You bumped into Matt Fitzpatrick the other day. How was it? Last night.
I went to have dinner last night, and I walked past this British athlete, and I'm going to put my hand up and confess here and say, that guy's clearly competing. So I went up to him and I said, OK, you've got your white polo shirt on from Britain. What's your sport? And he went, golf. And at which point I went, oh, God, Sonia. You've probably been... I'm thinking it's not Tommy Fleetwood. Who is that? And then he just went, oh, I'm Matt Fitzpatrick, at which I went, oh, God, of course you are. Then I went and sat down, furiously Googled him. I think, oh, my God, he won the US Open. Oh, my God. And I swear, chappers, we were out in this very Parisian restaurant in Versailles. It was literally Matt Fitzpatrick and his lovely fiancée and me on the outside tables. And I'm slightly kicking myself going, I've just made a complete dork of myself, haven't I? But then I thought, oh, hang on a minute. This is 5 Live. The golf starts tomorrow. Let's just kind of be a bit cheeky here. So I went back up to Matt Fitzpatrick and I just put my hand up again and I went, look, Matt, I've furiously Googled you and I now realise I am in the presence of greatness. Any chance for a little chat? And he went, yeah. He was lovely
Brilliant.
Man. I went running back to the hotel, which fortunately was not far, grabbed my recording equipment. He finished his pizza, although we cut all the crust off, so I'm not sure why he ate the pizza in the first place. And then we had a little chat. And we had a photograph. And at the end of it, his partner, who he's getting married to in October, his American fiancée, said to me, I'm not going to do the accent because that would be rude. That was such a lovely interview. He doesn't always get nice interviews like that.
Well, I hope you listen to this, Ian Carter.
No pressure, Ian.
No, I always struggle with him, to be fair.
Right.
Sonia, how's he doing? How's my new best friend getting on?
He's 10 holes into his round. He got off to an awful start. Had a real stroke of bad luck on the first hole, which I'll tell you about, but he's 1 under par through 10 holes, so he's recovered nicely. He was in the rough off the tee on the first and got what they call a flyer, when they're never quite sure how far the ball will fly if the grass gets between the club face and the ball, and it had that trampoline effect. And not only did it go over the green, but it hit the cart path, which then meant that it bounced, a ridiculous distance beyond over towards the second tee. So he did well to escape with a bogey there. So he's steady. He's in a share of 34th place at the moment. Needs a good inward half here, but 1 under par after 10 holes.
Thank you, Sonia.
Thank
Talk to you later,
chappers.
Sonia
I'm
McLaughlin.
still watching the water jump here.
Go on, stick your feet in it and cool down.
I'm going to update you on what happens to that water jump because I am now intensely fascinated what they do with it.
Ian Carter, what we haven't said, we said what Matt Fitzpatrick is doing, and what we now need is for you to bump into Laura Collett or Tom McHugh and to the team gold winners from earlier on in the event in gold was early in the week, just to redress the balance. But we've done who the leaders are, but the format of the golf at the Olympics probably ought to just explain that.
Yeah, it's basically as it is on European Tour events, the majors, the PGA Tour, not quite Live because they only do 54 holes, 72 holes stroke play, so it's the lowest score over 72 holes, which is the standard format really for professional golf. It's caused a little bit of controversy. Was discussing this on breakfast this morning. A number of people have said, couldn't we be more imaginative? Couldn't there be a team element to it? And yes, that would be attractive. But having said that, it does kind of work. If you think back to Tokyo, you had a 7-man playoff for a bronze medal. So that meant that there were an awful lot of players coming down the stretch in the final round with hopes of landing a medal. And that's really what you hope for. And I think the reason that they've gone with that format throughout is simply because they want the most legitimate champion. They want to persuade the best players in the world to come. They don't want any gimmicks to it. They want to be able to crown the best player that week for Olympic gold.
Ian, would introducing a team element not be quite restrictive in terms of the number of countries who could reasonably field a team, and B, necessarily kind of reduce the quality of play?
Well, it's potentially awkward because the maximum number of players from any one country in the Olympic field is 4. So the Americans, the world rankings are so top heavy with Americans that there are players in the top 10 who are not here simply because they didn't qualify, because there are 4 Americans ahead of them in the world rankings. So do you pair them up? How do you do that? If, for the sake of argument, Tommy Fleetwood plays with Matt Fitzpatrick, Fleetwood has a brilliant week, but Fitzpatrick doesn't. Is that fair on Fleetwood that it diminishes his chances of making an Olympic gold? Having said that, I think there is scope for a team element. I was discussing this with Adrian earlier as well, in that in Los Angeles there is a real move to try and combine the men and the women in the gap between the two individual tournaments so that you could have a mixed team event, which I think would be a brilliant way of showcasing the game in a different form. I
think it's a no-brainer, Ian, isn't it? Because you look at. we had this discussion at the Tokyo Olympics, so there's nothing new here. But you look at the mixed relays in the swimming, you look at mixed relays in the athletics, which have brought something completely fresh to those two sports, and everybody loves watching them.
Absolutely.
And golf could easily do that.
And it can work perfectly in golf without, in any way, shape or form, compromising the competition. So it does. It makes absolutely perfect sense. There is, as I understand it, reluctance from the IOC to increase the number of medals available. And, golf has got 60 players in the men's competition, 60 players in the women's competition, and they're playing for a combined 6 medals, whereas obviously in the pool, all the different distances, and likewise athletics, track and field, and so many of the other areas, there are multitudes of medals to be going for. Golf doesn't lend itself to that, but I agree with you, Mark. Putting together a mixed element in between the two competitions, it's ideal.
And of course, every medal here at these Olympics has got a little piece of the Eiffel Tower in, so you don't want,
you want the Eiffel Tower still to be there.
You do, yeah, exactly. I mean, keep the Eiffel Tower, mixed golf competition. How do we balance that one? Jamie Spence, 2-time winner on the DP World Tour, joins us now in Team GB in 2016. That was the year that Justin Rose won gold. Afternoon, Jamie. How are you?
Yeah, hello, Mark. It was all me. Nothing to do with Justin, obviously, with that gold medal.
Did you? I mean, even though it wasn't a team, was there any element of working as a team in that?
Oh, absolutely. They all played practice rounds together. It was great to be with the women as well. We had Katrina Matthew and Charlie Hull there, so that was a different dynamic for me, certainly. And Charlie had a chance actually going into the last round. So absolutely, you do feel a massive part of Team GB. It was an incredible experience for me personally. It was outside of playing, was the highlight of my life, Mark, to be involved in that. It was quite onerous, I have to be honest with you, from a voluntary role that I took on. But everyone in the golf team, certainly in Rio, was so proud to be there and be part of Team GB.
So, I mean, when you look at how it is now to how it was in Rio when it was introduced, I mean, there was so much discussion about its validity as an Olympic Games. Do you think that mindset has changed now?
I think so, don't you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Being announced as Olympic champion, Justin Rose, for 4 years, has got to really rile his competitors, hasn't he, on a weekly basis. And wherever Justin went, he had the gold medal in his golf bag, and especially around the world, maybe not so much in the UK, there's a bit of cynicism about golf being in the Olympics, and I get that. But around the world, absolutely loved it. And it's put golf on a different platform to a different audience. And for me personally, I think it's fantastic for golf to take a huge competition like this around the world to different venues, different places, so that people in different parts of the world can see the great golfers, because that's not always the case in our sport. It's very American dominated, with the 3 majors being there and the one over here in the UK. So I think it's a great thing. It was originally in the Olympics in 1900, 1904. So, with all the other sports, you should embrace it. And these guys are athletes, trust me.
I'm going to mention American just with Ian here, because I just watched Xander Schauffele hit I don't know what hole he was on, but hit his tee shot there. And there is an argument that actually by winning Olympic gold 3 years ago, that was the start of Xander Schauffele's journey to being now a 2-time major champion.
Oh, 100%. He's not a bad player now, is he? He's quite good now, Xander Schauffele. What he did at the Open a few weeks ago was just quite incredible. Listen, they're all taking it seriously. You're absolutely right. In Rio, there was the Zika virus as well, so it gave them an excuse not to go as well. But I think they all turned up in Tokyo, and they're all there this week as well. So all the players, from especially for the ladies side of things, they're very, very keen to get there. And this Olympic gold medal will get bigger and bigger and bigger in our sport. Trust me.
Ian?
And I think you're right as far as Schauffele is concerned, because he'd done plenty on the PGA Tour without winning prolifically, and to land Olympic gold, I think, was a real kind of shot of confidence for him that I think he probably drew on when he won the PGA Championship earlier this year, and then, of course, drew on that to win the Open Championship, and now he's in this incredible vein of form. He's 5 under par for his first 11 holes here, chipped in for a birdie on the first, which was a statement of intent as well. And I think when you have Olympic gold medalists like Xander Schauffele and Justin Rose, who clearly showed how much it meant to them, I think Jamie's absolutely right, and we all felt it as you went around the tour. Suddenly the skeptics were turning around and going, hang on a minute, this is a big thing. And it's a big thing for the game of golf to have this platform as well. We've got Sami Välimäki, for example, a Finnish golfer. He's at 5 under par, 3 shots behind the leader, Hideki Matsuyama, as it stands at the moment. Now, Finland isn't a hotbed of golf, but you know what it's like. I've been watching sports this week that I wouldn't ordinarily watch, and Finns will be watching golf. That can only be a good thing for the game of golf, and that multiplies through both the men's and the women's competitions. So I think the naysayers really, I think they're losing the argument.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, Ian. Are there a lot of golf courses in Finland?
I believe there are 2.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
Good knowledge off the top. If that's
I've got a vague recollection that it was discussed on our podcast, and
he's managed to get a plug for his podcast.
I've not said it.
Ian,
I didn't say it's called the Chipping Forecast, did I?
Is it, Ian? Is that podcast specifically about golf in Nordic countries, or did it come up in passing?
Only occasionally.
The other thing, Jamie, is if you look at it from the golfer's point of view, and I go back to a chat I had with Michael Johnson a couple of days ago, big world famous athletes still want to talk to other sports people. Michael Johnson was talking about, how the NBA Dream Team of 92, 96 and that lot, they wanted to talk to athletes to find out what they were doing and how they were preparing. Now,
no doubt, Mark.
That's the same,
there's no doubt about it. Yeah, it is. I remember Danny Willett going downstairs and we watched the boxers spar. And I also remember we came back, I went to the opening ceremony, we walked around the track, then came off, and we sat in the bus going back to the Olympic Village. And Justin sat down with Andy Murray for about 45 minutes. chatting. That's invaluable time that they spent together. And Justin was feeding off of Andy, who carried the flag that year. And he was in the apartment next to us as well. So when you're mixing with all these other great athletes from great sports, it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing vibe that Team GB create. All the athletes mix and they pull for each other. It's amazing.
How did you discover he was in the apartment next door?
Well, because I went to the wrong apartment. So when I turned up, I went into the wrong apartment. Andy Murray's eating his dinner or whatever it was, and I said, "Sorry, Andy, in the wrong apartment." So yeah, that's how I met him originally.
But there were also, I mean, you know, the different athletes. Whether it's Andy Murray, Chris Froome would have been at that Olympics. I mean, there are so many, aren't there, Jamie?
Yeah. Well, did you be setting me up here, Mark? Because the next morning I go down the lift and I'm in the lift with Chris Froome and his bike. So it was for me, it was a surreal experience, the whole thing. And you're sitting down for your breakfast with Jess Ennis and other people. It was just, it's quite bizarre from a golf, as a golfer to be involved in this with these amazing athletes. But I must say that the golfers, what you don't see is what they do off the golf course in terms of gym work and everything else that goes with it. They're incredibly hard workers. These guys are proper athletes now, and I think they belong where they are at the Olympics right now.
I was tipped off about Chris Froome
and
his
bike
in the lift.
Yeah,
because my first question would be, what, you keep your bike in your room, do you?
I know.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to look after it, aren't they? Probably sleeps with it. Probably.
Exactly. Jamie, thank you very much for being
guys.
on. Thank you. Jamie Spence, Team GB leader on the golf side of things in Rio in 2016. Do you just want to give us a latest scoreboard, Ian?
Yes, Matsuyama finishing with a round of 63, so the Japanese player leads by 3 at 8 under par. Joaquin Niemann, Emiliano Grillo and Tom Kim all in the clubhouse at 5 under par. Valimaki I was talking about, he's playing the 14th at 5 under. Xander Schauffele 5 under through 11 holes. It was a 67 for Tommy Fleetwood, so he's in the group at 4 under, which also includes Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. They're playing the 18th as we speak.
Okay, Ian, thank you. Obviously, plenty of updates on the golf throughout the course of the afternoon. We're going to talk sailing very shortly with Shojo Osaka, but he's combining sailing and shooting at the moment. Britain don't have anyone in the 50-metre rifle 3 positions final after the heats this morning, do they, Shojo?
Yeah, this was a real disappointment, Mark. Shona McIntosh, who is the UK's most successful rifle athlete that we've produced of all time, really. She holds the world record, British records as well, or she's had them in the past. She's a former world champion, and currently she went into this Olympic Games as ranked number 1 in the world for the 50-metre rifle 3 position discipline. Just to explain what that is, it is rifle shooting with 3 different positions, as the name suggests. So kneeling to start off with, then in the prone position, which is on your front, lying on your face down on your front, and then shooting that way, and then standing. And the target for this is, as the name suggests, 50 metres away. So in the qualification round, you needed to be in the top 8, and Shona was performing extremely well. She was between 2nd and 3rd really all the way through qualification, and then she faltered in the final stage, which was effectively the standing part of that competition. So her scores really dipped quite significantly after the shots in the standing round, and she drifted out from 2nd and 3rd way down to 12th in the standing. So she will miss the final tomorrow, which is really disappointing. So I guess the next thing that we have to look forward to in terms of British athletes in the shooting is Amber Rutter, who goes in the women's skeet over the weekend, and of course we hope that she performs well, because if you'll remember, she missed going to Tokyo with COVID right at the last minute, and she was a big medal hope there as well. So good luck to Amber for the weekend.
Okay, Britain already, of course, have a gold in the shooting at these Olympics, thanks to Nathan Hales in the trap. Let's talk sailing. Men's skiff today. Britain could get a medal. Before we get on to that, what is a skiff?
What is a skiff? I thought you might ask me this. Well, the skiff, a lot of the sailing classes have changed names, and the boats have changed as well over the recent years. But this is what used to be known as the 49er class. So a lot of listeners will remember this. The reason why it's called 49er, really, because the length of the hull is 4.99 metres. That's not changed. It's a funny looking boat, Mark. I mean, when it's in the water, it's the midsection and the back section, which is much wider than the main body of the boat. It looks like a bit like an arrowhead. It's a 2-man crew crew or a 2-woman crew that races in this. A lot of the times, if you watch this, you'll see the sailors hanging off the side of the boat, their bodies almost horizontal to the sea. Quite demanding in terms of technical skill and fitness. And in this, we do have a pair of Brits in the final. So it's James Peters and Finn Sterrett. They finished 7th in the qualifying series. It's 10 boats in the medal series, which is like the final, which has just started about 10 minutes ago. The sailing schedule, by the way, is really quite a challenge to keep up with, because they change it so often to try to make the most of the wind. I mean, yesterday they had to abandon the women's windsurfing because of a lack of wind, which I guess we'll get onto another time. But this final race has started. James Peters and Finn Sterrett have started in 7th. They have got a very, very outside chance of getting a bronze. It would be, so for example, in football parlance, it'd be like going into the last day of the season, needing a big win yourself and hoping that everybody else falters that are your rivals. So at the moment in the projected standings, they are 5th. I think it would be a long shot if they can pull off a medal here. Just to mention for the Irish crew, Robert Dixon and Sean Wadilove of Ireland into this in 2nd spot. So if they can get a medal, they will continue the brilliant games that Ireland are having.
Shoujo, thank you very much. Back to Jonathan Overend, who's watching the tennis at Roland Garros for us. Today we talked about Heather Watson and Katie Boulter going out at the quarterfinals. We've talked about Andy Murray and Dan Evans going later in the quarterfinals, but a big upset in the women's singles, Jonathan.
Yes, exactly, Mark. We can turn our attention to the singles competition for the next few hours, and defeat for Iga Świątek. Now, the undisputed world number 1 has dominated, of course, especially on the clay, not just this season, but really over the last few years. But today she lost to Zhang Qinwen from China, who you might remember right at the start of the year reached the final of the Australian Open and made the world's top 10. So a highly talented player, but even so, that's a huge upset in the semi-finals of the women's singles. First defeat for Iga Świątek here at Roland Garros since 2021, because she's won the last 3 French Opens. So Zhang of China through to the final to play the Schmedlova or Vekic, who face later on. And then 2 men's quarterfinals currently on court simultaneously. On court, Philippe Chatrier, you've got Carlos Alcaraz, the Wimbledon winner, 4-2 up over Tommy Paul, who is in that doubles match with Andy Murray and Dan Evans later. And on court, Suzanne Lenglen, we've got Lorenzo Musetti, who made the semi-finals of Wimbledon, 3-2 up against the man who made the final of the French Open, Alexander Zverev. So, going back to our earlier conversation, top players are treating this very, very seriously and have their eyes on medals over the course of the next few days, and 4 of them currently on the court.
Absolutely, Jonathan. Thank you. We're just on the medals table. Rory Smith, who is with us in our Parisian cafe this afternoon. It feels a lot more bunched up and balanced than it has in print, doesn't it, to you? I mean, China have just put a little bit of a spurt on when it comes to the number of gold medals. China have 11 gold medals and 21 medals overall. The French have 8 golds and 26 overall. Japan 8 and 15. The Aussies 7 and 17. USA 6 and 31. Britain 6 and 20. Korea 6 as well.
Yeah, and you can count it however you like. So if you're China, you count by golds, and if you're America at the moment, you're counting by total number of medals won. It's nice that everyone can win at the Olympics, and that's very important. No, it feels like there are, maybe with France particularly performing really well, most of those countries you'd expect to perform well at the Olympics anyway. Japan do really well all the time, Korea as well. The States and China obviously are the 2 big powerhouses. Britain have been up there for the last few years, but with France, Germany doing okay. There's kind of Canada again, Australia, obviously we know always send a lot of athletes who win a lot of medals. I think a lot of people in France were surprised by the scale of the Australian delegation at the opening ceremony when they I watched that bit in a cafe, and when the big boats started coming, you could hear people go, "Ooh, c'est grand." That's the limit of my French. But no, it feels much more competitive, and I wonder if that's to an extent to do with the order of the sports. That maybe helps. If Korea are particularly good at shooting or something, maybe that. Or the Koreans, I think, won gold in the archery. They just kept getting 10s was really impressive.
LA are going to switch it round. Athletics goes first in LA.
And that might well be because the Americans will expect to dominate on the track and you wanted it off to a good start. So, but it's good for the Olympics that lots of different countries are winning medals.
Be interesting that. Athletics go first and then the swimming. That's how they're going to flip it round in 4 years' time. Rory Smith is with us. Steve Backley will join us in the next hour here in Paris, day 6 of the 2024 Olympics. A minute past 2 in the UK. Richard Foster has the news.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Mark. Good afternoon. GPs in England have voted to start industrial action in opposition to the government's funding increase for surgeries of 1.9%. Unions say it isn't enough and some practices will run out of money. GPs can limit the number of patients they see each day. The Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, wants them to reconsider.
I can totally understand why GPs would want to punish the previous Conservative government, but this action, if it goes ahead, will only punish patients. The Conservatives already got their kicking at the general election, and we now have a Labour government that's really committed to working in partnership with GPs.
The Prime Minister's meeting senior police officers after a second night of violence in parts of England. Bricks and stones were thrown at a mosque in Southport on Tuesday. Last night there was unrest in Hartlepool, Manchester, Aldershot and Westminster. And that violence was in response to the fatal stabbing of 3 children at a dance class in Southport on Monday. 10 others were wounded in the attack. The 17-year-old charged with murder and attempted murder has been named as Axel Radakabana. He's appeared in court and has been remanded in custody. Interest rates have been cut to 5%. It's the first reduction since March 2020. The Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey, has been explaining the decision.
CPI inflation has fallen markedly over the past year back to the 2% target. The impact from past external shocks has abated, and the risks of persistently high inflation have moderated. So it's now appropriate to reduce the degree of restrictiveness a little to ensure that inflation remains sustainably around the 2% target.
A major prisoner swap is expected to take place later between Russia and the West. The Biden administration says it's agreed to a prisoner exchange with Russia to secure the release of 3 Americans, including Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gersovich, Marine veteran Paul Whelan, and the Russian-American radio journalist Alsu Kumasheva. And Stephen Lawrence's body will be returned to the UK from Jamaica 31 years after he was murdered in a racist attack in South London. His relatives laid him to rest overseas because they felt he wouldn't be at peace in this country. Only 2 of his 5 or 6 killers have been brought to justice.
Order in the court. Stacey Dooley, you may address the jury.
I call your attention to the brand new podcast, Famously on Trial. Celeb scandals will be scrutinised, A-list antics analysed, and influencer indictments investigated. No case is off limits.
Stacey Dooley will present the evidence.
Larry Dean will be the judge.
And I declare this podcast guilty of sounding criminally brilliant.
Famously on Trial.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
I rest my case.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
The headlines on day 6 so far. At Le Golf National, round 1 for the men is well underway. Ian?
Japan's Hideki Matsuyama is the man who's setting the pace, an 8 under par 63, but the Open champion and defending Olympic champion Xander Schauffele in hot pursuit. He's 6 under par in his opening dozen holes. Rory McIlroy finished with a 68 today. The world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, was round in 67, so 4 behind.
After missing the Tokyo Games, Joe Clark is back, hoping to regain his canoe slalom gold.
Controversially not selected for Tokyo, despite being the world number 1 at the time, but he's made sure this time he's here to win back his title. He qualified 4th quickest from the heats despite missing a gate on his first run. His semi-final is just after 3 o'clock.
In this morning's rowing, Britain took home 2 bronze and a silver.
And it's bronze, a brilliant, brilliant bronze for Becky Wilde and Matilda Hodgkins-Byrne.
And Great Britain, after a poor start, are the Olympic bronze medalists.
It's going to be so tight, and it's gold for the Netherlands. And GB just miss out in silver.
Coverage of the kayak singles semi-finals to come in the next half hour. We'll also preview tonight's gymnastics as Simone Biles tries to become the oldest all-round champion in 72 years.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
So it's not an afternoon where medals are really being decided. But there are lots of qualifiers, and we have got an eye on the golf. And we will take Joe Clark's commentary as well with John Akers in the canoe slalom. We'll look ahead to the gymnastics. We'll build up to Evans and Murray in the quarterfinals, which could be any time, probably from around 5 o'clock UK time. But earlier today in the boxing, Iman Khalif of Algeria progressed to the quarterfinals of the women's 66 kilo category after beating Italy's Angela Carini. The fight was over after just 46 seconds. Carini abandoned it in tears, saying afterwards, "I didn't give up, but a punch hurt too much, and so I said, enough." Khalif is one of 2 athletes competing at this year's Games who were disqualified from last year's Women's World Championships on gender eligibility grounds. Steve Bunce was there. He's with us now. As regards the actual fight, what happened?
Well, it was as bizarre as the notes you've just read there, chappers. Ding, ding, first round. Neither of them tapped each other. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. There wasn't an exchange of punches. In fact, if anything, Carini looked the more solid of the two. And then there was half a shot, and then there was a right hand, and Carini just turned away, raised her hand, and went to her corner. She had a big argument with her cornermen. And she then signalled that she was not going to continue. She was hit on the side of the cheek by, as I say, one good solid punch. It was ruled a 46-second stoppage in the first round. Now, what I've given you there are facts. Just about every single other thing attached to this story and Iman Khalif has been fake, false, fabricated, and we're getting closer and closer to knowing the source. Okay, let me just tell you that now. The phone call I was making there was with a senior GB official, and we can exclusively reveal that the test that Iman Khalif and Yu Ting Lin were alleged to have failed, okay, was taken in 2022 in Istanbul and not in New Delhi in March of 2023. The test, as we're led to believe, led to their being disqualified on gender eligibility grounds. Seems bizarre that they take a test a year earlier, and then once they reach the finals of the World Championships the following year, that they both get disqualified. That's something we need to find. Also, chappers, we need to find the person who's actually seen these results. No one's seen these results. We've just taken it for granted. The press in the UK especially, and certainly on social media, have declared these two the evil beasts, not just of boxing, but of sport. And I think, if you don't mind me saying so, we need to see the tests. We need to see some proof that they did actually fail a gender eligibility test.
They both fighters were cleared to fight in Paris under IOC eligibility rules. Both athletes competed in Tokyo as well, where they lost in early rounds. Mm-hmm. And both athletes have always competed as women, mm-hmm. and there hasn't been an indication that either identifies as transgender or intersex. Where does it go from here?
Well, what we need to get is the IOC here, or somebody needs to get hold of these tests that they took in Istanbul in 2022. The boxers, so I'm led to believe, neither of the boxers have ever seen the test. Neither of any of their trainers or any of the people associated with them. And chappers, it's delicate this. We've got to be really careful where we tread here, because it's become established. I mean, I could show you 50 texts from sensible human beings back in the UK telling me in various words that I could never repeat on air why it's a disgrace that this quote-unquote geezer is fighting this woman, and some really tricky and subtle things have been done. For instance, the picture that was used of Carini was of the most gorgeous Italian woman you could possibly imagine. It was a fabulous picture of her. Then the picture that was used of Khalif, well, you can imagine it was the reverse of that. So there is a campaign here, and it's to do with an organisation called the IBA, a Russian-backed organisation who were in charge of Olympic boxing. They had that withdrawn for Tokyo. They appealed that decision, and finally in June of last year the IOC dropped the IBA forever. And there's more to this story, chappers, than meets the eye.
So on Wednesday, the IBA, the organisation that you've mentioned, said the pair were disqualified to uphold the level of fairness and utmost integrity of the competition. It said they did not undergo a testosterone examination, but were subject to a separate and recognised test whereby the specifics remain confidential. That's the test that you are talking about.
But the thing is, if they're talking about them being disqualified, and that was from last year in March. The tests, I'm told by a very good source, a reliable source, took place the previous year in Istanbul at the other World Championships.
This test, they go on to say, conclusively indicated that both athletes did not meet the required necessary eligibility criteria and were found to have competitive advantages over other female competitors. The Algerian Olympic Committee, the COA, issued their statement. The COA strongly condemns the unethical targeting and maligning of our esteemed athlete Imam Khalif with baseless propaganda from certain foreign media outlets. The IOC need to they need to get a grip on this.
They do,
don't they?
And they missed an opportunity earlier this week when one of their spokesmen missed a great chance to try and clear the air. Instead, I don't want to come on air and start talking and be an anti-IOC, but he was incredibly dismissive, incredibly arrogant, and not very clever. He didn't need to do it. It was a stupid thing the way he did it. He could have said we could look into this now. And of course, the obvious thing to have done, chappers, was 4 or 5 months ago when both of the athletes had qualified for the Olympics, was to have done a test then to avoid this inevitable car crash. I was over there today. It was disgraceful. It was horrible. It was a pit, and she was in tears. Carini, Khalif vanished straight down the tunnel, and that's understandable. It was chaos. It was horrible. People were throwing microphones around, just hoping to grab a word that in some way will condemn it. If chappers, if the allegations are true, and if both of these athletes genuinely failed a test, disqualified on gender eligibility grounds, then they should not be competing. Let's get that absolutely straight. This is not Steve Bunce endorsing these athletes to compete. This is Steve Bunce asking, if you don't mind me saying so, for the witch hunt to stop, the death threats to stop that are coming the way of these two athletes until we know for absolute certain, okay?
Steve, thank you very much. Steve Bunce with us on 5 Live. He'll be back later with Tony Livesey. It's nearly 3:15 here in Paris. We're going to head to the sailing. Next final of the men's skiff has been abandoned. Shoujo.
Well, I cannot explain to you what a skiff is, but I cannot explain to you exactly why this race has been abandoned or delayed, as it's being suggested by the race committee here. So they started this medal race about 45 minutes ago. They were on schedule. They were sailing just fine. They went round the first marker and returned back in exactly the opposite direction. And it was Uruguay who were in front. So this seems really harsh on a team like that who were leading the race. Spain, who are in the gold medal position, were in a really good spot as well. And then suddenly we saw the race committee boat waving the flag there, the white and blue checkered flag. And my television colleagues have been saying that they've never seen anything like this. So it is a state of confusion at the moment. The reason we believe is because the wind changed. It's not like there's not enough wind today. We've had that problem already throughout this regatta. However, it's apparently because the wind has changed in a different direction, and they deem that to be unfair racing conditions. So at the moment we are awaiting the restart of this race. This is I think pretty unprecedented in terms of Olympic finals. If this had happened in the qualifying series, they've got such a busy program they would have just skipped past that race and moved on. However, you can't do that in a medal race, clearly. So we wait to see. It could start in the next 10 minutes or it could be an hour.
Nothing worse at an Olympics than something unusual happening in a sport that you don't often cover, is there? We've all been there. Don't worry. It's like, that's happened. I've no idea why or what's going on, but there we are. Right. When we bring you more information, we'll go back to Shoujo. Let's go to our canoe expert now, who knows everything that always happens, whether it's in the canoe slalom or the kayak slalom. Don't you, John Akers?
I think we should just downplay that just slightly for anyone who really is into the sport every year, each month.
Just in case something happens this afternoon.
Exactly. Looking forward to this, though. This is a genuine medal hope for GB this afternoon, and a really lovely story of possible redemption and unfinished business, a score to settle for Joe Clark, who is the world number one at the moment. He's the reigning world champion from Lee Valley last year, and he goes out fourth in the semi-final. He'll go about 3:05, and let's hope that he can produce the form that saw him win gold in Rio.
So he goes 17th of the 20, doesn't he? In the
17th of the 20, yeah, that's it. So he's fourth to last of this 20, and that's not a bad spot to be in, to be honest. He hasn't got to do a great deal to qualify from this semi-final. He's got to beat, he's got to beat 8 others, so he's got to finish in the top 12, which is way within his capability. But we did see in the heats how on a knife edge this sport is really, and what fine margins they operate within. We saw Mallory Franklin miss a gate yesterday and 3 penalties, and it was all over for her. She finished last in the final, and Joe Clark in his heat missed a gate. It was one of those where they're going down through a downstream gate, that's the green gates, and they kind of bob and weave their head. They sort of limbo underneath the gates, and he didn't get the whole of his head around a gate, and that was it. 50-second penalty. If that happens in the semi-final, he won't qualify for the final.
Well, that women's, it was canoe, wasn't it, yesterday? Was it
canoe yesterday?
That was, I mean, the Jess Fox run, 2 or 3 from the end, her gold medal winning run, which I'm sure will be on the iPlayer somewhere or on the BBC Sport website, is worth 100 seconds of your time, because it was poetry in motion, really, but also such an amazing example of skill and technique and strength.
She is incredible, and you talk about, greatest of all time. If you do decide to watch any of the women's sport on the BBC Sport app, the women's canoe slalom rather, or you want to watch the kayak cross, which is coming up later this week, and Jess Fox will go again. She's 30, she's Australian, and she's won both gold medals in the kayak and the canoe, which is so hard to do, to switch between those disciplines, but she's won them so handsomely. She won by almost 3 seconds yesterday with a time penalty, so she clipped a gate on the way down and still beat everyone else by 3 seconds, which is a lot in canoe slalom. So you are witnessing one of those greats.
It also showed, didn't it, John, that it doesn't matter really by the end. It doesn't matter that much where your final position is, because a lot of the later runners in that race struggled. So it's good to go near the end in the heat, and it's good to go, or in the semi-final, and whilst it is good to go towards the end in the final, because at least you know what you have to beat, it's no guarantee.
Speaking to some people who really do know the sport, they say that they don't want to be in that last spot quite often. And you saw Jess Fox yesterday just ease down. She didn't really paddle for the line. She knew she'd gone round clean in the heats, in the semi-final rather. And she just thought, do you know what? I don't want to be quickest here. I want to be almost quickest. I want to be 2 or 3 from the end and win from there, because the pressure on that last paddler, if you know you've got to beat a really quick time from the likes of a Jess Fox or a Joe Clark or a Priskovich, as we're going to see today as one of Joe Clark's main rivals, or someone who knows the course so well, Titouan Castries, who has been amazing, 19 years of age, on his home water. He was quickest in the heats. If you know you're going after one of those guys who's put down a really fast run, the pressure is on. And it's pressure to go clean and have pace. And it's those two things. They're in contradiction with one another. Pace, but go down clean. And it's the really special ones who, in that moment, can put together 90 to 100 seconds of pace and control at the same time, will come home with a medal.
What time does he go, Joe Clark, roughly?
I reckon it's about 3:05. The whole semi-final starts at 2:30. So 3:05 for Joe Clark of Great Britain.
Okay, so we've got about 45 minutes, and then you'll be able to hear Joe Clark go in that semi-final. Earlier today, we found out that Sky Brown still intends to compete for a medal in the women's park skateboarding. That's despite dislocating her shoulder on Sunday. The event takes place this coming Tuesday. Mark Churchill is the BBC Sport skateboarding expert. I mean, this must be a race against the clock, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I've heard through the Team GB camp that Sky is intending to see a doctor at 4 o'clock today, so we'll know more then. But at the moment, it certainly sees from her determination that the only thing that's going to stop her from competing is that doctor.
Okay, so she's got the dislocated shoulder, and she tore a ligament in her right knee in April. I mean, it highlights just how tough on the body this is, actually.
It's such a dangerous sport, and I mean, you really do need to shake hands and make friends with pain and failure to be a skateboarder. It's not if you're going to fall off, it's when. And sometimes it's just not able, or you're not just able to get away with it. It's not a fact of wearing the pads with things like all of your joints, your ankles, elbows, wrists, knees, shoulders. Sometimes it's going to happen.
Do you think most of these riders are more often than not competing with an injury?
Yes, yeah. Most of my career was definitely competing with an injury, or you're recovering from something. And it can happen at any time. So some things are smaller and they'll lead on to worse things. A true skateboarder is just always throwing everything they've got at going skateboarding. It's dangerous to train. It's dangerous to compete.
I don't know if you need to be more skateboarder than doctor to answer this question, or more doctor than skateboarder, but can you compete with a dislocated shoulder?
I think it will come down to the technical delegate on the course and what the doctor report says. Obviously, you wouldn't want to have too many painkillers. I think it's going to come down to that doctor's report at 4:00 today, and what the course manager says as well.
OK, Mark, thank you. Mark Churchill, BBC Sports skateboarding expert. We'll keep an eye on the Sky Brown injury over the course of the afternoon. Jonathan Overend watching the tennis.
First set to Carlos Alcaraz on court Philippe Chatrier. These are two men's quarter-finals being played simultaneously on the two main show courts of Roland Garros. So Alcaraz in charge against Tommy Paul, while on the other court, a French Open finalist, Alexander Zverev, is trailing Lorenzo Musetti, who's having quite a summer. The Italian serving for the first set at 5-4. Remember, he made the semi-finals of Wimbledon, cheered on by a really vocal band. Well, it's more than a band, it's an entire stand by the look of things of Italian supporters out here. He's getting more and more a hero in his home nation. 5-4 he leads first set against Zverev.
Thank you. Hideki Matsuyama, the leader in the clubhouse after his first round at the men's golf. He shot an 8 under par 63, so here's a two-shot lead over a couple of men who are out on the course, including Xander Schauffele, who won the Open at Troon just a matter of a week and a half ago, something like that. Rory Smith from the New York Times is with us. Olympic medalist Steve Backley has joined us as well. Both of you, you get to an Olympics and then you watch these events. This is coming off the back of Sky Brown, Steve. And what people put their bodies through is truly mind-blowing for mere mortals.
I guess that's the game, chappers. You've got to be pushing the boundaries, or you'll be left behind. Because if you're not pushing them, someone else will. And it's certainly in my sport of athletics, it's maximal. It is maximal. Other sports aren't necessarily as outwitting in boxing, and there's different ways of categorising it. Understand, it's subjective, etc. But in athletics, everyone's injured to a degree. Is carrying something, a niggle or something. And you just hope they can manage it and get round it and get and still perform.
Well, yeah, that's where the technical delegates come in, because someone at some point has to say to the athletes, this might not be good for you. Because I think most athletes, if they could, would compete, wouldn't they?
I think it's something that you learn along the way. You learn types of pain. I know that might sound a little weird, but you learn the type of pain you can work with and go through, and that will abate whilst you're warming up and subside. And there are others that will escalate whilst you're doing your stuff, and it's just part of the game. It really is.
Do you look back at what you put yourself through your career and I think, God, how did I get through that? Why? Not why, because obviously you had a very successful career, but what was I doing when I was trying to do that?
You don't question it, chappers. You just don't question it. I am getting there, don't get in my way, whatever it is, injury, distraction, anything. Just get to the start line at Olympic Games, World Champs, whatever it is. This is it. Once every 4 years you get your judgment day, and you live for it. You live, breathe, eat and sleep the Olympics and everything around it for your sporting life, and then it ends, of course.
Yes, yeah.
Is there a point where you obviously get involved with these sports? One thing that strikes me about the Olympics is how. So I was at the table tennis yesterday, where Félix Lebrun, one of the French twins, I think, 17, glasses, looks a little bit nerdy, but is now a rock star, like a full-on, like Zinedine Zidane's in the crowd cheering for him. They're all chanting his name. And he has played table tennis for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours throughout his life, and now he's the world number 5 at table tennis. And you've got all these people around him who are really into table tennis. Like, there's 200,000 registered table tennis players in France. That is not a sport that gets any coverage at all, ever.
It's getting the crowds there are 7,000 a night.
It's like being at Napoli. It's so noisy. Like, there's full on, like, there's
only you, Rory. Only you.
I saw a group of 3 guys outside with Collectif Ultra Lebrun t-shirts. So he's got his own ultras. He's flying, but he obviously really loves the sport. Is there a point where that fades away a little bit once you're into your career, and it's just that determination to win that takes over?
Wow, yeah, I think it's all of the above. I mean, the extra razzmatazz that comes alongside an Olympic Games that you've just described is extra. You know, that isn't something, obviously, that is part of your day-to-day routine, of course, if you just said. But part of, you know, performing and delivering and succeeding on the biggest stage of all is handling that, because you can't prepare for it. I mean, how do you prepare for what's going on here in Paris? It's on another level. It's the expectation for some, the pressure, the visibility, the transparency, it's just the spectacle of it. And you feel it. You feel it whether you're in it, whether you're beside it, whether you're on the other side of the microphone. You know, you sense it.
You feel absolutely everything as you go through this. And I think that's the case if you're watching at home on the television, or if you're listening on the radio. You in some way live this a little bit with them.
Yeah. I've never felt more like I really should go out for a run. That's my main reaction to the Olympics.
It didn't look like that when you were chomping on a croque monsieur an hour ago.
Training, chappers. I'm combo loaded.
But have you actually been, or is it just a feeling? Oh, yeah, that's okay. That's good. Yeah. Back on it, right?
But you get, you know, you get the notes. You do the research. You talk to people. If you're watching on television, listening to the radio, hopefully we try and bring their stories to you. And before you know it, you're thinking, okay, well, you know, Kieran Riley, who I'm obsessed with at the moment in the BMX freestyling from last night, you know, started out as a kid doing this. He's getting driven to London by his dad. They do an event, and then they help the organisers clear up afterwards when he's still a kid. He's got his parents and grandparents there. You know all the hard work he's put in. You know he could injure himself on any fall. You're 100% invested in someone that until a few days ago, you might not have known. You might not have even known who he was.
Yeah, and you do that research. Funny you say that. My first sort of step the other side of the microphone. So I went to 4 Olympic Games, competed, finished in Athens. So the first Games for 5 Live was in Beijing. And I arrived middle of the night, went to bed. I'll never forget this. Woke up about 2 o'clock from a phone call. Phone woke me up. And it was from the 5 Live producer. Said, "Dog, could you, Steve? Welcome to Beijing. Yeah, great. Could you pop down to the judo to help out?" And I, you know, being the new boy, great, yeah. And I was on the bus going down, and I thought, help out? What does help out mean? I knew nothing. I didn't know who was in it or anything. They say about doing your homework. Yeah. So I arrived at the judo venue, and Sonia McLaughlin was doing a great job on all the dressage and equestrian here. And Sonia was there, wide-eyed. She went, quick, Steve, we're on in a minute. I was like, what do you mean? I thought I'd come to make the teas or something. Help out. I was like, how do you help out? So I just hope that commentary doesn't exist somewhere and reappear, because, you know, I'd love to do the diligence, read about those stories that you talk about, the backstories, and everyone's got a journey into their Olympic story.
And you then feel, you know, you had Adam Burgess after he took silver in the at the canoe slalom, and then he comes into the studio and he honestly cannot stop smiling, and he you know, and he's cheering on his teammates, and everything is so positive. And then you flip that to yesterday, and Mallory Franklin in her final isn't able to do it, and she finishes 12th. And your heart, I mean, people may think I'm sounding right, soppy old thing, but your heart breaks for them.
I'm not sure anyone would accuse you of being soppy, Chapman.
Well, maybe in this moment.
On a rare occasion. I spoke to Joshua Karevi, who's a Fijian-born rugby sevens player who plays for Japan. And Japan, they were one of the first teams here. They arrived in the village when it was basically empty. And they then played 5 games, lost them all. And rugby sevens is quite cruel because it's not like if you're a sprinter and you lose in the semi-final, then that's it. You go with all the others who've
Rugby
lost.
says you've got to play 11th against 12.
Yeah, it's like, right, we are going to spend time finding out who was the worst team here. It feels almost like it's not really in the Olympic spirit. Just to establish who's terrible, it's you. And I spoke to him afterwards, and you could tell he was cut up to not have won a game, and it obviously hadn't done as Japan wanted. They're kind of growing into rugby sevens, I think. But he said, look, I've got to represent my country at the Olympics in the game that I love. And I think for people like Mallory, in time, that will be how you reflect on this experience. There'll obviously be disappointment that you've not performed as you wished, but you're still an Olympian. You've still made it all this way, and that counts for something.
There's a lot of pride in that, isn't there?
John Akers watched Mallory Franklin yesterday. He's watching Joe Clark this afternoon.
Yeah, we just watched the first one out in the semi-finals of the K1. That's the kayak single. That is sitting down, double-ended bladed paddle. And we've just watched Tanaka of Japan go out, Yuki Tanaka, and doesn't look too happy with his run, but there are 20 on this run. Just looking at how the course was set up, they've set it up exactly the same as yesterday for the C1, where Mallory Franklin, you were just talking about, came last in her final. And I do see exactly what you're saying there, just the agony of it, because you train for so long, and it's not like athletics because of the gates, because you can clip them and miss them so easily. So you can be the best in the world and still lose, although Jess Fox has proved that she's superhuman and has just won both the kayak and the canoe, and could win the kayak cross as well. So Joe goes in about half an hour's time. That was 101 seconds with 4 penalties, so 2 lots of 2 gate clips for Tanaka of Japan, and that's not a bad run. Anything under 100 seconds we think will be decent.
Let's go back to Le Golf National. Ian?
We've just seen one of the shots of the day, and it's come from the Spaniard John Rahm. Second shot into the par 5, 14th. He's given himself a real good look at eagle, and if he cans that, then the Spaniard will move to 5 under par and into a share of 5th place. He's playing with Xander Schauffele, who's missed the green in 2 on that 14th, but the Open champion and the defending Olympic champion very nicely placed at the moment. 6 under par. Remember, the leader is Hideki Matsuyama after his 63. Took him to 8 under par and to the top of the leaderboard. He now has company on that mark with Finland's Sami Välimäki. He is also at 8 under with 1 to play. And I should correct something, Mark. I said there were only 2 golf courses in Finland. Well, I was close. I was only 123 out. 125 in Finland, so there we are. Maybe not quite the story I was making it out to be.
Sometimes you just have to go with something off the top of your head, don't you?
You do, especially when I'm working with you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Jonathan Overend at the tennis.
Oh dear, just goes to show, say anything with confidence and people will believe you.
Absolutely.
Right, Carlos Alcaraz in a bit of trouble in the second set against one of the guys who plays Murray and Evans later, Tommy Paul. And he's such a competitor, Tommy Paul. Lost the first set, but he's 3-love up in the second set. He had a 2-love lead, but then Alcaraz had break-back points, but Paul saved that game. So it is the American in charge of the second set. Meanwhile, Musetti had that chance to serve for the first set over on the second court against Zverev. Couldn't do it, 5-all, but then broke again. So Musetti, for a second time, will have the chance to serve for the opening set in that match. 6-5 he leads. Alcaraz 3-love down in the second set, and both of these, remember, are men's singles quarterfinals. Earlier we had the first of the women's singles semi-finals, and a big surprise with the world number 1 Iga Swiatek, and winner of the French Open for the last 3 years, beaten at this venue for the first time in more than 1,000 days, beaten by Zhang Qinwen of China.
From your experiences, Steve Backley, and you were the first Briton to win 3 medals at successive Olympics, whether it's canoeing or javelin or taekwondo, do you think there are some similar themes across any Olympic sport that are required for success?
Wow, yeah, that's a big question. I couldn't comment from a physical or technical or tactical perspective, but from a an emotional one from a soft skills, 100%. You know, your passion to want to do it in the first place, your belief, your belief systems, decision-making, clarity, having the team around you, all that soft skills stuff that is so integral to success at this level. And what I always find interesting, you don't often find out if you've got those credentials until you're on this stage. And it's just ruthless. Sport is ruthless because it will pull you down, tear you down, take you apart. If there's one iota of doubt, if you don't have that self-belief, you haven't created that, or don't have that passion to do what you want to do. So from that perspective, yes. Technical when it comes to canoeing or taekwondo, no idea.
No, sure, but it's that personality and the soft skills that you're talking about. I mean, British rowing, I was talking to the women's quad sculls who won gold, talked to them a couple of times over the last 24 hours. There's so much about how their crew is put together that is down to personality, that is down to who is calm, who can provide this, who can provide that. British rowing in general, I think, has tried to change its culture over recent years to looking at the soft skills and believing that all the other stuff they can work with and instill. I mean, they were one of the first to have a talent ID program, weren't they? Which was, let's find some, athletic people.
It's strange,
and then we can work with it.
Yeah, and you can do that in rowing. It's tricky, isn't it? Because that's worked in rowing effectively. I mean, it's been incredible, hasn't it? In cycling, that's worked. Athletics, it's less predictable. Those factors are more difficult to share, to build. I just think talent pops up at random places in athletics, and you go with it. It's there's to put together a performance program and go talent ID. I think they realise in athletics it just doesn't work because it's got to come from within.
I think I went to Norway in May.
How many golf courses have they got?
More than 2. They've got a golfer here, Victor Hovland here.
Yes,
and Norway, obviously, you associate with being really good at sports on skis, but Norway now produce countless. I mean, obviously Erling Haaland's quite famous, Martin Odegaard. Yeah. Caroline Graham Hansen and Ada Hegerberg in women's football, Casper Ruud. They'll be hoping for 2 golds in the athletics with Warholm and Ingebrigtsen. And there's the other Ingebrigtsen brothers as well, although they're not. I don't know here. But their view is that they've got a system in place that they've had in place for a long time to kind of acknowledge what Steve says, that talent does just kind of grow. It pops up. People discover things they're incredibly good at, sometimes almost at random. But you have to have an ecology around them to help them flourish. So Norway's a rich country, so they have loads of coaches, they've got really good facilities, they give you lots and lots of chances. You're not allowed to keep score of anything in Norwegian sport until the kids are 13.
Wow.
Because the idea is they want to... There's 5.5 million people in Norway. That's not a massive talent pool, so you need to maximise it.
So in anything?
In anything. The kids... I mean, I've got a son who's 6. He knows what the score is at all times.
Yeah,
he is fully aware of what the score
absolutely.
is. You don't need to tell him what the score is. He knows if he's winning or losing.
Yeah.
And if he's losing, you know he's losing. The Uno lasts about 5 minutes. But they want to retain kids to give them as many chances as possible. And I spoke to the guy who runs the Norwegian Olympic programme, and he said, look, Victor Hovland was not the best golfer in Norway in his age group. And he wasn't the best golfer in Norway in his age group 2 years later. He was a late bloomer, and he came through. And because they kept giving him chances, and they put him with all these people who could help him develop, you get the world number 7 in golf. And I think that's something that, when we talked about earlier about the number of countries who seem to be getting golds, that best practice spreads quite quickly now. People learn, and they learn from what other countries are doing, and I think we're seeing that across the board.
So the emphasis is on play prior to 13?
Play. So the thing that really struck me, by the age of 25, 93% of Norwegian children have been involved in sport. That is astonishing.
Wow.
And that is something that Norway has advantages because of the oil and the sovereign wealth fund. There's a lot of money in Norway. But countries in Europe Europe and North America should be aiming to that.
By 25, 93% of all Norwegians
have at some point been involved in organised sport.
The balance with that, to use your son as the example there, but that's a very difficult balance because a lot of kids are naturally competitive. So
their view is that they don't need to tell the kids. So if kids do a race and you say, well, look, we're not keeping score, that doesn't mean the kids don't know who's won. The kids know exactly who's won, and some of them will be disappointed. I have to navigate at the end of every season. My son won't necessarily get one of the best performing trophies in football, and we have to navigate that process. It's difficult for both of us. You don't need to. They say
genetics, presumably hereditary.
Genetics is a problem. Although he is quite good at cricket, which he does not get from me.
Right.
But you don't need to tell them. You don't need to rub it in. Effectively, that's for the parents to know where their kids are. If you just let the kids play, there is a natural level of competition they have. And that's what they need to kind of get better. And then as they get older, they professionalise it, and you'll have run into Norwegian athletes.
I remember, Andreas Thorkildsen, as you were saying, that another name, double Olympic champion in the javelin. But the emphasis on players, they build a wide skill vocabulary, they call it. So they just, they can have a taller peak off the back of a wide vocabulary. It's interesting. It makes you think, in terms of the curriculum and exposure to different sports, it's an important part.
Well, the other thing they said that I thought was fascinating was that because it's quite a rich country, parents are expected to help with their kids. So the example they gave was that if you're working 2 jobs over 16 hours, you don't have chance to come home and be like, I'm going to take you to the swimming pool, because you're working to survive. If you've got 2 parents who work 8 hours a day and are paid enough for it to have a reasonably nice life, there is an expectation in Norwegian society that you will volunteer at the local, wouldn't be cricket club because it's Norway, but the local tennis club or the local athletics club or whatever it might be. And that helps the kids buy in. If you look at the Norwegian team here, there's a surprising number who are coached by their parents, because their parents have bought in early to their athletic careers.
Which completely goes against the stereotype of parental coaches being absolutely nightmares.
Well, yeah, and obviously in the Ingebrigtsen's case, there is a darker side to it. But there's several other examples of Norwegians who are coached by their parents. Erling Haaland is another one. His dad.
We'll go back to the golf. Ian Carter.
Well, Xander Schauffele, who for most of his career has been coached by his father, who was a decathlete by all accounts, he has just moved to within a shot of the lead. He got up and down at the par 5 14th from short of the green to move to 7 under par, so 1 behind Hideki Matsuyama, who's in the clubhouse. Sami Välimäki has dropped a shot to go back to 5 under par. In fact, he's dropped a couple of shots to go back to 5 under par, so the Finn no longer in a share of the lead at the top of this leaderboard. And I can tell you on the Norwegian theme that Victor Hovland is 2 under par through 13 holes, and GB's Matt Fitzpatrick, the only British player still out on the course, he is at level par through 13 holes. Remember, Tommy Fleetwood shot 67 earlier on today. He's in a group sharing 10th place at 4 under.
Jonathan Overend at the tennis.
First set to Lorenzo Musetti, the Wimbledon semi-finalist, against the French Open finalist Alexander Zverev, who undoubtedly would have started this match as the favourite on the clay courts. But Musetti, playing some beautiful tennis, has won the first set 7-5, ending it with a really stylish drop shot. And they love those around these parts. As for Carlos Alcaraz, won the opening set against the American Tommy Paul. Paul playing impressively, though, in this second set, leading by a break and hoping to take this to a third set, which may not particularly disappoint Andy Murray and Dan Evans, who will be wanting Paul to sort of run himself ragged out there before their doubles match a little later on, when Paul is playing with Taylor Fritz. And Rory, really interesting discussion you're having, by the way. Rory mentioned Casper Ruud earlier, the 3-time Grand Slam finalist, who famously has become the best Norwegian tennis player since his dad, Christian, in the 1990s. His record was overtaken by Casper.
Does Christian coach Casper?
He's definitely there on the sidelines, yeah. I always find it slightly strange when the parents are sitting there. You kind of feel a bit hesitant to call them actually their coach, because there's so much to it, isn't there? And parking it, I think, for some of these tennis parents has been an issue over the years. But yeah, he's been a great help.
Thank you, Jonathan. John Akers, the canoe venue looks incredible. The grandstand is huge and packed to the rafters.
It is. It stretches high up from the water into the sky. 12,000 they can fit in, and every ticket has been sold, and it's a really big, knowledgeable, pretty hot crowd at the moment. And they are watching the semi-final of the K1, sitting down, blade at both ends, paddling with Joe Clark, Britain's great medal hope in this, the champion from Rio and the reigning world champion. We have watched 5 paddlers go down, and Oschmalz of Austria has put together a really handy run. He's gone down in 91.83 seconds, and just to put that into context, that's 10 seconds quicker than anybody else so far. His coach was following him all the way down, shouting. He gave him a massive tap on the head when he got to the bottom. He's celebrating. That time will be good enough before the final. We're waiting for Joe Clark, who goes in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, something like that.
John, thank you. How did you deal with luck in your career, Steve? Because, I mean, in so many of these events, but there is an element of luck, isn't there?
I don't remember getting any, to be honest with you,
No,
I'm still waiting for it.
But there can be luck in so many different areas. You can be unlucky just in a competition. Something may happen, and that does for you. You can be unlucky, and you could argue this with you, in the era that you're in, who you come up against.
Yeah.
You might come up against one of the... I mean, they're in the pool at the moment and coming up against Leon Marchand. Good luck.
Yeah, that's as you said it. That's the bit, because control the controllables, right? That's what you do. That's the cliched line. But the bit you can't control, obviously, is what the opposition do and what they have in their armoury, and who you're born similar time to and have a career that coincides with. So, yeah, that's the luck, that's the draw, and your colour of your medals off is dictated by, that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So as you say, you come up against one of the greatest of all time. You're in a bit of bother. So yeah, it's look, but you can't control it. So let it go.
Do you in time come to think, as long as I did the best I could do,
100%,
that it doesn't matter that the other guy could do slightly better?
100%. You get very philosophical about it all, and you win some, you lose some. At the
time, it drives you mad.
At the time, but does it? Yeah. At the time, you're just on a conveyor belt. You're on a journey aspiring to a championships. It's a converging goal. The Olympics is 4 years out, 3 years out, 2 years out. 6 months out. And you're getting ready, and once it's gone, it's gone. You're on to the next one. So okay, win, lose or draw. I remember talking to Daley Thompson about this, and Daley, the great Olympic champion, twice Olympic champion in decathlon, double Olympic champion. And he said the same thing. The real pleasure and the fun is in locking horns with the best in the world at doing something that you've been gifted and so privileged to emerge and just to immerse yourself in that sort of, and that's the fun. Locking horns go, and then you win, I win. Pat on the back, well done, walk away, come back another time and hopefully do better. That's the fun, and okay, the media play a lot around colour medals and you are I suppose for the rest of your life you will be labelled, for one of our phrases, to your successes or failures, but that's not really part of the process when you're in it, if I can say that.
Kind of worked for Daley, that philosophy, didn't it?
Definitely worked for Daley.
But we're about to talk about Simone Biles, and you could argue any other gymnast that has been up against her already or is in the all-around final later, it's like, good grief, I'm up against Simone Biles.
Yeah, we did a story earlier this week on the other swimmers in the women's 1500 metres. Katie Ledecky, who's now won...
12.
She's won 12 gold medals, and she's
12 medals overall.
12 medals overall,
yeah.
And she's set the 20 fastest times in history in that distance. Now, what's the point? Why bother? She's going to win.
No.
She's going to win.
I want to lock horns with an athlete who's got that sort of credentials and see how I get on. Because you never know, right?
Yeah.
That's the point. It's you never give in.
Well, to a certain extent, last night in the pool, Marchand did that, because the Hungarian that he beat in the 200-metre fly is world record holder. The great. They all tell you the swimmer is the greatest to have ever swum butterfly. And Marchand thought, do you know what? I'll have a crack at him before I do the breaststroke. I'll just have a crack.
I'll give it a go.
I'll give it a go. Anything could happen.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, that's what we love about this stage. That. You throw the form book out and all the predictions and the statisticians' work is almost secondary, and we love seeing people, having a go, putting everything into something. And we love an underdog winning, don't we? Yeah. We go through the athletics, it starts on Friday, very excited about that. And we're sort of wondering, where's that one result going to come from? That one that we just didn't see happening. We didn't see it coming. That one, and I can't see one actually at the moment. We ran a bit dry on that, but there may be something. Who knows?
There will be
someone.
And if you don't get the unexpected in the athletics, you'll get duels. There are battles in a variety of both men's and women's. So you may not get the shocks, but you'll get the head-to-head.
Yes, absolutely right. And let's hope some Brits are amongst those at least.
Absolutely. I'll talk more about the athletics with Steve Backley if we get a chance. Rory Smith is with us as well. Scott Bregman, American gymnastics journalist, joins us now already in the Bercy Arena ahead of Simone Biles, going for the all-around title later. And at 27, she become the oldest women's all-around champion for 72 years. And the first woman since 1968 to win the title twice. What are the dangers, Scott, to her not doing this?
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously the clear favorite tonight. She won the qualifying round over Rebecca Andrade from Brazil by nearly 2 points. A fall in gymnastics is a 1-point deduction, so that kind of gives you an idea of the cushion. But we always say it's gymnastics, and all of the gymnasts, they have to go to the balance beam. They have to do the uneven bars. For her is sort of, if she had to pick a weak event, that would be it, So if everything goes, as, according to script, according to plan, she's obviously the clear favorite and most likely the gold medalist tonight. But I think everyone will relax a little bit more on that front after she's done with balance beam.
So the uneven bars are her weakest, are they?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very relative term. I mean, this is an event.
I admit that.
It's the only event on which she doesn't have a world or Olympic gold medal, or multiple world and Olympic gold medals, basically. But she does have, in 2018, she was the world silver medalist on the event. But coming up as a junior, it was kind of the event that came along last, and she's had to put a lot of work into it. But in the qualifying round, I think she was 9th. She just missed out on making that apparatus final as well. So to say it's her weak event is a bit of a stretch.
Does the order that they do the different disciplines make a difference this evening in terms of laying down markers?
I don't think so. I mean, they see the start order based off of your qualifying finish. So the top 6 finishers from the qualifying round will rotate together in what's called Olympic order. They'll start on vault and go to the uneven bars, then the balance beam, and then they'll finish on floor exercise. And that's a rotation order that Simone and the rest of the top 6, with Rebecca Andrade, Sunisa Lee, the reigning champion from Tokyo, that's an order that they're going to be very familiar with. But still, balance beam comes in the second half, and like I said, that's probably the make or break event, and everyone will sort of breathe a sigh of relief if they go cleanly there.
As you say, you mentioned a couple of the others. Rebecca Andrade and Sunny Lee, the two main threat, or the two that may be competing for silver if we are taking Biles as a gold?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was interesting to hear you guys talking about running up into a generational talent before this, because Rebecca Andrade in any other generation would probably be, a 2-time Olympic all-around champion herself. She's that good. And she's run up into Simone, and she has pushed Simone for sure. She's definitely the favorite tonight for silver, and kind of like Simone with gold, if Rebecca does kind of what she's capable of, I think most people would expect to see her in silver, which is what she did in Tokyo 3 years ago. Sunny Lee was 3rd in qualifying, and I think she's in a race with Rebecca, of course, but also for the bronze medal with Kalia Numor from Algeria and Manila Esposito from Italy, who had a spectacular team event the other day and a great European Championships earlier this season.
Scott, thank you very much for joining us. Scott Bregman, American gymnastics journalist. There are 2 Brits in this, Georgia May Fenton and Alice Kinsella. They qualified 20th and 23rd, respectively. Their order for the 4 this evening: floor, vault, bars, and then beam. Steve Backley and Rory Smith from the New York Times are with us. Just back to athletics, and Michael Johnson was on here a couple of days ago, and we had an hour with Michael. We talked about his plans for the new athletics, what's it called? I forgot what it's called. A grand?
No idea.
Oh, my producer's trying to mouth it to me. What? Grand? Global track. Global track.
I'm being facetious. It's track.
Yeah,
it's not athletics.
No, exactly. Sorry. So we had a big discussion about field events. So for you, where are field events at within the sport? And what needs to be done?
Yeah, look, field events are niche. There's no getting away from it. Pole vault's very technical, hammers incredibly different, shot, discus, javelin, long jump, triple jump. They're all such specialised. It's an orchestra of physical abilities, shapes, sizes. There's something for everyone, which makes it colourful, entertaining, some great characters. Where is it at? It has a presence individual, in individual countries. The Finns embrace the javelin, for example. The Germans embrace the throws generally. And it's fantastic that it's so localised. But I feel that there's a lot of potential fractious aspirations going on in the sport. Michael's venture, I'm not sure if it's the way forward for the sport. Great for running. And it could have a spectacle, could have a place, but only in the sense that the javelin carnival in Finland has.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Does it help athletics and track and field that has this kind of Olympic feel? I'm not so sure.
Is it, from talking to him, Grand Slam track is what it's called, and he was talking. The big discussion was about making sport televisual, getting eyes on it. How does it work on social media? This is the future of global sport. How do they get people watching? A field event, is there too much going on in field events? Can they run too long?
No, my feel is that it'll be a bit dull. I think it'll be a bit two-dimensional. I think it's a sandwich without the filling.
Right.
The bit on the inside, if we could find a way of broadcasting and being as agile enough. If you go to an athletics meeting, you've got the pole vault going on down there. Molly Caudry's going for a medal hopefully next week, and all that stuff. The high jump's going on over there. It's agile. You've got to be with it, and it's a really tough thing to broadcast and bring across to people through radio, TV, whatever. And I think that's the challenge. Sport needs to be simple, I suppose, for media to embrace it, and therefore the audiences to like it. It can't be complicated. And unfortunately, athletics tends to be. The story of a field event unfolding takes a bit of time, unfortunately. So you have to stay with it.
But that's absolutely right. And all sports are in this point where they're really struggling, with one exception, where they're really struggling to find that kind of media attention. And cricket are launching different competitions. And everyone seems to want to kind of mimic the success of Drive to Survive. So there's now too many Netflix series about too many different sports. It's impossible to follow. As a journalist, you go to any place, anytime I think I've got a really good niche idea for a story, and you turn up, and they will say, "Oh, we've had a documentary crew on," and it's impossible to find anything new. But I think,
and you are good at finding niche stories.
I try to be, Chappers. That's
you
are. How I earn my corn.
Yeah, I know you are.
I try, but I'm not as good as all of the world's documentary companies. I think the thing with track and field is that it's getting those stories to people. Because an athletics event live is incredible. It's an incredible place to take your kids. It's a great family atmosphere. If you can tell those stories in the same way as happened in the 90s, say, even if that story is one of you trying to win a gold, that was as a kid watching the 90s, not kid, but as a younger person watching the 90s, that was a really compelling story, and it was one that you followed in between Olympic cycles.
But without the story, it just doesn't have the impact. If you just show the outcome, it's just like a demonstration event, and that doesn't have the impact. As you said earlier, you've got to know the background, what the route into the competition is, the trials and tribulations of the injuries along the way, etc. If you don't get all of that stuff, you just don't feel it. And then, of course, as it unfolds, a triple jump final, for example, might take 80 minutes.
Yeah.
And to stay with that and see the way that unfolds, and it's an amazing, when you get to see it end to end, it can be. That's the other challenge.
But you need to be then fully invested, don't you, in that for that 80, 90 minutes to a certain extent, because you need to know where the fouls may have been. You need to know what may have been all of that kind of storytelling.
Or flexible enough to jump with it as it moves. And that's the challenge.
That's a thing for... I have this discussion about golf. Sometimes golf on the telly can just be shot, 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 and you don't have time to breathe with it and find out, who's had a disagreement over what club they're going to use with a caddy, or who's got nervous because the score's gone up on a certain hole and all of a sudden they've seen they're out of the lead. All of the stuff around it.
I think there's a balance to be struck, though. The tendency at the moment is to try and turn everything into a TV drama. because that's what sells. Drive to Survive is a huge success because you're focusing on like the professional frustrations of the guy who puts the tyre on or whatever. And he's angry all the time, and he's a compelling character. But at the same time, I think sport has to retain its place as being about sport, and you have to be able to admire how far someone can throw a javelin. Pole vault is in a lot of ways kind of a ridiculous event. Most Olympic sports are designed to test something. Who can throw the furthest, who can run the fastest, who came up with who can jump the highest if you're on a pole. It's a strange thing, but it's great to watch.
But then pole vault's a great example because you talk to Eddie Hearn, for example, and Eddie Hearn's big thing is if you get your superstars right, if you have a superstar, Usain Bolt obviously is a brilliant example, then people will come and watch. Now, how you create that superstar or how you get to that superstar, and it might be a documentary or it might be by sheer ability and talent, people are going to watch the men's pole vault in particular. People are going to be watching and obsessed over because it has a superstar.
It has a superstar. Mondo Duplantis is world record holder, reigning Olympic champion, coached by his dad, by the way, just to follow that previous thing. You know. He is. Maybe the sport doesn't use him enough, in inverted commas, to promote itself. And you know, it does. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe I didn't know that was Barry's perspective, because he does have a bit of a Midas touch when it comes to reinventing sport, and athletics, in a way, is searching for that. And it's always had, the Olympics has always been the centrepiece for the athletics, and I think we've had 12 years. London 2012 was obviously the last time we were on a European time zone for athletics. We've been broadcasting middle of the night in Rio, in Tokyo, all the live action, the stories were unfolding in the middle of the night. So we didn't really get a chance to bring it to life. So I'm really looking forward to that next week, to share those stories. It's just going to be amazing.
And the Olympics is the superstar factory as well. That's the other thing. Even if, there's Sha'Carri Richardson, there's Noah Lyles to an extent. Marcel Jacobs in the 100 is a compelling story. The 400 hurdles I think will be brilliant. I saw Alison dos Santos race in Oslo. He's really tall. He does not appear to notice the hurdles.
He doesn't,
which strikes me as an advantage.
Keely Hodgkinson, of course. Keely's just on a roll.
There is a buzz around the British team, isn't there?
Absolutely right. I think the potential for a gold rush, if I could call it that, is pretty high. We've got, I mentioned Keely, Josh Kerr, of course. We have a scattering of people who have a good chance. Not expected, because that'd be too much. But KJT in the heptathlon, I'm very much looking forward to see how she tackles a very informed Nafi Tiam. By the way, the Belgian reigning champion is going to be a handful. But it's going to be tough. Of course it's the Olympic Games.
We are probably 3 or 4 minutes away from Joe Clark going in the slalom in the K1, and that will be in the next few minutes. Of course, Olympic champion in 2016 didn't get there in Japan, wasn't selected in Japan in 2020. GB didn't take him, so he's trying to regain an Olympic title that to a certain extent he never actually lost because he wasn't able to compete back in 2020. Do you, bearing in mind we've talked about you had a big rival during your time of the javelin in Jan Zelensky, do you like the Kerr-Ingebrigtsen rivalry? Because that's the big one, isn't it?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it, and the way that story has unfolded, and the characters, last year at the World Championships with Josh, the way he's done it, and there's just an air of confidence around Josh. He has, he just exudes that bit of je ne sais quoi, should we say? Yeah. He has that X factor. And that goes a long way, and to have him at the helm and as the spearhead of the British athletics team, I think, from what you said, that buzz around the team, I think is led by Josh.
Did you ever resort to that kind of calling out to each other? I can't really remember, to be honest.
Sledging.
Yeah.
Sledging and javelin is dangerous business.
Yeah,
spears around. You've got to be careful out there.
But did you? Were you? Or did you? How did you compare? I can't really remember. How did you compete against each other?
Did you keep your? Do you know what, Chavez? The weird thing is, I got slightly criticised. Not criticised, but people questioned my what I did. Is I went and joined Jan Zelezny, who was my nemesis. You know, he three times Olympic champion, nearly won 4. In fact, he was silver medalist in '88 just by a few centimetres, then went on to win the next 3. I mean, no one's unbeatable, but he was as close as it possibly gets. Got to beat him at European Championships. That was my little sort of sucker punch. but I went and I thought, rather than fight it, go and join him. Why not? So I joined his training camp in 5 or 6 years before retiring to go and learn from what he did. And it was amazing. He didn't learn much other than he worked really hard.
And were you welcomed?
I was invited.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he called me out at the end of the season. We were having a beer after a Grand Prix final in Japan, I think it was, and he said to me, a couple of beers, he said, "You don't train hard enough." And I said, "Yeah."
That feels like an aggressive thing after a couple of beers.
I say that again, we've got a problem. And he went again. It was one of those. So, we had a good relationship with him. So we had a chat. He said, come and join my training group. Why don't you come? I said, "Okay, I'll come." So I went for 8 weeks and trained in Sierra Nevada at 2,500 metres, training twice a day with a half-hour warm-up, which was climbing upstairs at the side of the mountain. It was ridiculous. It was too much work. He came from that work capacity building Eastern European methodology, which was completely different to what we did. So it was tough, but look, it was a good insight. And in many ways, so fast forward 2 or 3 years, we were first and second in the Olympic Games ahead, and we went away from the rest of the world probably because of what it did. So I don't regret it in any way.
We have in the men's golf opening round, Hideki Matsuyama is in the clubhouse. He is 8 under. He has the lead, but Xander Schauffele is closing him down. Schauffele, remember, who has won 2 majors this year, including the Open at Troon a matter of days ago. What was that, a week and a half ago, something like that? He is 7 under, and he has 2 holes left to play. I do find it quite interesting who opens themselves up to allow people who they are competing against to come and watch what they do. And football managers do it, don't they? Some open training, oh yeah, come down. Others are massively protective.
Well, at the risk of turning this into an advert for my forthcoming pieces, I went to see Marcel Jacobs in Rome at some point in the recent past, I can't remember. But he's been training in Florida with Rana Reader and several other people who he will be competing against here. And he credits that with kind of turning his form around. Marcel Jacobs, unfortunately, will always have questions over him, just the nature of his story. But he went and he's training with some of the fastest runners in the world. And he says that he needed that competition, that sense of camaraderie, but with an edge, where they are all trying to beat each other every single day. And I suppose I find it surprising that athletes want to do that with people they have to race against. But you can see why. You can see what the benefits would be.
It's a win-win, isn't it? Because the chaser is, benefits from that, has a target to aspire to, and the chasee, who in my case, Jan Zelezny, it has that upward pressure to because it's tough out in front. I've also experienced that. You get to world number 1, that's a tough place to be, and winning after winning is a challenge. The mindset of and that's always amazes me when athletes win and then still seem hungry. Because it's natural, isn't it, to become not complacent, that's too strong a word, but to be less hungry. So to create a dynamic of upward pressure, and I'm being chased literally in every training session every day, to have that and that marginal gains and all that stuff over time is going to have a positive effect on both.
Well, you looked at Biles, the fact that Biles has achieved everything she's done in gymnastics and is at 27, which is, we should stress, extremely young. 27 is not old for anybody, but the fact she's come back and still has that hunger to not just be the best at what she does, but trying to develop new moves and to perfect these things that took her to the top of the world. That's an astonishing amount of inner drive that she has within her, I suppose.
When you were competing, what sports did you like? Did you go and watch other sports, or because athletics came towards the end, were you not able to? Not
really. Yeah, that's true. Athletics at the end, and we were always on towards the end of the athletics, so didn't really get to enjoy anything. So being here in Paris, it's been great. I've been cycling around the city this morning, and it's great. It's taking in the other sports. It's such a massive event, isn't it? But you don't feel that when you're competing and you're focused. Even other events within athletics. I remember coming back into the Olympic Village in '92 in Barcelona and asking Linford Christie how he got on just after he'd won.
Did you?
I did, yeah. How'd you get on? Yeah. I missed it. I didn't see it. I was focused.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Probably easier to ask him that after he's won than after he's sort of finished an hour
that would
second.
be a bit awkward. Yeah.
How'd you get on?
Yeah. He probably thought I was just messing. Yeah. Didn't have a medal around his neck. There was a bit of a clue.
We're waiting for Joe Clark to go in the men's kayak single K1. This is the semi-final heat. He is going 17th of the 20 athletes who are going here, and the top 12 qualify for the final. So we're hopefully going to bring that to you very shortly. There are all sorts of technical issues going on at the moment. So the only people who are on air are us three. So if we can't get John Akers back, have you done K1 single?
Well, Steve famously got a lot of background in commentating on judo, so I think we should probably give it to him.
It's like recreating 2008
Lots
for
of
you.
background is not. Yeah,
we're going exactly back to you and Sonia at the judo in 2008. Joe Clark going 17th of the 20. And we will just go to. We do have Ian Carter at the golf, so we've got somebody. You might join us on the canoe commentary, Ian, at this rate.
Well, I have to point out that in 2016 I did actually commentate on Joe Clark's gold medal.
That'll do.
Well,
if that's of some interest.
If you can get a monitor with it on, it's all yours. If you've got your notes from 2016.
Yes, I'm not quite sure where I put them, but I might be able to help you.
Xander Schauffele's on a charge there.
He is. He's 7 under through 16 holes. He's had chances as well. He got that birdie at the 14th to get to within a shot of the lead, which is held by Hideki Matsuyama. Eric Van Rooyen's been going very well, but he's put his second shot into the water at the 18th, the South African, at 6 under par. And Carlos Ortiz of Mexico, the other one that we really need to be watching just at the moment, because he's only 14 holes into his round.
Apparently on 5 Live you are not able to hear Ian Carter, so we can hear Ian, but back there thanks for the support, Budsy, giggling in the background, but back there you can't hear Ian. So
this is a bit of a window into sort of like some sort of post-apocalyptic world, isn't it, where the only people talking on the radio are me, you and Steve Batley.
I mean,
there's a film in that.
I heard Xander Schauffele's on the charge.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. That was the message anyway.
Xander Schauffele is on the charge. He's in such good form. I say he's won 2 majors this year. He won the Open at Troon, where he came from a few shots back on the final day to storm through and take that, much to Justin Rose's disappointment, who was also in the running for that claret jug at Troon. But Xander Schauffele won that, and he is on the charge here as he tries to chase down Hideki Matsuyama. The men's golf, by the way, if you are wondering, weren't listening before, then works in the same way, whereby 4 rounds, very simple, bang, just like any other major. The women's starts on Wednesday. Right, let's try again. Jonathan Overend at the tennis.
Watching Carlos Alcaraz on the centre court in a second set, deep in a second set with Tommy Paul. Now, Alcaraz won the first set 6-3. Paul did lead by 3 games to love and 4-1 in the second. Alcaraz has pegged him back, and now as a forehand goes long, we're heading into a second set tiebreak. Men's singles quarterfinal. The other quarterfinal currently being played between Alexander Zverev and Lorenzo Musetti. It's 3-all in the second set. Musetti won the first, and it is the Italian who is catching the eye more with his single-handed backhand winners and his drop shots as well, playing well. Zverev, who made the final of Roland Garros, looking a bit troubled, but all eyes just at this moment to the Chatrier Court, Mark, where Paul and Alcaraz are about to start this second set tiebreak.
Thank you very much. John Akers, please come in.
I'm only joking with that little delay, sorry.
Oh, that was good.
Very good.
Here and watching the semi-finals
of the K1, the canoe, and there is one more paddler, Timothy Anderson of Australia, before we see Joe Clark. So this is what's happened so far. Hegge is quickest. The top 12 of 20 qualify for the final, which is later this afternoon. Hegge, the German quickest, 91.24. Oschmalz of Austria behind him, and then Grigar of Slovakia. The big shock is that Peter Kauser, who's 40, from Slovenia, his 5th Olympic Games, silver in Rio behind Joe Clark, and a 2-times world champion, missed a gate and is out, we think, unless everyone else misses a gate on the way through. But that's the big story that's developed, and it just shows you how precise and how much jeopardy there is in this sport, that if you miss a gate, it's a 50-second penalty on the way down and you will not qualify for the final. It's not like the heats. There's only one run. Joe Clark next. He did miss a gate, Joe Clark, in one of his heats, so he's got to hope that he can put together a clean run, and that'll do him, I would have thought, with his speed, to qualify for the final.
It's been so up and down for him, hasn't it, John? You know, since 2016, and not being selected for Tokyo really, understandably, really threw him.
It did. He was world number 1 at the time, Joe Clark, to put it in perspective, and he was Olympic champion from Rio. So to not get selected, it was British Canoeing had a really rigid selection procedure, and it saw them put Bradley Forbes-Creans, who held on to the spot even though the games were pushed back a year. So at the time of the games in 21, he was the world number 1. He was in such good form, and he's had to deal with that over the last 3 years, that disappointment, and he's been waiting to defend his title, if you like, for 8 years. He was 23 when he won it. It was a real surprise win, even to him. You should see his face in the video when he crosses the line. He just can't believe the time he put down in the final. So it's been a long time. He's 31 now, and he's world champion. That was in Lee Valley, and that is a caveat, because when you're on home water, as we've seen so far with Nicolas Guestin of France, he won gold in the C1, nowhere near the top 3 in the world at the time he's won that. And if you look at who's leading at the moment in this event, Titouan Castri, who's only 19, this is where he trains every single day at the Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium. There is a massive advantage on being on home water, and we are about to see Joe Clark. Here he is at the starting blocks, and he's got his paddle across his bow. Double-ended, blade, kayak, serious look on his face. Away he goes, pale blue kayak and a pale blue helmet, wearing the number 3. Off goes Joe Clark, down the first drop with strong, fast white water and into a reverse gate. My word, he's quick through these first 4 gates. He looks determined. He's clean. We'll see a first split in just a second. Hegge at 20.84, and Joe Clark's a second quicker on this first run. It's a nice little spin move and into the stopper. The kayak disappears beneath him, and that's a lovely angle and tight around the upstream gate. And now he powers across the course and down into 2 downstream gates. Fast moving water, bobbing his head from side to side. 12,000 supporters in the stadium. Lovely and tight into the next upstream gate. This is lovely. He's level with Hegge, so he's lost a second in that section, but it all looked pretty good to me. He's down across another stopper and just gets his head round that gate. That was very tight. Please don't give him a penalty for that. Again, he's tight through another downstream gate and into another stopper. That's big white water. And then into the reverse. He's lovely round there, Joe Clark. This looks pretty quick. He's 1.25 seconds quicker than Hegge, the German, at the moment in this run. Just go clean, Joe. Just go through each gate and you're through to the final. Round the final reverse upstream gate and then across into the final 2. He's round that one. Just navigate 23. He's clean. He's fast. Joe Clark. He's quickest by 1.73 seconds, and he kisses his index finger and gives it a little waggle, and he looks up to the stands where the Union Jacks are fluttering. That is quality from Joe Clark, who sticks out his tongue. It's a brilliant, brilliant run, and at the moment he's fastest heading into the final.
And that little celebration at the end, John, as well, just putting his finger to his lips.
He loved that. You can tell he loved that. because he qualified 4th quickest from the heats. He missed a gate on his first run. Everyone was thinking to themselves, oh, you know, has he got this course? Can he paddle down this course? How's he going? Adam Burgess and Kimberly Woods are running alongside his kayak and shouting all the way down, and he's just put down some run. He's gone under 90 seconds. That is huge. To give you an idea, Titouan Castries of France, the 19-year-old I mentioned, there was a test event in October, and he put down 89.8, I think, in that test event, which was a really good time. Joe Clark has just gone quicker than that. He's told the field, I'm here, you're Olympic champ from 2016, I'm here, and I'm quick down this water, and you're going to have to be quick to beat me.
And as we've been saying all the way along, it means he now knows what he'll have to do. You know, he's going to be going in the last 3 or 4, isn't he?
Yeah, he's guaranteed top 4, Mark, at the moment, so he'll be going in the final 4 as we see Di Gennaro of Italy go next, and then it's Priskovic. He and Castries are the main threats. So Yuri Priskovic, 31, he's Czech, who's second to Clark in the World Championships at Lee Valley last year. He's the reigning Olympic champion from Tokyo, bronze in Rio in 2016, a 2 times world champion. And then Castries, his mum is a K1 paddler as well. It's in his blood. She was 6th in Atlanta in 1996. She's been helping him in the build-up to this. He was 8th in the World Championships last year. He's got 2 junior world titles, and he knows this water like the back of his hand because it's where he trains every day. It's going to be fascinating, this, as Di Gennaro has already picked up a penalty and is 3 seconds slower than Joe Clark in his run. So it looks like Joe Clark is going to be guaranteed going off as one of the 3 quickest in the final, which is later this afternoon.
Okay, we'll stay with John. We'll sort of flip with that. Still got Steve Buckley and Steve Bunce in the cafe, and we're gonna give Ian Carter a go again. Some of you may have heard him last time, some maybe didn't, but you will definitely hear him this time. And Xander Schauffele has just dropped a shot, Ian.
Yes, he has, at the 17th, and I think that's going to be one of the characteristics of this Olympic golf tournament, both for the men this week and the women next week, is just how tough the finishing stretch of holes are. Schauffele perishing at the 17th after driving into the rough, so he slips back to 6 under par, 2 shots off the lead held by Hideki Matsuyama. Carlos Ortiz of Mexico is just coming into the closing stretch, 3 holes to go. He's also at 6 under par. The cheers you heard there were for John Rahm. Now, Rahm has just birdied that 17th hole. That gets him back to 4 under par. He came a cropper at the 16th when he drove into the water on the par 3. That after eagling the 14th. So Rahm is very much in the picture, as is Tommy Fleetwood for Great Britain. It seems an age now since he signed for his 67. The Englishman at 4 under par, 4 shots off the lead.
Jonathan Overend.
5 points all in the second set tie-break between Carlos Alcaraz and Tommy Paul. Alcaraz then 2 points away from victory, but he was 5-3 up. And Paul winning the last 2 points. Terrific effort from him. While over on the court, Suzanne Longlon, really unusual situation. They're closing the roof there, I imagine primarily for a public health reason. It is so hot and so exposed, that court. But they started closing it mid-game while they were playing, and this shadow started extending across the court, and the players, unsurprisingly, were unhappy with that and had to say to the umpire, look, we're not going to carry on playing until the roof finishes closing. And it's amazing, isn't it, that someone should have pressed the button or been authorised to press the button before the players had been consulted. So that roof is now closed, and that match is continuing with Zverev 4-3 up in the second set, having lost the first to Musetti. I'm just watching this Alcaraz point very closely, Mark, because if he wins it, he'll go to match point, and he is going to be at match point. 6-5 Alcaraz. This in the men's quarterfinals, with Tommy Paul playing later, could be soonish anyway, against Andy Murray and Dan Evans in the doubles. But Alcaraz was behind in this set, 3-love and 4-1. But he has shown some amazing spirit in this second set to turn it around. And the times he makes winners, which of course, knowing Alcaraz, as we now are doing, winning at 3 of the 4 Grand Slams, He is celebrating wildly with this crowd. He's really entering into the Olympic spirit, if you like, and bringing the crowd with him. And now it is match point for a place in the semi-finals for Carlos Alcaraz, the reigning French Open and Wimbledon champion. Forehand return from him. It clips the top of the net. It thinks about going over, but comes back his side. So Tommy Paul does win the point. It gets to 6-all, and they'll have a change of ends, Mark.
OK, and we'll go back to John Akers at the kayak single,
where Yuri Priskovich is in action at the moment, and he's clipped gate 12. He's going to qualify comfortably. It's a good time. He's just easing through the finish. He doesn't mind being 5th fastest. That's what he is. 3 seconds slower than Joe Clark. The raw time, though, he's only a second slower than Joe Clark. And what I mean by that is you get 2 seconds for a penalty if you clip a gate, but he didn't miss one. That's the thing. Miss one, and it's all over for you in this semi-final of the K1. That's the kayak. Peter Kauser is out. He does not qualify for the final. His 5th Olympic Games, silver in Rio behind Joe Clark, the 2-time world champion. He's got a lovely quote, by the way, about this sport. It's paddling on white water is like a ballet. Everything must be smooth and reactive. And that's exactly what Joe Clark was on his run. It was super quick, and we're about to see if the French boy wonder, Titouan Castric, the 19-year-old, on home water, can go quicker than Joe. Does he go and try and beat him? I don't think he does. I think he would take somewhere in the top 5 or 6 here, Castric, because going last, as Joe Clark is at the moment, within the sport, it's not always seen as the best thing.
But then equally, it depends how much he gets willed down this course by the French crowd, who are already cranking it up. Back there shortly, Jonathan.
It's set point to Tommy Paul now at 7-6 in the second set tiebreak against Carlos Alcaraz. Point away from taking us all the way in this men's quarter-final. Spectators fanning themselves all around, said it was hot. Well, on the other court, Zverev even borrowed a fan from a spectator. He needed to cool himself down. Alcaraz serves, missing with the first delivery. And Alcaraz, who had a match point a moment ago, couldn't convert. Paul, who led comfortably 4-1 in this second set, now on the brink of winning the set. Backhand down the centre from Alcaraz. Big forehand hit from the American Paul, who's taking charge of this rally. Can he finish it with a cross-court forehand? Into the net he comes. Half volley is made, but here comes Alcaraz to steer one down the line. That's what he does. Why should we be surprised? The young Spaniard again staring up to all sides of the court and waving his arms in encouragement, and 7 points all. What a recovery on that point from Alcaraz. Back to you, Mark.
Joe Clark is going to be going last. John Akers.
Joe Clark is going to be going last. Joe Clark of Stone and Stafford Canoe Club, born in Stoke-on-Trent, fastest in the semi-finals as Castric is on his run at the moment, the young Frenchman, and he's picked up 2 gate penalties already. Picked up 2 on gate 4 and 2 on gate 8. That's second penalties, but he's still quick down this run. Into the final upstream gate he goes, navigates it nicely, round it, and into the final 2 gates now. Ooh, he's only just round gate 22. He's through gate 23, powering to the line because of those penalties. 91.56. So his raw time, 87 seconds. 2 seconds quicker than Joe Clark. And I say raw time again, I'm just explaining this as we go along, because he clipped 2 gates on the way down. You get a 2-second penalty for each. So if you take those 4 seconds off and just take his raw run down the water, he was ever so quick. 87 seconds for his raw run. Let's see what happens in the final.
Joe Clark fastest then going into the final in the K1. Match point Alcaraz. Jonathan.
For a second time at 8 points to 7, having saved that set point with the running backhand winner after the Paul half volley. He's won the next point as well. It is on the Tommy Paul serve at 7-8, second set tiebreak. This for a place in the Olympic Games semi-finals. Very deep position to return serve for Alcaraz. Punches it down the centre of the court. Now he's got a follow-up backhand, which he slices. Forehand attack from Paul in his backhand corner. Alcaraz is going cross-court and Paul goes long. And Alcaraz showing immediate emotion at making the semi-finals. He's won the French Open, he's won Wimbledon, but how dearly he wants to win the Olympic Games as well. He's one step closer. Terrific effort from Tommy Paul, who now has to pick himself up to come onto court again in a couple of hours to play Andy Murray and Dan Evans in the doubles. But Alcaraz, is there anything this young kid can't do? Is there any place he can't win? He's on the centre of the court, bellowing in elation at that latest victory, and he is through to the final four. He will play again tomorrow for a guaranteed medal.
Jonathan, thank you very much. So the main story is that this from the afternoon is that Joe Clark in the kayak single has qualified fastest for that final. Remember, earlier in the day there was a silver and 2 bronzes for Britain in the rowing. And they've just delayed the golf because of the weather at Le Golf National. Ian?
Yes, threatening clouds gathering over the Le Golf National, and the feeling and the evidence is that it's a potential electrical storm. So play has been suspended late in the day on this opening day. Hideki Matsuyama, remember, is the leader at 8 under par. I just love the press conferences that happen afterwards. A little insight for you here, Mark. Matsuyama was asked, "Is your sense of distance with the irons right?" Matsuyama said, "My score was good today, so I think it is." The next question, "How do you feel now heading into the next 3 rounds?" He said, "I'm glad I was able to finish the day in top spot." Thanks for that. So Xander Schauffele, having dropped that shot at 17, is at 6 under par. He's marooned on the 18th, so a big frustration for him, and he's 2 shots behind.
OK, our Olympics coverage continues with Tony Livesey after Richard Foster in the news.
This is 5 Live Sport and the Olympic Games
with Tony Livesey
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Paris. I'm in the same cafe as Chappers, which is relevant because I think I've just had the most elegant handover I've ever had in my radio history, when he said, his opening words to me was, "Have you got a napkin? My ears have been sweating." So we now have a communal napkin that we're passing round to Bunsey. Have you wiped yours?
I've used it already.
Hey?
Yeah, I've used someone else's, yeah.
Laura, you can use the ear napkin as well. That's just one of the conditions of being out here at the moment. It's close, as we would say in Burnley. But welcome back, everybody. We're underway, and in fact, we're going straight into the action, actually. Ian Carter's watching the golf. Ian, hello to you.
Hello, Tony. Yeah, it's close, it's humid, and it's stormy at Le Golf National. The clouds have come over, and they look pretty threatening, and there's electricity in the air, and as a result, play has been suspended late in the day on the first day of the men's golf at Le Golf National, with Hideki Matsuyama in the clubhouse as the leader. The Japanese player round in 63, 8 under par. He has a 2-shot lead from Xander Schauffele, who was playing the final hole when the hooter sounded to bring the players in, and the suspension took effect. So he's at 6 under par. Carlos Ortiz of Mexico, he's on the 16th. And he is also at 6 under par. There are 3 players who carded 66s today. They're in the group at 5 under par. Joaquim Niemann of Chile, Emiliano Grillo of Argentina, and Tom Kim, the exciting young Korean, all round in 5 under par 66s. And also on that 5 under par is another Chilean. That's Mito Pereira, who very nearly won the PGA a few years ago. He's on the 15th. When play resumes. Now, as far as the British Challenge is concerned, Tommy Fleetwood leads the way, 4 under par 67 for him today, so he's in the group at 4 under par, sharing 8th place. Rory McIlroy, a 3-putt at the last and a 3 under par 68. He did talk about how great the crowds were, said the atmosphere was absolutely awesome today on this opening day of the golf. Victor Hovland just a hole to finish off. He's in the group at 3 under par as well. And I'm afraid it's been a disappointing day for the other Briton in the field. That's Matt Fitzpatrick, who's currently at 1 over par, so in a share of 49th place in the 60-man field. And he has 2 holes to complete as and when we get a resumption in play.
Cheers, Ian. Thank you. We're back and forth to you when play resumes there. Thanks very much, mate. Plenty of medals knocking around for GB today, in the rowing particularly, and we'll recap that in just a second. But let's go to the kayak singles final. It's about to get underway. John Akers is watching. John, it is not all about me, but I'm looking forward, hopefully, to my first medal of the proceedings today on day 6 on my watch.
I'm really hoping you're not a jinx after Mallory Franklin yesterday coming last in the final after you saying that before our chat yesterday. But we have got a really strong shout for a gold medal in this, Tony. Jo Clark of Great Britain. The final starts at 4:30 this afternoon BST, and Jo Clark has qualified quickest from the semi-finals, and he's broken the sort of magic 90-second barrier down this course at Vers-Suman at the Nautical Stadium. Very, very quick. Very, very confident. The champion in Rio, the gold medalist in Rio, Hegger of Germany second. Castries, the teenage sensation from France, has qualified third quickest with 2 penalties. So he nudged 2 gates on the way down, a 2-second penalty for each one. He would have been quickest had he gone clean. He's very quick on his home track, if you like, his home water. And then Oschmaltz of Austria, Griegar, and then the big danger going out, 6th from the end, Priskovic. He is the reigning Olympic champion, second to Jo Clark in Rio, and a 2-times world champion. So that is the lineup. Jo Clark's going to go last. He'll know exactly what he has to do, Tony, when he hits the water.
Right, and do we have an estimated time on that, John? I know we've been hit and miss on those as we've gone through, but
yeah, because they put the intervals at different times in different races. So the interval was about 2.5 minutes in the semi-final. So if we go off that, there are 12 in the final at 2.5 minutes, half an hour after, just after 5 o'clock, I think we'll see Jo Clark run, something like that. Yeah,
we'll maintain some suspense. People will just have to keep tuned in, won't they? That's the thing. If they want to win a medal, stay tuned. John Akers there watching Jo Clark. Hopefully around 5ish we might get a medal. It'd be great. Now, I mentioned the rowers. They've been in action today. It's done really well indeed. Britain's rowers have won 3 medals today. Matilda Hodgkins-Byrne and Becky Wild won bronze in the double sculls. Then the men's 4 matched them with a bronze of their own this morning. And then in a race which came down to the wire, Helen Glover and the rest of the women's 4 had gold snatched at the death by the Netherlands.
Helen Glover willing her team on. She looks again. It's going to be so tight. It's the Dutch up to the line, and it's gold for the Netherlands. And GB just miss out in silver. It looked with 100 metres to go as if they would put their foot down and storm to an historic gold. But in a complete reversal from 24 hours to go, this time it's the Dutch who celebrate the tightest of finishes. And Great Britain, Helen Glover, Esme Booth, Sam Redgrave and Rebecca Shorten look devastated with silver.
Oh gosh, I think we've done a good job. I don't think it's I think we all would have been very happy with gold, and that's what we were going out there for, but we'll take a silver.
Sam, it was an incredible race to be part of, but obviously on the losing side it feels hard. Is it too early to reflect on how that felt?
Yeah, maybe a bit. I mean, look, we didn't go in there wanting to race for silver. We went in there racing for gold, and we fell short of it today. I'm still really proud of what we've done all season and what we did in that race, and yeah, we'll have time to reflect on it. Right now it's all a bit of a shock.
Helen, you've been in 4 different Olympics, 3 different combinations. What does today mean to you, and what does it mean to be rowing with these women?
Joe, I think the thing that I've learned is the most frustrating thing is to look back and find things you could do differently, and I think today we put it all out there. We raced the plan that we wanted to race. We raced together with so much heart, and you know what, I think there can't be regret in looking back and knowing you've done all you can.
How many calls were there in the last 250 just to go and put it all out there?
I don't think I stopped shouting. I think maybe Rebecca didn't hear all of it because the crowds are so loud, and thank you to everyone that's come here today. Thank you to everyone that's cheered us on at home. But I was screaming as loud as I could. Yeah, go! Yeah, I mean, we just fully believe in it until the last stroke, you know, you have to.
Helen Glover there speaking to Matthew Pinsent and Catherine Granger. We're in the cafe here, our cafe, our resident cafe here in Paris. Steve Bunce alongside me. Official good morning, Steve.
Thank you, Tony.
We're also joined now by 3-time Olympian and medal winner Mo Sabihi. Mo, hello to you.
Hello.
Hi, I'm struck on the rowing particularly, such fine margins there. We had the women pipped at the post by the Dutch yesterday. The women's quads pipped the Dutch on the line with a fraction of a second as well. It's stressful and again, as we say, Mo, such fine margins.
Such fine margins, and it was today we were on the wrong end of those really small margins, and yesterday we got the right side. We led for one stroke, the most important stroke of the race, whereas today we never got our bow balls in front convincingly enough, and disappointment for the women's four. But it was a fantastic day, full of medals and different perspectives for each of the medals, which is lovely stories to tell across the 3 medals that we've won.
Mo, Steve Bunce here, how are you, my friend? Mo, could I ask you this? I believe that rowing is on that heartbreak board, the board that's got the defeats by the smallest of margins. We're talking, are we talking genuinely about a centimetre, half a centimetre, 2 centimetres? What are we talking about, Mo?
You're talking about such fine margins. If you look at the replays of yesterday, if you just had another half a metre, the British crew might not have won because it would have been on the surge, the way the boat moves backwards and forwards. And it takes a long time for that momentum to shift in the right direction. So you have to really break clear. So it's such fine margins. And today we really saw that. The British women in their four were going backwards and forwards, towards and froing in that last 250 metres. And it is fine margins. And fine margins can happen either in defeat or victory, but also during the race where you just get something wrong. The men's four, they didn't have the best of starts today. They were out of it. I was amazed by how much they were able to come back into the race to get a very good bronze medal on reflection. But you then think, what if they got their start right? Would they have been in contention further down in the course? So it is such fine margins, but the defeat, the win, the gaps between winner and ultimately the silver placer in defeat are so close, and it's heartbreaking if you're the wrong side.
It certainly is. Mo, do you know when you're in that boat, when as you say, you talked about the surge, but do you know if you've won it by a few centimetres or if you've lost it? Do you know in your heart of hearts?
There are a few races when I was involved in, and I called them really early. None of my other teammates were celebrating, and I was. You get this feeling. You get this feeling because you've got the people next to you. Boats are normally about the same length, so when you cross that line and everybody stops rowing, if you have a quick look to your left-hand side or your right-hand side, depending upon where your opposition are, you can see your counterpart in the same seat, and they might be in front of you or behind you. But it's a big call to make. And fair play to my commentator yesterday, Katie Smith. She called it that they had won, and I was gasping for air. I was unsure, but as a rower, when you're in a close race, you just don't want to give up.
That was hugely disappointing. I mean, they're coming away with silver, so it's not the end of the world for them. But the bronze earned by Matilda Hodgkins, Byrne and Becky Wilde in the double sculls, Mo, that's sensational when you consider their build-up to this race and what they've gone through over the past 18 months, 2 years or so.
It's phenomenal. I can't tell you how amazing that bronze medal is, and that's the perspective that you get, which is beautiful in Olympic sport. We see silver as a small little bit of disappointment, what could have been for our women's sport, but this is a really well-earned bronze medal for Matilda Hodgkins Byrne and for Becky Wilde. Becky Wilde's her first Olympics, no experience. It was only her third ever senior international regatta. Matilda Hodgkins Byrne took time out to have a baby. Her little boy Freddie is less than 2 years old. She decided to come back. She trained up to 40 weeks of pregnancy doing light training, and they had the hard route. So last year at the World Championships, the boat wasn't qualified for the Olympics, so they had to go to the last chance saloon, the final Olympic qualification regatta, which didn't take place that far ago. So only a couple of months ago that it took place. So to then have to peak twice for your event, it is really hard, and that takes a lot of management from the coaches, from the athletes themselves, to peak, to qualify, to go to the Olympics. And you think that's it, that you've made the Olympics, but they didn't settle there. And from their first stroke in their first race this week in the heat, they just blasted out, and they challenged and they dared the rest of the field to go with them. And they did the same in the semi. And just today, they never got quite going in the first 500, 750 metres like what they had done in the heat in their semi. But they'd done just enough to put themselves in that medal contention. And I can't tell you, it was I've got them now. Again, talking about it, it was goosebumps moment because we know what they have had. It's just phenomenal.
The rowers have done us proud, Team GB, Mo, haven't they? That bronze for the men took Britain's tally to 20, which gets them 6 in the medals table. At the moment, with 6 goals, it's amazing. Mo Sabihi, thanks very much for your time, mate.
Cheers, thank you very much. Enjoy it out there.
Will do. Thank you very much. I will do once I've got Chappers' sweaty earphones off my head a bit later on. Let's go. If you missed the start of the show, you've no idea what I'm referring to. Let's go to Roland Garros. Jonathan Overend in his spiritual home, watching the tennis, and it's big moments now, Jonathan, and big moments to come today.
Yes, with Andy Murray and Dan Evans, Tony, in action again. Yet again, we're saying could be the final day of Murray's career. In the meantime, men's semi-final places to be played for. We know Alcaraz has taken one of them, Carlos Alcaraz, and in the last few minutes, Lorenzo Musetti, the Wimbledon semi-finalist, has taken another of them. And how well did Musetti play today? Absolute brilliant performance from him to put out the French Open runner-up, Alexander Zverev, in straight sets. His backhand is a thing of absolute beauty, and quite appropriately, on the match point, he struck one cross-court, it hit the line, and Musetti is through, where he might play Djokovic, the man he lost to in that Wimbledon semi-final. And earlier, Alcaraz came from a breakdown to win the second set against Tommy Paul, the man who will partner Taylor Fritz against Murray and Evans a little bit later. There's one more match to come, Tony, before that Murray match.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm obsessed with the schedule or something. Like I've got the Christmas radio times out, so we can't really tell what time Murray and Evans are coming on, can we, Jonathan? We can just give it a best guess, I suppose. We don't know how long the previous match is.
They're after Casper Ruud and Felix Auger-Aliassime. That's Norway against Canada. They will step out onto that court Suzanne Longmore. I mentioned, actually, they closed that roof during that match. I presumed it was to keep the spectators, sort of give them a bit of shade, because it's very open there on the Longmore court. But actually, the rain started falling about 10 minutes later. So well done to whoever chose that moment, because there will be shelter for the Ruud Auger-Aliassime. I should say they are two of the slower players on the tour, Tony. So we could be a good few hours away from Murray.
Keep it tuned is the message. Overs, thanks, mate. Bunsey, we're all excited here in the cafe waiting for this canoe slalom final. Joe Clark, potential gold medal this afternoon.
Well, in all fairness, Tony, as you said at the top of the show, it's not about you, but really it is. Because I've sat with you here for on and off for about the last 10 days getting ready for it, and I know what it's like to be a presenter at the Olympics. I've sat in enough chairs opposite presenters at the Olympics, and no one wants to go the entire 16 days of competition without one gold. Because here's the thing, some of that dirt sticks. Some of that mud sticks. No, it does, Tony.
Are you saying there's a place at LA at stake here?
Well, that would be, to be honest with you, after the day I've had, I'm probably top of that leaderboard, I can assure you. But quite seriously, you need your gold, and I, for one, will be celebrating if we can do it in the kayak singles.
Yeah, I don't want to bring the conversation down any further. I haven't even won a medal, never mind gold, but so we'll have anything. We'll take anything this afternoon. So Joe Clark's on the way. Keep it tuned for that. Plenty more medals in the pool this evening, including the women's 4x200 metres final. We'll bring it to you tonight on 5 Live Sport. Steve Parry, as ever, and Alistair Bruce Ball will be watching.
Well, I'm not going to pretend that tonight's swimming is going to be as electric as it was last night, because you're not going to get too many sessions that will match that for atmosphere or superhuman achievements in the pool. But Steve Parry, bronze medalist in Athens, racing against the great Michael Phelps back in 2004. Léon Marchand, France's golden boy, is back in the pool tonight in the 200 metres individual medley. That is semi-final action for him there. But one of our British swimmers, Duncan Scott, actually had the audacity to finish ahead of him in his heat this morning. Was Marchand just pacing himself, do we think?
Yeah, I also think Duncan Scott was being very cheeky, saw an opportunity and thought, you know what, I'll just have this scalp. Why not? And Duncan Scott is so quick on the freestyle. We saw that when he brought home the 4x2 the other night. He saw Marchand next to him and went, you know what, why not? I'll take top spot. But Marchand, he's just managing his energy. We saw that yesterday when he did that fantastic double. In the 90 minutes in between both of those swims, he was very calm, very relaxed, doing what he needed
to do. Now, the heat for him is just an annoyance. He wouldn't have wanted to wake up at 7 o'clock this morning, come down to the pool and have to swim. He'd like to be relaxing. But the key point is he's done what he's needed to do, and you'll see a different Marchand tonight as he tries to get a centre lane.
And again, as I say, it's not medal races tonight, Steve, but longer term in that event. Duncan Scott and Tom Dean are both in it. Are they in contention for medals there, do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, Duncan Scott, I think, looks better at this stage. He's been on at an Olympic Games and got a medal in this before. He was very unlucky to miss out on the gold medal in Tokyo. Wang just took it away from him in the last couple of metres. I think Duncan Scott will be right in the mix. I'm a little bit more concerned about Tom Dean. He didn't look brilliant to me this morning, and there is a really strong field in there. But Tom's a racer. You know, if he gets into that final tomorrow night, he'll absolutely be in the mix. The tricky thing for him is, can he navigate the semis?
I think what I'm most excited to watch tonight is the men's 50-metre freestyle semi-finals. The splash and dash, as I'm told it is called. So they absolutely rocket down the pool at high speed. Ben Proud is swimming for Great Britain. Why is it so important to you in particular, Steve? But I think to lots of people who follow British swimming that he gets himself on the podium at this Olympic Games.
Well, you've just got to look at his CV when it comes to swimming. There's nothing he hasn't done. He's won the European Championships. He's won the World Championships. He's won the Commonwealth Games. He's got medals in those events multiple times. And then we get to the Olympic Games. A really nasty 4th place, that hurt him. A 5th place as well. I just think Ben has been so great for the British team over the last 10 years. Does he deserve it? I want to say he deserves it, but I certainly want him to get it. But, this is an absolutely stacked field. Manadou, McAvoy, Caleb Dressel. It's going to be tough if he is going to get a medal.
Is it also, Steve, a little bit more of a lottery because it is over such a short distance at such a high speed? So I think I'm right in saying that in the last 4 runnings of this at the Olympics, you've had a different Olympic champion every time.
Absolutely, and it's for me, it's just a blanket finish. It looks a little bit like a washing machine on full cycle, as you're watching this splash go down. It's hard to see the guy's arms. And, to give yourself a perspective, go outside and see how long it takes you to do 50 metres walking or jogging. It's pretty quick that these guys are going. They're covering over 2 metres a second, 21 seconds to do the full 50 metres, and they're going at high rate of knots. But the key bit is, can you get a great start? Swimming speed's very similar from all of them. And can you spot the finish? Because it's hands and fingers on walls that make the big difference on the 50 free.
And in terms of the swim tonight, so it's semi-final swim tonight, so you need to be in the 8 fastest to get to the final. And the key, and that's such an obvious thing to say, but the key is to get to that final, because from what you're saying, Steve, get yourself in the final and you are in with a great chance of winning a medal.
Absolutely. But celebrating, if you look at between 9th and 16th, on those 8 spaces, there's only 9 100ths of a second is separating those guys. So it is a lottery tonight, really. These guys, a lot of them are as fast as each other, with the exception of McAvoy, who is out there on his own a little bit.
In terms of the finals tonight, so 4 more medals up for grabs tonight. There is British interest in 2 of the 4 races. Laura Stevens has qualified for the women's 200 metres butterfly. That race, I think, is really all about the 17-year-old Canadian Summer McIntosh. And the women's 4x200 metre freestyle team qualified 7th fastest for that race. So I think fair to say, in terms of both of those races, Steve, that is a real outside medal shot for Britain in either of those, isn't it?
Well, it'll be a real turn-up if Great Britain end up on the medal rostrum tonight. However, Laura Stevens, she went to Doha earlier this year at the World Championships and she won a gold medal. Now, she is not going to challenge Summer McIntosh, the 17-year-old. She is looking in amazing form this week, and she could very well pick up her second title here. As for the women's 4x2, there's probably be Freya Colbert will definitely come in there, I would have thought, just as a replacement. So that gives us a little bit more firepower. But I would expect 4th or 5th, if I was a better man, would where I'd say those guys would finish.
McIntosh is almost a mini Marchand, but obviously, she's Canadian and we're in France. But there's stardust there, isn't there?
Absolutely. And, really interesting story from her family. Her father lives in Canada, with her one daughter trying to make it in hockey, and her mother lives in Florida with Summer, with her trying to make it in swimming. They're an incredibly committed family when it comes to sport. Her mother used to be a swimmer, which is a big help. But if you were going to draw the perfect swimmer, female, you'd probably come up with something that looks like Summer McIntosh. And she's just... kid sounds derogatory, but she is just an unassuming kid that is extremely talented. And I would have thought she'd win that tonight. Just a quick mention for Regan Smith from America. She's doing a double tonight. She's trying to get a medal in the 200 metres butterfly, and then she's got to come back and qualify in the women's 200 backstroke. So very busy lady.
Session starts at 7:30 UK time, and Summer McIntosh, that medal race, the women's 200 metres butterfly, is the final first up. The last race of the night was one of the epic races in Tokyo 3 years ago. The women's 4x200 metres freestyle relay. Australia utterly dominant in qualification this morning. They were bronze medalists in Tokyo last time. China won an incredible gold there. Katie Ledecky nearly won it for the USA, and they took silver. Those three will be going head-to-head again this evening. Australia, though, red-hot favourites.
Alistair Bruce Ball and Steve Parry, looking forward to the swimming tonight. I must admit, I'm really enjoying watching the swimming. I think Kelly Cates is going to desert them tonight. She's normally their companion. She's off to the volleyball, I'm told. A little bit later on, I'm a hobby swimmer, 6 miles a week or so, Steve. Listening to that, the 50-metre speed there is practically twice the speed that I can get to. It's incredible watching these athletes go in that pool.
The first time I watched Olympic swimming was in Athens. It was outdoors. It was beautiful, and they had some really early qualifying rounds, like 7, 8, 9, 10 in the morning because of the heat, obviously, as well. And what struck me from being that close and not watching it on TV was that speed. I mean, it's staggering speed. The 50s are just ridiculous. The front crawl 50s they're close to obscene, because I put myself at poolside and I imagine how much of a jog, run, walk would I have to do to beat a swimmer. And I was a bit younger in 2004, by the way. Right now, I think I'd maybe do it over 50, but there's no guarantee.
Right now, I'd have to have one end of the stretcher if you were trying to do 50 metres, I think.
Yeah,
Steve.
I'm telling you.
One other thing about the swimming as well, we're going to go to the hockey in just a second, but I was having my evening non-alcoholic lager, as I like to do most evenings on the way back to the hotel. And I was privileged to watch the swimming in the company of a load of French people in the centre of Paris last night, watching Léon Marchand. They were going nuts. It was fantastic.
Well, I was at the boxing. The boxing had ended. I'd done 3 sessions there. I had an awful long day there. And just right at the end, as I was leaving, as I was walking down from my commentary position, I could see that there were huddles, groups, big groups, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 people there. And I'm thinking they're not going for the metro because it's a bit, they maybe want to let the crowds go. And then I realised what they were doing. They were watching the race. So I didn't stand with any of the packs. But as I walked past, I swear, back to the walking theme, I was walking as he was racing. So the noise was intensifying as I was walking past him till I was 50 metres away, and suddenly he'd won. And there was a roar. Now, it holds about 9,000, that arena. There was no more than 500 in there. It sounded like it had been swapped with a 19,000 arena, and that was people watching it in huddles on their phones.
That is a feature of being in France, and we're lucky enough to be here. Just suddenly you'll be walking past a bar and they'll all kick off because something's happened. Who knows?
Mostly judo.
Yeah.
Mostly judo, Tony. Let's get that right. To stick with Chapper's theme, if it's not fencing, it's judo. That's what they watch.
Chappers is at the judo tomorrow, funny enough. Right, we may have a medal on the way this afternoon. Fingers crossed, all fingers crossed for Joe Clark in the canoe slalom. Over the next hour or so, he goes in that. He's last out as well, so that will be very, very stressful nearer the time. We've got hockey action now. The men, GB's men were in action early. They beat France 2-1. Women are in action in Pool B today against the USA. Gold medalist Helen Richardson-Walsh is watching alongside Sarah Orchard. Sarah, hello.
Hello, yes, right then. We're getting slightly a bit close towards the business end of the hockey tournament. As you were just saying there, Great Britain's men, they're into the quarterfinals. Now, I think by the end of this afternoon, this evening, we'll know far more if GB's women are or aren't there. A lot of things have got to fall into place, but here's the story. They're currently playing against the USA here in Pool B. This is at the Yves de Manoir Stadium. We're a couple of minutes in. It's USA 0, Great Britain 0. Basically, if Great Britain win this, I think everyone's going to be nice and calm. Pretty much guaranteed that if South Africa lose to the match that's going to be going on the other pitch against Spain, that they will be through to the quarterfinals, so they won't be able to be caught. But if they draw this or they lose this, Helen Richardson-Walsh, it is going to be a very, very stressful sort of 24, 48 hours, isn't it?
It is, but we're not going to think about that, Sarah. We've still got a game to play. It's all in our hands, and we're just going to focus on that for now.
All of the chat about the USA hockey team, of course, should be about how they got here. It should be about their coach, David Passmore. But, of course, you're going to hear a lot over the next hour or so about one of their assistant coaches. And that, of course, is Maddie Hinch, who, Helen, you know better than almost anyone. She was the Great Britain goalkeeper when you won gold, doing heroics, of course, when you won that gold medal in the shootout. What was your reaction when she was named on the staff of USA Hockey?
Well, I have to say, it wasn't a huge announcement. It was just something that happened. She suddenly joined a college team over there, and I think Dave Passmore and Craig Parnham got her into the coaching setup, and she's just kind of put on a USA tracksuit and entered the Olympic stage this way. So, yeah, I mean, it's fantastic for the USA team, a huge amount of experience in goal, and she will offer that to their keepers and bring an extra bit of something, I would imagine, to their keepers especially.
OK, well, at the moment out on the pitch, USA just had a corner, well saved there by Great Britain, who are now making their way back down the field. So, yeah, getting to the important end of the hockey side of things, it's currently USA 0, Great Britain 0. We've still got 12 minutes of the first quarter still to play, though.
Great. Sarah and Helen, you'll be relieved to know myself and Bunsey will be back with our massive hockey knowledge to have a chat very shortly.
Can't wait.
Brace yourselves. Right, back with you guys shortly. That match just underway. Let's break now on 5 Live for the news with Richard Foster.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Tony. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister's been meeting senior police officers in Downing Street. It's after 2 nights of violence, following a knife attack in Southport in which 3 young girls were killed. More than 100 people were arrested in London last night, and there were 8 arrests in Hartlepool. Several officers were injured, and a police car was set on fire. Well, our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, joins me now. Hi there, Damien. What more do we know about the violent protests themselves?
Hi, Richard. Yes, well, we know, and the reason, obviously, that Keir Starmer is having this meeting with police chiefs is that there's been real concern at the way these protests have spread. Small but pretty violent, scenes of real disorder and targeting the police. So Keir Starmer meeting police chiefs this afternoon, he's been talking about, first of all, he said that the horrific attack in Southport earlier in the week with 3 young girls who lost their lives. But then he went on to say in his opening remarks, talking about marauding mobs on the streets of Southport attacking the police, more thuggery than in other parts of the country. So in Manchester, in London, more than 100 arrests in London for violent disorder yesterday. The Prime Minister called that, he said, action needed to be taken, and he would be ensuring police officers and police chiefs had the powers they needed. And I think he's just begun speaking in Downing Street after the conclusion of that meeting.
Clearly strong words then from Sir Keir Starmer. He seems determined to get a grip on this.
Yes, and I think certainly, I mean, we have obviously new government facing a serious situation and wanting to show that it is taking appropriate action. And I think particularly wanting to send this message about standing with the police and looking to try to stop, I think, or sort of quash any of these sort of events from erupting elsewhere, because we did see them spread from Southport one night to other places, as I was saying, so Cleveland, London, and elsewhere last night. And then the government reacting pretty quickly now, and Sir Keir Starmer delivering a pretty forceful message.
Damien, thanks very much indeed. Our political correspondent, Damien Grammaticus, speaking to us there. Well, let's go to Downing Street, where the Prime Minister is holding a news conference.
And so I call on everyone to give them, and indeed the wider community at Southport, the space to grieve, and time for the authorities in Merseyside to do their job. There will be a time for questions, and we will make sure that the victims and families in Southport are at the heart of that process. That's the very least that we owe these families. But we also owe them justice. So while there's a prosecution that must not be prejudiced, for them to receive the justice that they deserve, the time for answering those questions is not now. And I remind everyone that the price for a trial that is prejudiced is ultimately paid by the victims and their families who are deprived of the justice that they deserve. Let me now turn to the actions of a tiny, mindless minority in our society. Because in the aftermath of this attack, the community of Southport had to suffer twice. A gang of thugs got on trains and buses, went to a community that is not their own, a community grieving the most horrific tragedy, and then proceeded to throw bricks at police officers who just 24 hours earlier had been having to deal with an attack on children in their community. And make no mistake, whether it's in Southport, London, or Hartlepool, these people are showing our country exactly who they are. Mosques targeted because they're mosques. Flares thrown at the statue of Winston Churchill. A Nazi salute at the cenotaph. And so I've just held a meeting with senior police and law enforcement leaders where we've resolved to show who we are. A country that will not allow understandable fear to curdle into division and hate in our communities, and that will not permit, under any circumstances, a breakdown in law and order on our streets. Because let's be very clear about this. It's not protest, it's not legitimate, it's crime, violent disorder, an assault on the rule of law and the execution of justice. And so, on behalf of the British people, who expect their values and their security to be upheld, we will put a stop to it. I want to thank all of the police officers across the country who have already, as they do so often, stood up to intimidation and violence in the past few days, and indeed throughout the summer. And let me be clear, the meeting this afternoon was not about pointing the finger of blame. That is not how this government of service conducts its business, because it doesn't work. Rather, this was a meeting to pull together our response, a response both to the immediate challenge, which is clearly driven by far-right hatred, but also all violent disorder that flares up, whatever the apparent cause or motivation. We make no distinction. Crime is crime, and so to that end, I can announce today that following this meeting, we will establish a national capability across police forces to tackle violent disorder. These thugs are mobile, they move from community to community, and we must have a policing response that can do the same. Shared intelligence, wider deployment of facial recognition technology, and preventative action, criminal behaviour orders to restrict their movements before they can even board a train, in just the same way that we do with football hooligans. And let me also say to large social media companies and those who run them, violent disorder clearly whipped up online, that is also a crime. It's happening on your premises, and the law must be upheld everywhere. That is the single most important duty of government. Service rests on security, and we will take all necessary action to keep our streets safe. I'll now take a number of questions from the media. I'm going to start with Alex from BBC.
Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed. Alex Forsyth, BBC News. Can I ask, how concerned are you that the violence that we've seen may spread? Are you providing extra police resources? Are you preparing any clampdown on the far-right groups that are being blamed for this? And indeed, if you are, how can you, given that they're often very disparate? And if I may, are you satisfied with the way the BBC's handled the Hugh Edwards case? Thank you.
Yeah, well, Alex, in relation to the violence that we've seen. The whole point on pulling together the meeting today was to have a coordinated response. The clear message from police and law enforcement is not that they need more powers. I think we have to wean ourselves off the idea that the only response is to pass more legislation every time we have a challenge in front of us. It's to use the existing powers that we've got, pulling together the intelligence, the data, making sure that that is being shared across police forces, and that as these groups sort of bounce from chief constable to chief constable around the country, we have the same response, robust response to them, and that we're clear that this is violent disorder, it's not protest, and that needs to be the starting position of the policing response to it. In relation to Hugh Edwards, look, I'm shocked and appalled, I'm sure, as everybody is in relation to this, and the Culture Secretary is meeting the Director General of the BBC later on today. Thank you, Alex. I'm going to try and wean people off the 2 or 3 questions in one, if I may.
Prime Minister in Downing Street there, holding a news conference after those violent protests that we've seen following the horrible attack in Southport on Monday, in which 3 young girls were killed. Very strong words from Sir Keir Starmer. He said he won't permit a breakdown in law and order on our streets. It's not protest, it's not legitimate, it's crime driven by far-right hatred. He described it as crime being crime, and he's promising to set up a national capability to tackle violent disorder amongst police forces across England and Wales. He said the thugs are mobile. Our police response must be the same, and we must deal with them in the same way that we deal with football hooliganism. Well, that was the Prime Minister speaking in Downing Street, and the 17-year-old boy charged with the murder of the 3 girls at a dance class in Southport on Monday has been named as Axel Rudakabana. A judge lifted the ban on revealing his identity, which had been in place because of his age, when he appeared in court in Liverpool. Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge was there.
Dressed in a grey tracksuit, 17-year-old Axel Rudakabana kept his head down and his face buried in his grey sweater throughout the hearing. Mr Rudakabana is charged with the murders of 6-year-old BB King, Elsie Dot Stancombe, who was 7, and 9-year-old Elise De Silva Aguiar. He's also charged with the attempted murders of 8 other children and 2 adults. There are legal restrictions on naming the children who survived because of their ages. The 2 adults he's accused of attempting to murder are Leanne Lucas and John Hayes. Mr Rudakabana is also accused of possessing a curved kitchen knife. At the end of the hearing, he was remanded into youth custody. He'll next appear in court on October 25th.
Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge talking to me there. Well, the Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy is going to hold urgent talks with the BBC's Director General as early as today to discuss the corporation's handling of the Hugh Edwards case, which of course came up there in the news conference with Sir Keir Starmer. Yesterday, the former news presenter admitted possessing indecent images of children. He was paid his full salary until he left the corporation back in April. Our entertainment correspondent Lisa Mazimba joins me. Lots of questions for the BBC to answer this afternoon, Lisa.
Absolutely. The thing that most people are concentrating on is the fact that we now know that Hugh Edwards was arrested last November and that the BBC was informed that he'd been arrested and what he was being investigated over. People are asking a series of questions. One, why didn't the BBC make public that he'd been arrested? From the BBC's point of view, there is a general expectation of privacy when somebody's been arrested. One of the reasons for that being, of course, that people can be arrested and then not charged because whatever they're being investigated for turned out to not to be true or not to be the case. Of course, this is not what happened with Hugh Edwards, but the BBC had to balance that at the time. People are also asking, why was he still being paid his full salary after he was arrested? Again, there are very complicated HR and legal issues here. The BBC could have decided it was going to either sack him or stop paying him his salary at that point. Some experts in the area say that that would be opening the BBC up to a potential legal case by Hugh Edwards against them, claiming back the money he'd said he was owed or the job that he said he was unfairly sacked for. Of course, the BBC are not in the position of anyone knowing how that case is going to turn out. So again, they were sitting there thinking, how is this going to balance out if, say, this investigation goes nowhere and we've taken action that down the line is seen to be draconian? Of course, there is huge public concern now that we know the full facts of what's happened, and people are legitimately saying, did the BBC do enough at that point? Was it being too cautious? Should have just said, he's a big figure at the BBC. The BBC has got a big responsibility to licence payers who fund the organisation, and we should say that even when somebody's being arrested or being investigated for this, we should sack them or stop their salary and deal with the consequences down the line. Now, as we just heard from the Prime Minister, the Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy is going to be talking to Tim Davey, the Director General, and I'm sure those are some of the questions that she will be asking, and hopefully we'll have an indication later on today how that meeting went. But yes, very serious questions for the BBC to answer, and the Culture Secretary will hopefully be asking those on behalf of the British public and British licence payers of that later today.
Lisa Mazimbo, entertainment correspondent, thanks very much indeed for speaking to me here. Well, interest rates have been cut for the first time in more than 4 years this afternoon. The Bank of England's taken the base rate down from 5.25% to 5%. The cut should have a near immediate impact on mortgage holders who have repayments tracked to the Bank of England's base rate. The Governor, Andrew Bailey, switched his vote to back a reduction in rates, and after the decision was announced, he explained why.
CPI inflation has fallen markedly over the past year back to the 2% target. The impact from past external shocks has abated, and the risks of persistently high inflation have moderated. So it's now appropriate to reduce the degree of restrictiveness a little to ensure that inflation remains sustainably around the 2% target.
Well, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has defended the government's decision to award pay rises for public sector workers after criticism that the decision could make further interest rate cuts less likely. She's also welcomed the bank's announcement this lunchtime.
Well, homeowners will welcome this cut in interest rates, but I know that millions of people are still paying higher mortgage rates after the Conservatives' mini-budget less than 2 years ago that sent interest rates and mortgage rates soaring. That's why I'm focused on taking the difficult decisions to fix the foundations of our economy so we can rebuild Britain and make every part of our country better off.
The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, speaking earlier. Well, our Money and Work reporter Peter Ruddock is here to chat with me about this. Close decision, but the Bank of England Governor decides to go with it this time.
Yes, 5-4, so as close as it gets. And it reflects, I think, a feeling before the decision that it genuinely could have gone either way. And this all comes down to inflation, so the rate of price increases. Because although the headline bit of that, if you like, is at the bank's 2% target, and it has been for a couple of months. If you dig into the details, core inflation, so when you strip away the volatile things like energy and food, services inflation, so the price rises for things like hotel stays, restaurant bills, hairdresser appointments, those bits are still proving a little bit sticky, a little bit stubborn. And the decision here was, are they sticky and stubborn in the short term, or could they hang around for quite a while longer? Because if they're just going to be there in the short term, then perhaps we can start cutting rates. If they're going to be around longer, the decision was perhaps you should keep rates as they are. The governor, as you say, going with the majority to back this cut, but he didn't give it a ringing endorsement, it has to be said. He essentially said inflation has eased enough, but we need to make sure it stays low and be careful not to cut rates too quickly or by too much. So essentially, don't expect a slew more of these rate cuts in the coming months, perhaps.
I was going to ask, so it's not going to be the start of sort of like further and further and further cuts?
Well, I mean, that's the hope. But I think realistically, we've got another couple of decisions coming in the next few months. The next one is in September. The bank will want to look at a lot of data first, and potentially they might well hold off. We've seen in the US yesterday, banks there, the central bank there, sort of again making a bit of a cautious decision. So they'll want to look at a lot more information, I think, before they make another cut. But of course, it does have, as you say, an immediate impact on some mortgage holders. Really important to remember, of course, most people are fixed, and unfortunately, even if we got a slew of rate cuts that we're talking about, people whose fixed deals are coming to an end in the next year or so, they are unlikely to be faced with the same record low rates they probably had when they fixed. They're still going to be having higher repayment costs when that kind of time comes around.
Good and bad news all round, I suppose. Peter Ruddock, thanks very much indeed for speaking to me there. Our Money and Work reporter, Peter Ruddock, here on 5 Live. We'll be back with a full news roundup at around about 5 o'clock. Now, though, time to go back to the Olympics in Paris. Tony Livesey is across the afternoon's events.
Whatever you're in the mood for this summer, find it on BBC iPlayer.
Aha! I'm in!
Dive into explosive US box sets like Suits.
The bar tried to get me to take over as managing partner. They can't do that. They can and they have.
Buckle up for original comedy with Black Ops.
This sounds dangerous.
It is. We'll do it.
Kate, we stop just saying we'll do it.
Or binge on gripping drama like Kin.
We're going to have to increase revenue and that'll mean expanding out of Dublin.
If we don't, find a new supplier. We're finished.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Eleanor, Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Paris. We'll be catching up with Elliot, the gymnastics, very shortly. Joe Clark going for gold in the canoe slalom this afternoon. Stay tuned for that. We've also got Andy Murray trying to stave off retirement again. Roland Garros in the doubles with Dan Evans. That's to come shortly as well. Loads of live action to get through. We just want to focus on controversy in the boxing just for the moment. Earlier today, we heard about Imani Khalif of Algeria progressing into the quarterfinals of the women's 66 kg after beating Italy's Angela Carini. The fight was over in just 46 seconds. Carini abandoned it in tears. She later said, "I didn't give up, but a punch hurt too much. And so I said enough." Well, Khalif is one of two athletes competing at this year's Games who were disqualified from last year's Women's World Championships on gender eligibility grounds. We can speak to our sports reporter, our sports editor, I should say, Dan Rowan, who's with us now. Dan, hi to you. What happened today then? Hello, Dan. Doesn't seem as though Dan wants to be with us. Right, OK, we might catch up with Dan. I've got Bunsey with me, so we'll talk through the details in a second if we can't get hold of Dan. Just want you to hear from the president of World Athletics, Seb Coe, who's been speaking about what's happened at a press conference earlier today.
You just referenced one of the hardest decisions that you've had to make over gender eligibility and testosterone levels. Boxing is now going through this as a fighter. Today, who's just been part of a bout where the opponent withdrew after 45 seconds. She was declared ineligible at a previous event. How challenging is it to deal with these sensitive and complex issues of gender eligibility?
It is if you don't have a clear-cut policy. You know, if you have a clear-cut policy, then however tough that decision is to arrive at, you have the policy. And then you have the, you have the compass. If you don't, then that is a challenge. And boxing has a challenge, of course, because there isn't actually an international federation or a body that is currently, in a way, responsible for that. So that's for another sport to deal with. But you do have to have clarity. You need clarity around policy.
That's the president of World Athletics, Seb Coe. I'll speak to Bunsey in a second about that issue of clarity. Let's rejoin our sports editor, Dan Rowan, who is with us now. Dan, hi to you.
Hi, Tony.
Take us through what happened today.
Well, at the Arena Paris Nord, I was there watching it, and Algerian boxer Imani Khalif's fight against Italy's Angela Carini. It was always going to be controversial for the reasons you've been discussing. The fact that she had been disqualified, Khalif, from the Women's World Championships for failing to meet the eligibility criteria of that competition's organisers last year, but allowed by the IOC to take part in this bout today. But what then happened, of course, has fuelled the controversy even further, because her opponent, Carini, abandoned the bout inside a minute. 46 seconds, in fact, as it was how long had gone before she signalled that she'd had enough. She took a punch to the face inside 30 seconds or so, went to the corner, spoke to her coach, briefly resumed, but then went back to her corner and stopped the fight. She could be heard on camera saying it's not right. In Italian, she was very distressed. She was in tears. I spoke to her briefly as she left the ring, and she explained that she wasn't able to finish, that she felt a strong pain. She said, "I hope my nation won't take it badly, but I stopped. I said stop for myself. It could have been the match of a lifetime, but I had to preserve my life as well in that moment," she said.
Yeah, we heard from Seb Coe talking about clarity, and that's going forward, which is what I'm going to talk about with Bunsey in a second. How much do we know of the background here, Dan?
Well, as I said, Khalif was disqualified, along with another fighter, Taiwan's Lin Yu-Ting, last year by the International Boxing Association, that were the organisers of the previous World Championships. That governing body has been suspended by the IOC. So the IOC is effectively running this boxing competition here in Paris. And that's part of the story and part of how this issue has arisen, Tony. But Effectively, they were disqualified because they failed eligibility criteria. The IOC have obviously been asked about this. They have confirmed that Khalif was ruled out at these championships in India because of what they described as elevated levels of testosterone, whereas Lin Yu Ting, who fights tomorrow, she was stripped of a bronze medal at last year's championships after failing what the IOC referred to as a gender eligibility test. But the IOC are adamant that both boxers comply with the rules and regulations that they're applying to this competition. And I think what they've done is they've reverted back to the eligibility criteria that was used at the last Olympics in Tokyo. The spokesman for the IOC has told us in a media conference that they'd competed many times before for many years, including in Tokyo, and that they deserved and had the right to compete here. But it has, of course, caused a hugely divisive row. There's been a lot of criticism. I spoke to the chief executive, in fact, just this afternoon after this all played out here in Paris, of the IBA. And he was very critical of the decision by the IOC to allow these fighters to compete. On the other hand, the Algerian Olympic Committee, for example, has defended their fighter, Khalif, criticising baseless attacks on their fighter. You have the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, who said that I think athletes who have male genetic characteristics should not be admitted to women's competitions. And of course, there are grave concerns for many that this is the latest example of sport getting itself into a mess when it comes to trying to balance inclusion with the other objectives, as you heard from Lord Coe there, of fairness and indeed safety when it comes to boxing.
Yeah. Dan, listen, thanks. That's our sports editor, Dan Rowan. Well, with us is our boxing correspondent, Steve Bunn. Steve, Seb Coe calling for clarity. That's the last thing on the agenda at the moment. There seems to be confusion on all sides. Everybody's weighing in here. This is a massive controversy right now.
Yeah, it's not new. I mean, I've been monitoring this since about May of last year, talking about it, monitoring it, watching it this week, and suddenly, about 5 or 6 days ago, there was a massive push, a social media push, to talk about the Imane Khalif and also to talk about Yu Ting Lin. And what happened then, like all things on social media, it became a beast, it became a monster, and very few of the actual facts were laid bare. The facts are simple, Tony. Khalif and Yu Ting Lin were both tested in 2022 originally, and the IBA insists they failed that test, and then they were tested again the following year at another World Championship. That was in 2023 in New Delhi, and they were tested then, and the test results from 2022 were married against the test results from 2023, and then having fought 4 or 5 times in the competition, reached the semi-final and the final, they were withdrawn and they were banned from that event. Now, I can see in your eyes already there's an awful lot of questions that need answering. Now, one of the big questions that needs answering is the IBA insists it was not a testosterone test in any way, shape or form. They are saying it was a confidential test and it will stay confidential. The IOC, I think, maybe jumped the gun, just assuming that the fact that they were disqualified on gender eligibility grounds just equaled naturally a sort of testosterone failure, which the IBA maintain is not the case. So we're left with, we want to see some evidence here, because it seems to me that this athlete, Imane Khalif, a hero, by the way, in Algeria, UNICEF ambassador, that this athlete is being condemned on looks. Let's talk about that. She is being condemned on the way she looks, because no one yet has seen the results. We've taken, if the results, the IBA say we've tested them, they've failed. It's taken them a year to make this massively public, and suddenly everybody's put 1 and 1 together and come up with 3.5 or 7 or 9 or 11. It's been quite disgraceful the way it's happened. You know, as far as I'm concerned, this is an athlete. This is a straightforward athlete who is getting an absolute kicking, and we don't know if she has genuinely failed the test. And I you can't do it. I can't allow myself to accept it because of the quote, the way she looks. Bunsey, I'm being told on social media by thousands of people. Well, look at her. Look at him. You don't write stories that way, Tony.
No, so we haven't got all day because, like you said, I've got 1,000 questions in my head. But one of the things that stands out for me, so you've got a test by the IBA,
yes,
not testosterone related, but a recognised test that's confidential. So, have the IOC applied to see the results of that, or have they done their own tests individually? And if not, why not?
I assume they have, because they haven't rejected those tests. I would just like to see them made formal, because this is a contact sport, and if the two athletes have failed on gender eligibility grounds, then quite categorically, and it's not the same for other sports. Other sports might wish it was the same, but in boxing we need an asterisk, and we need it made absolutely sound to maybe nudge Seb that anybody that fails the gender eligibility test should not be competing in the women's competition at any Olympics.
But so do we know if the IOC have done their own tests?
They have not done a gender-specific test. What the two athletes have passed are the routine WADA tests leading into this situation.
Right. And so are we saying the IOC should be doing their own tests?
In my opinion, for what it's worth, if I was monitoring this from May of last year, I would have liked to have seen the Paris boxing unit, the people, the IOC have delegated a group to run the boxing here, just like happened in Tokyo. A group was delegated to run the boxing, which was the greatest ever boxing event in Tokyo. I would like to have seen that group, through back channels, reach out to the Algerians, reach out to the Taiwanese, and sort this out before we got to this situation now.
We've got 10 seconds.
Go on.
If the IOC, can the IOC turn around tomorrow and say we'll do a test now, or is it too late? The event's underway.
It's underway, but anybody can be thrown out of an event.
Right.
Simple as that.
OK, watch this space on that one. Let's, as promised, go back to the hockey Team GB's women underway against the USA. Helen Richardson-Walsh, gold medalist from Rio, is watching alongside Sarah Orchard. How are they doing, Sarah?
What a time to come to me as Great Britain go 3-1 up against the USA. Sophie Hamilton scored there first, and I think Tess Howard might have just got her second. We're just waiting for it to be confirmed by the organisers. But Great Britain 3, USA 1. After what has been a bit of a stodgy start for Great Britain's women at this Olympic competition, Helen Richardson-Walsh, they're putting on a bit of a show now.
Yeah, they're starting to get into the groove of it. USA have probably had the upper hand actually in this half so far. Certainly with the corners, 6 corners to Great Britain's 1. But Great Britain leading 3-1 now, taking their chances when it matters. Second goal for Tess Howard there, just running a nice move at a penalty corner, passing it back to the injector for Robertson to just put it across for Howard to put it in. Starting, as you say, Sarah, to get into the rhythm, being much more deliberate in their play, and it's paying off.
Helen,
I love how measured Helen is compared to me. I get far more excited about things, and she always has to calm me down.
She's seen it all. She's seen it all as Helen. And just a question for me: the GB going for their 4th successive podium, which would be amazing. Yeah. Yet they lost their first 2 matches. What was their form coming into this?
It wasn't great, Mark, actually, if I'm honest. It hadn't had probably, since Tokyo, their form hasn't been that great. But then going into Tokyo, their form wasn't great either, and they ended up on the podium. So I was kind of hoping for the same. It's been indifferent, let's be honest. They haven't been playing the best that I think they can do. I think there's still more to come from this group. If they can just get through through this game, then they've got a quarter-final on their hands. Sorry, Tony, not Mark.
No, I get mistaken for Chappers all the time.
You do sound very similar.
I like it, he hates it.
Listen, Tracy, let me ask you this. No, Sarah, how are you?
Hi, Bunsey, you're right.
Yeah, I'm good, friend. So it seems to me, with hockey, over the last 5, 6, 7 Olympics, it's like a giant roller coaster. It's quite fun from a neutral point of view, but if you're involved with it, if you're invested in it as a player or someone that covers it internationally and obviously all of the big events, it's ridiculous. You've got to strap yourself in to enjoy it.
You really do. And I have to say, in the last sort of 3 Olympiad, it's been, pardon the pun, the golden era for hockey, because there was the bronze, of course, in London, the gold in Rio, and then the bronze again in Tokyo. Those are incredible results, and you've got to remember how starved Great Britain hockey was. You have to go back after that. I know there was the bronze for the women in 92, but of course everyone talks about the Seoul Games, don't they? And they talk about Sean Curley, so on and so forth. Exactly. So especially for the men, they've had absolutely no success. They've been so starved, but the women have been delivering consistently. And you come into this Games, there's actually Great Britain's men who are the favourites to actually medal and do something here. And just to add a little bit more spice to what you're saying about this roller coaster for hockey, hockey always feels, as I'm just watching GB with the ball on the edge of the D, they always have this sort of underlying threat that Helen will know better than anyone, that maybe it might get axed from the Olympic Games because they have so many players that have to go. There's actually talks around LA that they have a squad of 16. They may have to reduce the number of athletes that actually travel, which is really hard for hockey, because when they go to other tournaments, they're allowed more athletes. I was actually reading an article a little bit earlier from the FIH president. He was talking about hockey fives. Now, Helen will hate me saying this, but there is ongoing discussion that maybe hockey fives could become an Olympic sport. He's very keen to stress that would be as well as the 11-a-side, but you could see where that one would be going, couldn't you?
Slippery slope. How long before they just have a penalty shootout? And they just send,
I know that's what you want.
They just send a keeper and a striker.
IOC Livesey talking over there. Thank you, Tony.
Well, they've got the 3-on-3 basketball, haven't they? You know, and I get what they're saying, because this Olympics, I read early before I came out here, is the cheapest Olympics for in the last 4 or 5. So costs are of an essence to all the organisations. Helen, if hockey was dropped from the Olympics, because and Bunsey's lamenting the fact that boxing might be going next time round, how damaging to the sport would it be?
Oh, I mean, it would be huge, really damaging, as you can imagine. You know, all sports are wanting to try and get in the Olympics, and if you're in it, you need to stay in it. If hockey fives is the answer to stay in it, then, you know, it's still a form.
Goal for the USA. Sorry to interrupt. I think it's important for me to just add that one. Thanks, Sarah. Apologies.
Right, charming.
Sorry, I am here to do a job, and that is to take the score in the hockey.
You could have just given that a notice in writing, if you don't mind.
Apologies. USA 2, Great Britain 3. Carry on, Helen.
Okay. We're talking about the death of hockey in the Olympics.
A nice finish.
The USA have scored.
A nice finish, reverse finish into the corner. But yeah, I mean, I have seen hockey fives. It was at the Youth Olympic Games back in 2018, and it's an exciting prospect. But, you know, it's like when people talk about 2020 in the cricket, it's not Test cricket, is it? And it would be devastating for the sport.
It would be devastating if you're a hockey purist, Helen. And excuse me, I'm not a hockey purist. I watch it every 2 years, every 4 years at the different events, Commonwealths, and obviously at the Olympics. But as a survival line, and imagine if it did. I mean, rugby sevens is just, you know, it's gone. It's just ridiculous what's happened in rugby sevens, and the stretch and the feel and its contact around the globe has been brilliant. I'm a bit sort of I hate to say it, but I'd be pushing for hockey fives as a test event, Tony. Take it to the Americans. Give the Americans hockey. Imagine that, Helen. Imagine that. Then you could come back with hockey 57, not 11. Come back with anything if the Yanks like it.
I have to say, you know, if it was to end up being hockey fives and rather than hockey at all, then yes, of course, I'd take that. And I think it is an exciting. You know, I would have loved it actually, because you know, we played a lot of 5-a-side, 6-a-side in training, and it was probably one of my strongest areas. And plus, you don't have to run as much, a shorter pitch. You see all the skills. It's what the youth of today want, isn't it, apparently, these days?
Can I just add to that,
yes, Sarah.
Tony?
Not another goal, Sarah, no?
No, not another goal.
Okay.
I'll definitely tell you if there's one of them. We've got 20 seconds of the first half to play. But the other thing, you talk about rugby sevens there. One of the reasons rugby sevens has been so successful at the Olympics it's played in, particularly this one, is it uses the athletics stadium. So you've had the hockey sevens going on. It's had its day where it's being turned around, and then it becomes the athletics venue. And they have absolutely packed that out for 6 days of rugby sevens. That's a huge amount of tickets sold that's going back into the IOC coffers. They like that. I'm watching hockey now that needs its own stadium. It needs 2 pitches to run. And at the moment, I have to say, I haven't seen a full stadium yet for a hockey fixture. So again, these are the things that count against hockey, which is part of the problem. However, I do have to say the Yves de Manoir Stadium, it's a legacy venue. So France have actually gone a bit of an upward trajectory since they've had the Olympics, and they've got this wonderful venue now to go forward from now on.
I've realised through this conversation, I just don't like change. I'd have Shub Halfpenny. That'd still be
but it was never an Olympic event. What you really want, Tony, is the standing high jump. 1904, standing high jump, standing long jump. And that was when the jumpers back then, they were stout human beings. You know what I mean, Sarah? They were stout human beings.
Why would Sarah
Are you saying that because you think I'm that old, Bugsy?
No, I'm saying that.
I'm taking offence on your
I'm
behalf,
saying that because you've been opposite me in the studio and I'm sort of holding myself. So I'm talking stout. I mean, they were big boys.
Hang on, the standing long jump. I think we can all get our heads round. Standing high jump. How high could they go?
Well, there's one guy. I think he's won something like 9 medals. I mean, he's sort of. But there was when the Olympics. There was a couple of Olympics squeezed into at expositions around the world. I'll look him up. I'll get it for you tomorrow. And I don't know how high they went, but it doesn't matter. Don't ask me technical stuff. I'm just telling you it existed.
Standing high jump, Helen. Are you having that?
No chance. That was not my thing. I was a games player. I was not any for jumping, running, any of that sprinting stuff. Yeah, I would not be doing well in any of those kind of events.
We've got to go to the golf. But if they had standing high jump today for the kids, they'd probably set the bar on fire. You know, it'd be that kind of vibe. Right, Sarah, what's the score before we go?
It's half time. It's Great Britain 3, USA 2.
OK, thank you, Sarah and Helen. Back with you very shortly. Let's get an update on the golf. It got underway at 8 o'clock this morning. The weather's been holding up proceedings. Ian Carter can give us an update. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Tony. I don't know what it's like with you where you are, but at Le Golf National, which is near Versailles, the electrical stormy kind of conditions. It's not raining, but they have rumbled back in. There was a little 20-minute window in which the players went back out after a 40-minute delay, but play has been suspended once again. In that window, Xander Schauffele, the Open and PGA champion and defending champion in the Olympic golf, he was able to complete his round, played the 18th in par figures to complete a really impressive start to his defence of the gold medal. He was round in 65, 6 under par. So the American is in second place, 2 shots behind Japan's Hideki Matsuyama, who's out much earlier and completed a brilliant 63, 8 under par. He's the man that is leading the way there. His playing partners, John Rahm, round in 67, Victor Hovland of Norway, round in 70. A reminder that the leading Briton, Tommy Fleetwood, is in the clubhouse at 4 under par after a 67. Matt Fitzpatrick has 1 hole to complete. He's one of 12 players who still has to complete their first round, and he is currently at 1 over par.
Ian, thank you. Back and forth to Ian as the afternoon progresses. In a moment, we'll be talking about the canoe slalom. We're going for gold in that one with Joe Clark. The final's underway, so John Akers will update us on that. Before that, though, let's go to Roland Garros. Overs is there, and we're getting ever closer to Murray Evans, I think, Jonathan. Are we?
Wow. I mentioned to Chappers earlier that the match before them is between Casper Ruud and Felix Auger-Aliassime. It's the third men's singles quarterfinal, and it's for the right to play Carlos Alcaraz, who won through earlier. But these are 2 of the slowest players around, and they've been going for an age, and it's only 3 games all in the opening set. All the chances have fallen to Auger-Aliassime, the Canadian, so far. Now, he beat Medvedev in the last round. He'd never beaten him before previously in his career, but he did so at the Olympic Games. He's the first Canadian to make the Olympic quarterfinals. He's had the chances, but they're going at a steady pace. 3 games all first set.
It sounds like Kelly Cates will be handling that one and not me later on. We shall see. Cheers, Overs. Right, to the kayaking or the canoe slalom. Joe Clark's trying to regain his gold. He wasn't selected for Tokyo. We discussed that the other day. He's in the final of the kayak singles. John Akers is watching. It's underway. John, where are we?
Right, so we're on the 5th paddler down, and it's Di Gennaro of Italy, who's ranked number 2 in the world. He's the European champion, and he's chasing a time that's been set by Pau Echaniz of Spain, who out of the blue, out of nowhere, went down in 88.87. That's the quickest we've seen so far, and Di Gennaro has beaten him. So Di Gennaro's in the gold medal position, beaten by 0.65 seconds. So Echaniz slips down into second. That's a really good time from De Gennaro, who wasn't as quick in the top end of the course. Just to put that into context for you, he's pretty happy about it, let me tell you. Let me put that into context. Joe Clark qualified quickest from the semi-final in a time of 89, so he's just gone a second quicker than Joe Clark was in the semi-finals. But expect them to put their foot down, all of these paddlers. Now they know they've qualified for the final, and now they know it's all about medals. It's all about going as fast as you can and hoping not to clip any of the gates on the way down, where you get a 2-second penalty. If you miss a gate, it's a 50-second penalty, like we saw with Mallory Franklin in the canoe, the C1 yesterday. So Joe Clark going at about 10 past 5, I think, Tony, something like that.
And he gets just one go at it, John.
One run,
one
go at glory, one go at gold for Joe Clark. But just a reminder, he is the champion from Tokyo in 2016. He is the world #1. He is quickest in the semi-finals. This is a real gold medal chance for Tony Livesey. Sorry,
Yes.
for Great Britain.
Come on! I want to break me duck. Yeah, any medal will do, but we want gold. Cheers, John. Back with you as and when. Let's go to the gymnastics now. The artistic individual all-round final is tonight at the Livesey Arena. We're joined by Eleanor Oldroyd. Ellie, hello officially. I saw you at the lift earlier, but we have to do an official radio hello.
Hello, Tony. How are you in the last 24 hours since we last spoke?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. So what tonight, Simone Biles in action again.
Yes.
To making history. What's at stake tonight,
Well,
Ellie?
this is the all-around title. This is, as we were saying yesterday, the gold ribbons of gymnastics, because we had the men's all-around yesterday. Today it's the women's all-around. And you just know when Simone Biles is in the house, because security steps up to another level. You've got lots and lots of, kind of people doing that, talking with their fingers in their ears type thing, kind of security guards outside. Don't know what celebs we're going to get in with us today, but there'll probably be a lot. And you know that sometimes, we say this all the time, don't we, that with our little passes, we are so privileged to be able to go to see anything pretty much at the games. But tonight they're saying, if you haven't got a seat booked, guaranteed, don't even try, because this is the highest of high demand events. Simone Biles in the all-around final. If she does win it, she will be the oldest woman in 72 years to win the women's all-around title in the gymnastics at the grand old age of 27. I mean,
that's incredible, isn't it?
It's extraordinary.
If you were to list all the records she set, Ellie, we'd be here all day. But I mean, I feel as though we've done this before, but let's just talk about how great she is. Put Simone Biles into context.
Well, I mean, I'm going to turn to the man sitting to my right to put her into context a little bit, Craig Heap, who was, I'm guessing, you watched all of those medals in Rio. You commentated on them with Alison Mitchell for us, didn't you? When she was winning her 4 gold medals. We then watched her in Tokyo, where everything went so badly wrong for her. But she just takes everything to a different level, doesn't she?
She does, and to try and put that into some perspective, the best gymnasts in the world may create one skill and it enters the quarter points. Simone Biles has got 5 skills named after her. There's only one piece of apparatus she hasn't got a skill on, which is the uneven bars, and she has performed that in the past, but not in a high-level competition. So if she wants that skill in the history books, she will have to perform it tonight.
Yeah, so she's somebody who is, she's a groundbreaker. She does things in a different way to anyone else.
She is absolutely phenomenal, and unfortunately we saw what happened in Tokyo. She got lost in one of the moves, which is very common in gymnastics. I remember messaging to the group of ex-gymnasts, and we're going, we've all had that. The difference is, if you're in your own gym, you've got plenty of time to recover. You go back to basics. When you're at the Olympics, you've no time to recover. And she is streets above everybody else. I mean, nearly 2 marks ahead of Rebecca Andrade from Brazil. So, she will go stratospheric tonight.
And she hasn't lost an all-around title in 11 years when she's competed in competition. She is just pretty much unbeatable. So I think if you're going to put your house on one of the gold medals, she could win 4 gold medals still. So she's got 3 apparatus finals.
She will. The only piece I don't think she's a chance of winning would be the bars, but floor and vault.
She's not the final for bars.
No,
I don't think.
Floor and vault very easily. Beam might be a bit of challenge from the Romanian or the Chinese, but she's so far ahead. I mean, in the team competition, she did the simplest vault, and then she absolutely nailed it then, and was where everybody else on the simple vault. So yeah, it's going to be the Simone Biles show tonight for sure.
Craig, it's Tony here, back in our Parisian cafe, just listening into all this. Well, I mean, you know, we've already established your standard Commonwealth Games gold medalist, represented England over 100 times internationally. You know your stuff. But when you see Simone Biles, is that what's the equation? Is it what level of natural ability versus level of training? Is she just a once in a lifetime superstar? How does she get to be so good?
Well, I think she's. You could compare her to the Samoa Bolt of gymnastics. I mean, she's just got so much power. I mean, she's not the biggest of gymnasts, but if you just look at power to weight ratio, she is so explosive, and I think that stands her out from everybody else. I wouldn't have thought she trains any harder than anybody else at the Olympic Games. She's just got this ability to jump so much higher than everybody else, and whether it's natural or not, it's just phenomenal.
And when you think about what she's overcome as well, you know, in her, I mean, people know her backstory. It's been pretty well told now. You know, there's the documentary that's been made about her, which came out just before these games. But she was brought up by her grandparents. Her grandparents brought her up because her mother wasn't able to look after her because of addiction issues. And then she took up gymnastics and had an amazing career as a junior. And then she was caught up in the Larry Nassar sex abuse scandal, which absolutely devastated USA Gymnastics. And she was one of the last to speak out. So she's the only gymnast still competing who was one of Larry Nassar's victims. And that is unspeakable and unthinkable, what she has gone through. And then, you know, so that mental meltdown really that she had in Tokyo, you understand it, you know. There's no trauma doesn't always lead to what she's gone through, but she did say that this was a trauma response, what happened to her in Tokyo.
Yeah, and I also think that the fact that if you've got a sport or something to throw yourself into, that's what she's done, and just parked it for a while and then let it probably all come to head round about Tokyo time, and these things going on in the background, and being able to get to the gym with her friends have really rallied round to support her. Yeah, it's almost been a therapy.
Yeah.
Guys, hold any thoughts. We'll be back with you very shortly at the gymnastics. We're just going to head to the canoe slalom, where John Akers is watching, with Joe Clark's going later for us. What's happening at the moment, John?
Well, his arch rival, he's clipped a gate. Yuri Priskovich, who is the reigning Olympic champion from Tokyo, is on his run right now. He's one of the big favourites for this event, Priskovich. He's Czech. He was second to Clark last year in the World Championship. He is on gate 12, and he's already got a penalty of 2 seconds. If you clip one of these gates, this is sitting down, double-bladed paddle in a kayak. He's 2 seconds slower than Di Gennaro of Italy, who is in the gold medal position at the moment. But that can soon change if he puts together a fast bottom section of the course here east of Paris. He's through 2 downstream gates. He's clipped another one. I think that'll be him done, Priskovich, which is really good news. It's such a cruel sport, because you're hoping that the favourites don't do well on their run, because you want Joe Clark to do well, and he'll be doing the same. He's through 2 downstream gates. Last upstream to come, they're the red ones, limbos. Just they can lie flat on their backs on these kayaks. It's amazing the flexibility in their spine of these paddlers. As he powers towards the line, it's not going to be quicker than Di Gennaro, and it's 5th. And the big favourite, with 4 penalty seconds, clipping 2 gates, is not going to medal in the canoe slalom in the K1, the kayak. So that's great news for Joe Clark, Tony.
What's funny, well, not funny, but not funny, but on the telly, as soon as somebody finishes, it cuts to the 3 top achievers at the moment, John, and they're all pretending to be really sad for him.
It's really cruel the way they do this, Tony. Have you seen it with the chairs? So they put the gold medalist in the middle, and then the silver medal one side and the bronze the other. And then if someone beats your time, they come and go, get up from your seat, and you have to walk away from the chair knowing you're walking away from a medal. Visually, for us, it's quite good, but for the athletes, it's cruel.
Yeah. Look, let's hope Joe Clark's sitting in the middle chair by the end of all this. He's going just after the news. So back with you then, John, or if not before. Let's go to the hockey. Last time Sarah Orchard had a USA goal to give us. She's got a goal this time around. Sarah, which way has it gone?
Okay, Goal for Great Britain. It's
That'll
now
do.
USA 2, Great Britain 4. We're early days here in this third quarter. It's Hannah French who's been awarded this one, watching alongside 2016 gold medal winner Helen Richardson-Walsh. And you do just feel from this point, Helen, maybe Great Britain could start pulling away.
Oh, it's such a brilliant goal as well. Starting to negate the threat of USA when they want to press hard and play at that intensity. Giselle Ansley throwing lots of aerials, and it just means that, they can't do that. She took one to Hamilton. Nice little dribble down the left-hand side. Hamilton's had a lovely game today, actually. I'm really impressed with her skill and her intensity. And she just played a nice backhand cross across the face of the goal to French for a little tap-in. Really great goal, and a little bit of distance between the two teams now, which is nice.
Yeah, Hannah French, you might know her. She's a familiar name in hockey, but probably by the name Hannah Martin. She's been married since the last Olympic Games, plays her hockey at Surbiton. So she's on the board as well here, and we're going to quietly start getting confident now about this Great Britain side after what was a bit of a sticky start to this Olympic campaign. They're doing well here against the USA, and a result today we won't know straight away at the final hooter, but we will hopefully know by the end of today if they have already done enough to maybe make those quarterfinals. It's USA 2, Great Britain 4, 9 minutes of the third quarter to play.
Sarah, Helen, thank you very much indeed. That match goes on. We're all looking forward to Joe Clark going in the canoe slalom. That's very soon indeed. So we're going to go to the news slightly early to make sure we're all ready and in position for that canoe run. Let's get the news now. Here is on 5 Live, just coming up to 5 o'clock with Richard Foster.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Tony. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister has announced measures to tackle violence following the disturbances which took place after the stabbings in Southport. More than 100 people have been arrested in demonstrations in central London, Hartlepool, Manchester, Aldershot and in Southport itself after a vigil for the victims earlier this week. Sir Keir Starmer's been meeting police chiefs in Downing Street. He says he wants banning orders to prevent troublemakers travelling around the country.
I think we have to wean ourselves off the idea that the only response is to pass more legislation every time we have a challenge in front of us. Is to use the existing powers that we've got, pulling together the intelligence, the data, making sure that that is being shared across police forces, and that as these groups sort of bounce from chief constable to chief constable around the country, we have the same response, robust response to them.
GPs across England are to limit patient appointments in a work to rule over funding. More than 98% of those who took part in a ballot by the British Medical Association voted in favour of the action. The Doctors' Union says some practices are having to close because government funding hasn't kept up with rising costs. The Bank of England has cut interest rates from 5.25% to 5%. It's the first reduction since the pandemic and an indication that the bank believes the threat of inflation is now receding. A major prisoner swap between Russia and several Western countries is taking place shortly at an airfield in Turkey. Those being released include the Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershkovich and the former US Marine Paul Whelan. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford has more.
It certainly shows that the two foes are talking on an issue that really matters. I don't think what we should do now is suggest that this shows sign of any kind of thaw in the repressive policies of Vladimir Putin in Russia today. This doesn't show his softening. He is getting back what he wants.
And the proposed takeover of Royal Mail by the Czech billionaire Daniel Kretinsky will be reviewed by the government. Cabinet Office officials say they'll check any links to Russia. Mr. Kretinsky owns a transmission business that carries Russian gas into Europe.
A look at your travel news, and there are big problems at Manchester. The M60 both directions have been held back around Stockport, 27 to Junction 1 near the Stockport Pyramid. It's because the police have been dealing with an incident. They're holding the traffic back both clockwise and anti-clockwise. The M5 is closed in the West Midlands northbound, Junction 1 at West Bromwich through to the M6 interchange. Severe delays backing up another police incident there. The M5 has 2 lanes closed at Junction 7 at Worcester, an accident which has happened heading towards the M50 at Junction 8. The M6 and southbound queues approaching the M5. Now we know that's heading down towards Junction 8 because of the police incident. We've got extra traffic around. The M1 has 1 lane closed at 5 at Watford. That's heading away from the M25. And the M4, an accident in one of the lanes, Junction 8, 9. It's westbound, so it's heading towards Junction 10 at Wokingham. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm Paddy the Baddy Finlay.
I'm Meatball Molly McCann.
We're 2 mates from Liverpool, currently fighting in the UFC.
Real fighters.
You don't really get a much more brutal sport than MMA.
And their real lives.
My life's not all about just training and fighting. I think I'm an entrepreneur. How'd you say that?
Paddy and Molly show no mercy.
The next 6 months are going to be the biggest fights of our lives, and that's a fact.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, hello everyone, welcome back to Paris. No gold so far today. We have had 2 bronzes and a silver in the rowing. However, Joe Clark goes for gold in the canoe slalom very shortly. John Akers is watching.
He controversially wasn't selected for Tokyo, despite being the world #1 at the time. He's the champion from Rio and the reigning world champion. He was fastest in the semi-final. He'll know exactly what he'll have to do as he goes out last in the final with a real chance of gold for Team GB in the next 7 or 8 minutes.
Over at Roland Garros this evening, can Andy Murray postpone his retirement any longer?
Smash from Evans, Britain win! Oh, Murray's dancing around like a kid at Christmas. They've saved match points for the 2nd round in a row. The dream end to the career is on.
We're edging closer, eventually, to them being on court. Jonathan Overend's watching.
Yes, because they've got to wait for this 3rd men's quarter-final between Casper Ruud and Felix Auger-Aliassime. It is the Canadian Felix AA who has won the opening set, though, against the man who has made the Roland Garros final twice before.
Cheers, Overs. Back with you very shortly. Jake Whiteman is out of the Olympics with injury. Sky Brown's dislocated her shoulder, but still intends to compete. GB's men are through to the hockey quarter-finals, and we've got gymnastics to come this evening. That's the hottest ticket in town with Simone Biles. Also, we have swimming and BMX racing to take you through till 10 o'clock tonight.
This is 5 Live Sport and the Olympic Games.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
It's goals galore for Team GB women in the hockey. Sarah Orchard's watching them play the USA.
Oh, this is a great performance by Great Britain's women. It's now Great Britain 5, USA 2. 4 minutes of the 3rd quarter to play. Helen Richardson-Walsh, of course, Rio gold medalist. This has just been a completely transformed Great Britain so far.
It has. It's been actually really nice to watch. Well, particularly the second half so far. Great Britain are trying to get a penalty corner at the moment, and the build-up to it was just lovely. Dropping the ball off to each other, knowing where each other are going to be, playing some really great hockey. The last goal was another nice team goal. Robertson crossing the ball into the D. A diving Howard got a little touch to lift it up in the air, and Jones volleyed it in. They're playing as a team. This is what you want to see. And 3-goal lead at the moment, looking good.
Yeah, and a first goal that was of the Olympic hockey tournament for Sarah Jones, and 5 so far for Great Britain. The question will be is how much they can consolidate this. Not quite home and hosed yet, because goals can happen fast in hockey, of course, but by far a much more improved performance by Great Britain. A win today could be enough to get them into the quarterfinals, and they've got their penalty corner here. They lead 5-2.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah there alongside Helen Richardson-Walsh, who won hockey gold in Rio 2016. Right, are we going to win gold this afternoon live here on 5 Live? John Akers is watching the canoe slalom. I think those cheers mean the homeboys going at the moment, John.
A lot will depend on this run from Titouan Castric. He's only 19, and 12,000 supporters at the Versailles Nautical Stadium are going absolutely crazy at the moment. Although he's got upstream gate 17 all wrong. He's going to lose a load of time there. He was quickest up to that point. Di Gennaro of Italy leads, so Castric is now 0.43 seconds slower on his home water. He's got that to make up. He's definitely got it in him, this 19-year-old Frenchman on his home water. He's got 2 gates left to navigate. Goes through 22, docks through 23. He puts the power down now. Is he going to be quickest? He isn't. He's second, and he smashes his helmet with his hands in frustration. He just lost it on the eddy. That's the little upstream bits at the side as you go to the upstream gates. He just lost time in there, and Di Gennaro, the Italian, has collapsed onto the floor with his head in his hands in tears because he's in the gold medal position still, and he knows that was the big danger. He can't believe it, Castries. He's in silver medal position. He's only 19. It's his first Olympic Games, obviously. Two-time world champion. Overlooked Boris Neveu, very experienced world champion in 21 for this young Frenchman. And he's really frustrated with himself. But that, again, is great news for Joe Clark, that he's not put down an 85 or an 86. So just Hegger of Germany, who's next to go down, and then Joe Clark. Joe Clark was quickest in the semi-finals. He's the Olympic champion from Rio. He's the world champion. Can he put down a clean run with pace to win gold?
That reaction from the Italian fella, John, is that because he saw the French guy as his biggest rival, not Joe Clark, or maybe just because he thought he's going to be guaranteed a medal now of some sorts? Basically, is the French guy? I know Clark's got the record behind him, and the Olympic goal, but. Was the French guy more fancied on this run because it's his home water?
He was, and it does mean that Giovanni Di Gennaro is guaranteed a bronze medal whatever happens, because he is leading. So that was part of his reaction. But Castries was so well fancied. He was so much quicker than everyone else in the heats. He was 3 seconds quicker in the heats. Hegger, who's going now, he's on the blocks at the moment, is a complete surprise package. He's 25. He's ranked number 23 in the world. He was 40 seconds in the World Championships in London last time. First-time Olympian. He really hasn't got any form behind him whatsoever. But in the semi-finals, he was second quickest and put down a brilliant run. So let's see what he can do in this final. In about 2 minutes' time, maybe 2.5, we'll get Joe Clark's run. But this is the last competitor before Joe, and he's 0.26 seconds slower going into gate 8 at the moment. That's an upstream gate. The German, Hegger, puts the power down across the water, the white tumbling water here in this purpose-built, really tight course, 210 metres. It's very much like Lee Valley, purpose-built in 2019 for these Olympic Games, and the stands tower behind the water, right next to the water's edge, and he's quicker than Di Gennaro after 50 seconds, and he's taken that very nicely. That upstream gate very tight round that. He's through 2 more downstream gates. He was very close to missing one, and then he's clattered gate 16, and I think he might have hit gate 17 as well here, Hegger, and this is all music to the ears of Joe Clark as down the next 2 downstream gates he goes. Has to really crane his neck muscles to get round that gate, and then into an upstream. He's got 2 more gates to go. Is he going to be in bronze medal position here? He puts the power down into the finish, and he is 7th. He clipped that gate, and it might well have cost him a medal, Hegger. He's out-achieved his expectations. Castries is now guaranteed a bronze medal at least. Di Gennaro is guaranteed a silver. And next out, Tony, is our man. It's Joe Clark. This is the point,
John, where I don't think I'm the man for the job. I can't stand the stress. I'm just going to shut my eyes and listen to you now at this point, because it's all in one run.
John, I can assure you, Tony's not kidding. He genuinely needs to take a 90-second break. He may try some meditation, but I'm with you, John, 100%. I'll be sitting here punching the air whilst Tony does a little bit of meditating, trust me.
I've been an expert on this sport for a whole week. And I've got to say that it is absolutely enthralling, exhilarating. It's a complete contradiction. They've got to go hell for leather, yet they've got to be careful they don't clip gates. 2-second penalty for clipping a gate, 50-second penalty, your Olympics is over if your head doesn't go completely round one of these poles on this 210-metre course. And Joe Clark, how's he feeling now? He's sitting there on the water, knowing exactly what he has to do. He has to go quicker than he did in the semi-finals. He has to go 88.21 if he's going to beat Di Gennaro of Italy. He's talking to himself on the blocks now. He's nodding to himself, piercing blue eyes, and now a smile from Joe Clark. With his pale blue helmet and his pale blue kayak, the C1, this is seated. It's the blade at either end, and Joe Clark is our big gold medal hope here on the white water in Paris. Won a gold against the odds when he was 23 years of age, Joe Clark, and then wasn't selected for the Tokyo Olympics. He didn't feel good about that, but he's got a chance to defend his title 8 years later at the age of 31, and away goes Joe Clark into the first drop and into a reverse gate. He's clean round that. Several people have clipped it so far. Into gate 2. He's through the next 2 clean as well, and he's going for it, Joe Clark. A look of determination on his face. The kayak almost disappears under the water as he takes that drop really quickly, and he's 0.46 seconds quicker here. He's got to get this spin right. He's just been slow through that. Got to put the power in now to gate 8, upstream gate. Round that quickly. Lost a little bit of time there, Joe Clark. Into the next stopper. Down he goes into 2 downstream gates. Has to crane his neck to get round that one. Going well, Joe Clark. He's clean so far. Upstream gate 12. Round he goes. Next check coming. He is slower. He's lost half a second. He is 0.57 seconds slower than De Gennaro of Italy, and he's not got the transition into gate 14 quite right either. It's going to have to go really quick on this downstream. The second half of this section just gets round gate 15 and through gate 16, and he's into gate 17, the upstream. He's not brilliant through that either, Joe Clark here. Can he get a medal? He's 1.19 seconds slower than De Gennaro. Needs to go clean through these last 3 gates. Come on, Joe, put the power down, go for it. Last upstream gate, 2 more gates to go for Joe Clark. Come on, Joe, round 22 and 23. Grimace, put the power down, come on. Oh, he's missed out. He's 5th. He's 5th, and he can't believe it. He's missed out on a medal, Joe Clark. He puts his head in his hands. He just lost it on the middle section of the course, and the Italians celebrate. The European champion De Gennaro has won the gold. Castric of France has got the silver, the 19-year-old, and Echanith, which is a brilliant story, the Spaniard. He's only 23. He's done nothing really in international competition before he wins the bronze, and it's despair for Joe Clark. He did everything he could. It was a clean run. He's sitting in his paddle. He wipes his nose. A half-hearted thumbs up to the crowd as he puffs out his cheeks. But it is not to be for Joe Clark, and that's the sport. It's fine margins, and the run wasn't his top level.
This, if anything, illustrates this is a word I've used all the time. I've been covering these Olympic Games. It's brutal. The Spaniard has lost the plot and jumped into the waterway. He's so happy to get his medal, yet in the crowd, John, the British fans just look absolutely stunned by that.
They do, because this is the sport. This is how it goes. As out there at the moment celebrating is De Gennaro on the edge of the water. Is he going to jump in? I don't know, but he's applauding above his head at the moment. The European champion, the world number 2. Oh, he won the the Europeans in May, and this is his 3rd Olympics, ranked 2 in the world, from northern Italy, from Brescia, canoe crazy family, and they're all hugging him, all around him, De Gennaro, and Echanith with his dad as the national coach. I mean, he is thrilled. Has shown nothing like this form to win Olympic bronze, but you've got to feel for Joe Clark. I think he'll be philosophical afterwards. He put down a clean run. He just got it wrong in maybe 2 sections. His spin into gate 7 wasn't the best. He ended up facing upstream and had to turn himself round going into 7. That was a big mistake, and then he just got it wrong going into upstream gate 12 as well. I say wrong, he didn't hit the gates, he just got his turn slightly wrong, and that's the fine margins in canoe slalom. In kayak, K1, he does get another chance though. This is the thing about this Olympics, because I'm sure you've heard, Tony, of kayak cross. The time trials in that begin tomorrow, and he is the world champion in that. He's the world number 1, and he will get another chance to be on that podium. And if you don't know what kayak cross is, extreme kayak, it's where they drop 4 competitors into the water from 2 meters in the air at once, and they just scrap to the finish, first past the post. So Britain has more medal hopes on the white water, but it's not to be for Joe Clark.
John, let me ask you this. Is it worse from your 7 hardcore days down there in the kayak and canoe land? Is it harder if you've had a clean round and you've not beaten the time when you're in gold medal position, do you know? Have you got into the psychology of it? Because it seems to me it would be, because it's just you. You haven't had any points, any time added.
He'll know every section of this course. Each of these competitors know every single section of the course, where they've lost time, where they've gained time, and there's two really tricky bits where they have to turn this kayak around. And the two bits where he has to turn the kayak around into what they call a stopper. So the water flows down quickly, and then as it meets upstream water, there's lots and lots of churn of white water. And when you get into one of those, Bunsey, you have to be able to be facing the right way to get to the next gate. And on 2 occasions, he just wasn't facing the right way quite, and had to turn himself round. And he lost 3 or 4 seconds in those moments, and that's the difference between gold and coming 5th.
Yeah, and he won't get much sleep tonight, because he'll be reliving those moments, I'm sure, over and over and over. But John, you know, great commentary, great event, and you can't help but look at the faces of the 3 who've made medals, and they're absolutely ecstatic. So listen, well, disappointment, John, but thanks very much.
No problem, Tony.
I thought that was going to be my first level medal. Maybe. Are you on air tomorrow afternoon, John? Are you going to deliver for me tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
I am on air tomorrow afternoon for the time trial of the kayak cross tomorrow. So that's just to put them in seed order. Then they go into the heats Saturday, Sunday, and then the finals of the kayak cross are on Monday. So we've got 4 days of kayak cross, and I think the public are going to absolutely love this event. It's crazy.
Brilliant. Cheers, John. John Akers there. Disappointment ultimately for Joe Clark, but that was palm-sweatingly exciting, wasn't it, listening to that? Let's go to the hockey. Women's Team GB playing the USA. Sarah Orchard's watching. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, yes, still the same scoreline from the third quarter. Great Britain 5, USA 2. We've got 10 minutes of the final quarter to play. This is strong performance from Great Britain's women if you're just joining us for the first time. They've had some really up and down results throughout this hockey tournament. It's taken them a long time to get going. A loss against Spain and Australia, and then eventually they got a win against South Africa. Again, the USA, they're the second lowest ranked team in their pool, so a good win for them, and they've got a big game coming up for their last fixture against Argentina. But if they can get this win, Helen Richardson-Walsh, it's going to put them in a better place, and they may even have qualified for the quarterfinals by the end of today.
Yeah, they could do. It would depend on the Spain-South Africa result, which is going Great Britain's way at the moment. But yeah, I mean, you know, to get this win, but also with this result as well, I think will do the team the world of good. You know, massive confidence booster. It's hopefully, you know, still 9 minutes to go, but it doesn't end up being a tense win. So yeah, massive confidence booster in the performance as well. I think we've, you know, played so much better. They're starting to play as a team. They're starting to connect with each other on the ball. In defence, looking much sharper as well. So yeah, good all round at the moment.
Yeah, it's just really nice to be able to talk, Tony, about a positive GB women's performance. We've been talking a lot about the men, how well they've been going in the build-up to this hockey competition, and they've been putting it out on the Olympic pitch. Well, this is the first time we've really seen the women step up to the plate. So it's USA 2, Great Britain 5, 9 minutes to play.
Cheers, Sarah. Thanks to Helen as well. We'll be back with you both, certainly, well, if not before the end of that match, bang on the final whistle. Let's head off to the Bercy Arena now. Again, I feel as though I've said this a few times over the first 6 days, but Ellie, is this officially the hottest ticket in town tonight?
They get hotter as the days go on, I've got to say, because I suppose, because the women's team, when it came to the USA team, they have a huge amount of support. Every single one of those gymnasts has a massive following on social media. Lots of people coming to watch them compete. But Simone Biles is the star of the stars, really. And on this occasion today, she gets all the focus just on her. And she doesn't have her teammates to support her, apart from Sunny Lee, who is actually out there as well, competing in that top group in the all-around final, who's actually the defending champion. Sunny Lee, and she hasn't competed since Tokyo because she's had a string of injuries and health problems. So it's very, very popular. I'm scanning the expensive seats on the other side of the arena. Lewis, I don't know if you've got your long lens camera with you to see if you can spot any big stars of Hollywood at the moment.
I spotted a famous YouTuber that I follow.
Okay. When you say famous YouTuber?
They've got 60 million followers
on
YouTube. They're called Dude Perfect, and one of the guys, Kobe Cotton. you're familiar with them?
I'm familiar. I think they have a chunk of Burnley Football Club, Dude Perfect. Lewis
would not surprise me. They are very successful.
It would surprise me.
Yeah, I'm down with the Ellie Oldroyd. Take a step. I'm down with the kids, Ellie. I always told you that. I always said that.
It's not that you're down with the kids, Tony. It's the idea that they might have a stake in Burnley Football Club.
I'm just checking now. Hang on. Hold that thought.
Hold that thought.
I bet Bunsey is. I mean, you would love to be here, Bunsey. I mean, when you talk about hot tickets, you love a bit of gymnastics, don't you?
I do. Just about every single. Well, in fact, in 1996, 2004, 2012, 16, I've made it all the way there, and I've loved.
Are you saying Ellie's got your gig?
No, you're joking. No, I go as a spectator. But we tried to get there 2 nights ago, Ellie, Chappers and I, and we were getting closer and closer and closer, and the messages from you inside were getting grimmer and grimmer and grimmer and grimmer until it got to the point you said, "Don't waste your time." So we got off the train, went to the fencing, had one of the all-time great 5 nights I've ever had watching sport. But I do wish I would like to ask Lewis a question if I can. Lewis, when you were competing somewhere, or you were at home, or you were on holiday, or I don't know where you were, and you heard someone say to you, "There's this American girl called Simone Biles," but probably pronounced incorrectly at that time. Can you remember that time, that moment when you first heard about the greatest?
Well, I had the pleasure of watching her compete. So I mean, throughout London 2012, that kind of dynasty era of the American gymnasts, and then when Simone broke onto the scene after that, I got to be first-hand witnessing all of that, all the way up through Rio. And it was an incredible thing to watch. And the Americans always make a statement, with Carly Patterson, Nastia Lukin, all of these famous and well-known champions. And Simone has just took it to a whole nother level, and it's been a pleasure.
So when you were doing your pommel final, presumably she would have been in a final that day as well, was she?
Yeah, I mean, she's in a final when everyone's competing because she's in all the finals. So she's a very busy lady when it comes to the artistic gymnastics.
I was seeing some quotes earlier on from some of her opponents who were frankly just saying, "Look, we're competing for second." Is that the case really? They just write her off and go for silver. I mean, I suppose
it's hard. You don't want to use hypotheticals in sport because anything can happen. But if everyone, let's say, just for simplistic reasons, everyone does their job, then yes, Simone should get the gold, and there's a good battle between second and third. But an outside chance for Rebecca Andrade from Brazil. She's the biggest and closest threat to Simone. So if Simone does have a little wobble or a mistake, it does open the door up for Rebecca from Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, Rebecca Andrade is another of these gymnasts as well who has changed the face of their sport in their country. I mean, in the same way that Lewis did in Britain, actually, because Lewis was the first in 100 years to win a medal in gymnastics for Great Britain. And Rebecca Andrade helped her team to win onto the podium in the team event for the very first time. And she's particularly talented on bars. We're just watching Sunisa Lee, defending champion, and you can hear the cheers of the Americans, the American fans. I mean, I'm guessing they're not all American, actually. There are lots of people who are adopting this team. But she has got things underway in the top group, which just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of how it's going to work. So in the leading group, the leading group of 6 qualifiers, we've got Sunisa Lee, we've got Simone Biles from the USA, we've got Rebecca Andrade of Brazil. Then we've got 2 very talented Italian gymnasts, Alice D'Amato and Manila Esposito, who is the European all-around champion. She's only 17. Manila Esposito, and Kalia Namour of Algeria, whose sister, Lewis was saying, because he's been doing his research, has competed for France.
Yeah,
so she has dual nationality.
Her older sister and younger sister both part of the French national squad and training within the French team. And she's competing for Algeria, so clearly has dual citizenship and is flying the flag for the other side of her family.
Yeah. We're going to see Georgia May Fenton as well for GB. GB have Georgia May Fenton and Alice Kinsella in this final. They qualified in 20th and 23rd respectively, so quite a long way down the field. But Georgia May Fenton is about to go on floor. And it's all underway, and there's sparkles. I think Simone Biles is wearing an outfit which you can only describe really as a walking glitter ball. You know, she's tiny, but you can see her from every corner of the arena.
Yeah, you don't want to shine a laser at her.
You don't.
That's a good line.
Yeah, she is a walking glitter ball. You're right there.
Massive, glittery outfit, and Lewis, and you don't want to shine a laser.
But Georgia May Fenton, she's definitely
sequins.
flying the flag, very patriotic and a very bright red.
Representing Great Britain.
I just heard Bunsey explaining your joke to Tony. But in the meantime, let's watch Georgia May Fenton of Great Britain. As we say, qualified 20th pair, wearing kind of reddy orange leotards, the British girls, with plenty of sparkles as well, and starting this routine just with a bit of a dance element in the corner. But the first tumble coming up, Lewis.
Yeah, she makes her way down the diagonal, handspring, double twist, very clean, small hop on the landing, nothing too costly.
She's very elegant, tall, isn't she, Georgia May Fenton?
She is indeed, yeah. She definitely falls into the same category of the likes of Nastia Lukin, who's very tall and very elegant. But she's in the corner again, ready for her second tumble. Round off flick, double tuck somersault, little hop back. That'll be about a 3/10 deduction there for the judges, but she stays inside the floor. She's moving well. Back into the choreography, working the judges. All of this is facing the judges. A bit like you'd get on Strictly, you have those moments where you get the judges up on their feet, you get their feet tapping.
Do they ever do that in gymnastics?
I don't know.
Tap their feet?
I think they're quite reserved, but maybe some of them. Georgia May, she's in the corner again, ready for her third tumble. Big round off, 2.5 twisting, straight back somersault, clean as you like. Well done, Georgia May. She finishes off her choreography. Split jump. And the Brazilian just lands her vault at the same time as Georgia May. So I would like to think that applause is for Georgia as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The cheer was perfectly timed as she just finished her routine, performing to Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall. I would love it if gymnastic judges were a little bit more like Strictly judges, if they got on their feet and applauded, but maybe not giving you the comments at the end.
Yeah, I mean, the Strictly judges can be quite harsh, can't they? So we don't want Craig down there.
No.
Juicing any gymnastic tears. but no, Georgia will be very happy with that.
Yep, Georgia May Fenton then completing her floor routine, Tony. Do you want to hang on? We're going to see Simone Biles on the vault, I think, aren't we? And we're just wondering now whether Simone Biles, if this is the moment for her to pull out one of the skills that is named after her. We mentioned earlier on that Craig was talking about her having 5 different eponymous skills, so that, she was the first to do. Other people have done some of the skills since then, but nobody has done the vault that she does, which is just extraordinary. I mean, we've done it. We've just described the Yurchenko double pike a couple of times, Lewis. For anybody who's missed it, what does she do?
Well, she runs down the vault run, which to most people would be quite intimidating anyway, because it's basically a big wall at the end of the vault run. She round offs and she does a backflip onto the vault, facing backwards. And she does a 2.5 pike somersault off the top of the vault, and she's breaking barriers, because no woman has ever done that within the gymnastics. So she's an incredible athlete to watch, and to see her do skills never been done before, it's quite a privilege.
She's going to be announced to the crowd. And she's ready to go at the top of that runway. Tiny figure, just 4'8", and here she goes.
Go on, Simone. Charges down. Big Yurchenko double pike and a big bounce back, but she stays on her feet. And it's such a difficult vault, she can afford to take those big steps and still be light years in front of the rest of the competition. What a vault, and the height that she gets. It challenges the very best of the men, and the fact that the women have a lower vault, it's actually at a different height, it's lower, and she can still get higher than the men, I think is absolutely incredible.
And the difficulty value for that vault is massive, isn't it? 6.4. It's getting up there to nobody else will attempt it, because nobody else would risk it.
No, it's not for the faint-hearted, a Yurchenko double pike, and Simone just makes it look so easy.
We'll wait to see her scores, Tony, but that, you think, is the very first step. She is, quarter of the way through, almost guaranteed to that gold medal in the women's all-around final.
Yeah, I'm just watching the pictures simultaneously on the telly as well. It's absolutely amazing to someone who knows nothing about gymnastics as well. Lewis and Ellie, thanks. Back with you shortly. Overs is here. Overs, you'll be interested in this. You're at the tennis, of course, waiting for Andy Murray. You know, I've not won a medal on my watch yet.
No, you've underperformed.
This just in. Tony, don't take this the wrong way, but take 2 weeks off. I think as far as the Olympic goes, you're a Jonah, says Rob, love and kisses. The curse of Tony Livesey strikes again from John in Glastonbury. And here's the kicker from Rich in Nottingham. Please get Tony Jonah Livesey off the radio so he can win another medal. Bring back Mr. Overend. I mean, I'm being overended myself.
Well, look, my problem is that we picked too soon. We had the road races and the mountain biking and all that sort of stuff. I mean, fully expecting Bruce Ball and Jones to sort of mop up from here on in. Your time will come, Tony.
Well, what about Murray and Evans? They're in action at some point this afternoon, stroke evening. Can they go all the way, or is it just a matter of knocking the matches off to his retirement, Jonathan? How are you looking at it?
They're in the quarterfinals. They've saved 7 match points over the course of 2 matches, match points in both of them, to make the quarterfinals. So I think once you get to this stage of any tournament, absolutely you've got a chance of winning it. Tough today, really tough today against 2 of the very best singles players in the world, in Tommy Paul and Taylor Fritz, 2 people who go way, way back into the United States juniors. So they're friends, they know each, even though they're not an established doubles team, they'll have played together many times over the years. But look, I mean, if Andy and Dan are inspired as they were when they were a point from defeat in both of those matches, then absolutely they can do it. And then they'll need to win 2 more. But the dream end to Murray's career is still a live one.
Yeah, and we've got that to look forward to, and I know we'll say an official hello shortly to Naomi Brodie, who I know is going to be watching with you tonight. Let's go back, though, to the hockey. Team GB women have been in action against the USA. Sarah Orchard is watching all over, Sarah.
It's all over, and it's good news for Great Britain's women. They've beaten the USA in this Pool B match 5-2. So no goals in the final quarter, but an incredible result nonetheless. Now, the Olympics website is currently claiming that Great Britain's women have qualified for the quarter-finals. Now, I don't think they can actually say that until the result of the Spain-South Africa match, which is still going on as we speak. So I think there's another sort of 20 minutes or so before we can actually guarantee that. Helen Richardson-Walsh, just overall, just give us a bit of a feeling how you felt that the GB women went today. A much improved performance.
Yeah, much improved. And well, I think for us watchers, it was probably a bit of a sigh of relief. Hopefully that wasn't the case for the team themselves. They were expected to win. Hopefully for them it was never in doubt, and they came and delivered, basically. They needed to step up from the performances that they have been putting in so far, and they did. They couldn't have done any more, and it was a real confidence boost in different scorers, team goals, really nice team goals actually, great combination play, good passing moves, but also scored from a penalty corner, one from 3 of those. So yeah, all round great performance and a good confidence booster going into the next game.
Are we
definitely.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, are we assuming that Spain will beat South Africa, or is that not a given?
Well, at the moment, Spain are beating South Africa 1-0, but they started half an hour afterwards, so they're just only into the second half as we speak. So, as I said, we'll know in about half an hour, because if South Africa lose, they can't catch Great Britain, and USA, who just lost to GB, can't catch them either. So it's all a matter of if those two have definitely lost, they're into the quarterfinals. They've still got a game to spare, Great Britain's women. They're going to be playing again on Saturday against Argentina. Now, Argentina, they're ranked, where are Argentina? Second in the world at the moment, so that would be a real tough match for Great Britain. But again, they want to go in and keep up this momentum, because as I said, Tony, this has just been such a better performance from GB.
Yeah, and just on that to end, Helen, today, have you seen enough to make you think they are now in gear?
Yeah, look, this is the Olympic Games, and I'm pleased that they've put in a much better performance. As Sarah said, that game against Argentina will be tough, but they're in all being well, they're in a quarter-final, and anything can happen in that. We know that. So let's go.
Do you know what, Tony? You and I will get so excited about everything, and Helen will always keep our feet on the ground, is what we're learning here.
Well, I always think we can win from anywhere, so I'm always a believer. I can now picture us being on that podium.
You're the coolest half-back amongst the Olympic team at the moment, Helen, I'll say that.
Always.
Thank you, Helen Richardson-Walsh there, gold medalist in Rio, and Sarah Orchard watching women's Team GB taking it against the States then 5-2. Let's talk BMX racing now. The quarter-final heats start this evening, 7 o'clock. Victoria Pendleton's watching that alongside Connor McNamara, who joins us now. Connor, hello to you. Are you in the Parc Urban, or is that where it is?
No, we see, yesterday, Tony, we were at the BMX Freestyle, which is the sort of tricks and the gymnastics of the bike, and that was held in the Place de la Concorde. But the BMX racing is held out at the stadium. It's about 16 miles southwest of the city. Two big hopes for Team GB in the BMX racing. In the women's event, you might know the name Beth Shriver, reigning gold medalist, hoping to defend her crown. Big star in the world of BMX. She's already been the first cyclist in history to hold Olympic, European and world titles simultaneously, and she won a behind closed doors sort of test event at this venue, this Olympic track, as a warm-up in April, so fingers crossed for her. In the men's, Kai White was silver medalist in Tokyo. He was only 22 back then. I actually watched back the footage of that final earlier on today, and he was unlucky not to have gold. He's known locally as the Prince of Peckham. He's spoken this week about how much more excited he is this week in Paris than he was in Tokyo 3 years ago, because back then the COVID restrictions meant that he was all on his own, and this time he's got this huge entourage of friends and family in the French capital to cheer him on. This evening we've got the quarter-final stage. They get 3 runs of the track. It's all over in the blink of an eye. These races are really fast, Victoria Pendleton. All over in 40 seconds, a real sprint, and it is exhilarating to watch.
It is. It's full of dangerous turns and jumps, and they go absolutely tanking down this huge 8-metre high start ramp, and it's all about getting a really good start. And I have actually personally had a look at one of these start ramps before, and I walked up. Sinead Reid took me up. I got onto my hands and knees and peered over the edge, and then reversed very slowly back towards the steps, because I was like, wow, it's so much steeper.
It feels
in
higher
real life.
when you're up there than looking from the ground. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really terrifying.
This sort of gate comes up. It's like those sort of automatic bollards to prevent you going into a car park or something. It's like an automatic gate that just shuffles down and then they fly away, but exhilarating to watch. And it's dangerous, Tony. Statistically, the two BMX disciplines, freestyle and racing, 2 of the 3 sports at the Olympics that provide the most injuries. So, it's daredevil stuff to watch, and it all starts in about an hour and a half's time.
Victoria, that reaction you had at the top of the ramp is the reaction I first had when I saw the top of a velodrome so that puts it all into context, I think. And on Victoria, on the danger. So this is a quote. You've probably both got this in your notes yourself, but I'll read it out. Kai White was speaking to the Radio Times, and said people don't realise how dangerous BMX can be. You're allowed to hit each other. I crashed when I was 13. I was knocked unconscious, put into an induced coma for 5 days. I had a bleed on the brain and a broken jaw. It took me a year to recover. I mean, that's the kind of contact we're talking about.
Watching it, your heart is in your mouth from the very start. And again, one of these ones where you don't know quite how the parents watch their kids doing this. They obviously have a full face helmet for a bit of protection, but nobody holds back. It's really their bounce off each other as they go around the bends. There will be some spills, 100%, which is, part of the sport. And so many of them are almost bionic. They've had so many plates screwed into parts of their bodies and fixed up. And I just think it's incredible that they come back for more, regardless of having horrendous crashes, really serious injuries. They just seem to, the adrenaline and the thrill of the sport just brings them back.
Yeah, Connor, I was conscious earlier on we were talking, we were hearing from Alistair Bruce Ball saying he's commentating on the men's 50 metres tonight, which is the best part of, I think, 20-odd seconds or so. How long does each heat take in the BMX? And what does your job consist of?
40 seconds. And I think it's a little bit, it feels a bit like Formula One, that the start is key. Whoever can hit that first turn, leading on that, getting the body down and into the curve, and sort of gets their noses in front. Obviously, the advantage of being in front, but then if there's any collisions, if there's any jostling, that's all happening behind them. So it's one of those races where 4 seconds in, you've a really good idea who's got a great chance. Now, people can, of course, make comebacks, but that sort of overtaking is so difficult in a race that is so quick and so short, but it's done and dusted in 40 seconds.
Victoria, does the draw help in this, or is it just such a complete free-for-all? Everyone flies everywhere.
I think, if you have a good heat, that's a good, it's a good chance of you getting through. However, they've changed the format of the racing this time round, and they've changed it from Tokyo. So basically, in the second runs, the riders are reseeded. But we used to have like 3 heats of riding the same fellow competitors, but they're reseeding them so that it almost evens it out even more. So it's kind of going to bring a different dynamic to it.
A thing, Tony, that I found very interesting is these races can be so close, down to split seconds, as many Olympic things are. But it quite regularly happens that they can't be separated even by a photo finish. People who complain about VAR and toenails and all that, but it can be the case where if they actually share a medal because they can't be determined who is ahead of the other. That's how close these races are.
Is it front wheel or helmet leaning over the bike? What do we judge it on? Front wheel,
I don't think if they got the helmet over there, that would be pretty acrobatic. Hopefully not. Probably not heading in the right direction.
No, even I'm
throw
not
your
that
helmet.
Yeah, they'll lunge their
10 yards
bike.
out.
What they'll do is they'll lunge the handlebars forward and throw the front wheel through. Okay. So it'll be the very, very first part that touches. If they could reach a finger out even further, that would be great. But I wouldn't advise it. Keep your hands on the handlebars, everyone. So it's a big lunge for the line. So sometimes it's one in the lunge.
So I'm not as daft as I sound then. If you really went for it, you could reach out or just throw yourself over the top.
Some races, it doesn't matter what crosses the line first. For example, in some track racing events, you can just slide with bits of broken bike. If duty calls, you have to do it.
I love the combative nature of this. Good luck commentating, you two, with 40 seconds, and you can't split them with a photo. Good luck picking the winner.
Yeah, we'll leave it to the experts to pick the winner, to be honest. If it comes down to a photo finish, we haven't got a chance, really.
Yeah, well, she presumably looked at you, Connor, then, when she said expert, did she?
I'm a great believer in the graphics on the screen, which show gold, silver and bronze. That is my guiding light. I use the force, Tony, as so many of us do here in Paris.
I rely on the tech. Great to speak to you both. Enjoy it tonight.
Cheers.
Thank you, Victoria Pendleton and Conor McNamara, watching BMX Race. So let's go back to the gymnastics. Lewis Smith's watching. We're watching Simone Biles along with our favourite YouTubers. Dude Perfect, Lewis. High five, low five, all that. And Eleanor Oldroyd's there. So hello, Ellie.
I am, yes. I don't think I have as many followers as Dude. What are they called?
Dude Perfect.
Dude Perfect. Okay. But yeah, it's this is going to be such a good competition. I think we've just seen Simone Biles already take a big lead at the top of the competition because as she got 15.766 for her vault, Rebecca Andrade got 15.100. So yeah, Simone Biles, you'd have thought is going to lead the competition pretty much throughout. Georgia May Fenton from GB got 13.033 for her floor routine, and Alice Kinsella 12.833. Just watching the GB girls on the floor, I think from their point of view, they just want to improve what they did in qualifying because, we saw how much they improved from the qualifying score when it came to the team final. They went all the way up the standings to actually finish 4th overall, so just off the podium, frustratingly. But, Alice and Georgia May, they're both experienced gymnasts, aren't they? Alice was at the last Olympics. Georgia May has got a string of competitions behind her at European, Commonwealth level and world level as well.
Yeah, and they've got a taste of what it's like to compete at the Olympic Games now. So, we saw them starting on vault and going to bars, and they had a few falls and they were a bit shaky. Whereas now, I like to think that they're settled in, they found their feet, and they're really kind of going to go out there and do their best. And Georgia's already 6/10 up on her qualification routine, so they're off to a really good start. And I'm excited to see how not only the British girls do, but the fight between Andrade and Biles.
Yeah, they've got their game faces on much more today, haven't they? Alice Kinsella and Georgia May Fenton. We've just been watching the floor routine, and we were kind of joking a little bit about it being like strictly because you're impressing the judges. But the difference between what the men have to do in their floor routines and what the women have to do, there are similarities, aren't there? But there's a lot more dance. It's a lot more about the elegance, the balletic skills of the female gymnasts.
And I think it's definitely more difficult for the women because, the men, we kind of just do a big tumble and then we just step into the corner or do a forward roll where the girls link it with leaps and jumps and turns, and, it's constant choreography and they're constantly moving. So I think the fitness side of things, you definitely have to be a little bit more fit for the women's. But saying that, I can't knock the men too much. They do very big, powerful, scary tumbles. So it's a big mix.
Yeah, so, but I mean, because when you were learning to dance, obviously, as we know, we've said this once or twice before, you won Strictly. Was that something that you had to move away from? Because, you know, you can do your acrobatic skills, but you've got to be able to do those linking skills just to create that flow that we see so much with the women's floor routines, especially.
Yeah, I mean, also, it was quite compulsory as well for the GB guys. I don't know about any other countries, but we used to have to do choreography and ballet with the ballet teacher at national squad. So it all taught us artistry and how to conduct ourselves on the floor, and instead of just walking like a brute, you know, we had some level of poise and elegance about us on the floor routine. So we did do a little bit of ballet and things like that, but I mean, I would love to have gone down there and had a dance.
With the music.
Music, all that
bit of
music,
show.
yeah. Just put
bit
on a
more
little bit of a
sparkle.
show. We do a little bit of break dancing, don't we? Sometimes on the floor, we do circles and flares and Thomas flares. So we do have a little moment to show off our party trick.
So this all-around final is well underway, Tony. We've had the first rotation, and Simone Biles is leading the competition. Of course, she is the little ball of glitter herself. 15.766 with Rebecca Andrade of Brazil in second place, and Elizabeth Black of Canada is in bronze medal position at the moment. So yeah, I do think if Lewis had been allowed to, have a little bit of sparkle on his gym leotards or his gym outfits, he probably would have done.
I would have.
He would have done.
Is there a rule against it, Lewis? Could you have not just gone down that route anyway?
No, there isn't a rule against it. No, it's just probably not the done thing. And I don't think sitting in my room in the Olympic Village sticking down Montes to my leotard probably would have gone down well with the rest of the team.
No, you'd have rather been out eating chicken cubes from a local kebab shop.
Well,
it's all about priorities, Lewis.
I found out the chicken nuggets that I had yesterday, they're vegan nuggets.
Oh, yes, because there's a bit of controversy, isn't there, about, well, I mean, not controversy, it depends on how you view these things, but people saying in the Olympic Village they've gone very much plant-based. 60% of the food in the village is plant-based, and so it is the venues as well.
I mean, I'm not.
But the fact that it took you a day to realise that they were vegan.
They were tasty.
So basically, you've had an accidental nugget, have you? You're not the nugget of choice.
Yeah, I mean, they were tasty. I'd go back and get some now. I'm honest.
Well,
you probably will. Halfway through, I'm guaranteeing that there'll be a nugget run from the BBC Radio Gymnastics team.
Got to keep the energy up.
Listen, back with you guys very shortly. Ellie and Lewis at the Bearsea Arena there watching Simone Biles. I hesitate to say on the rest, but it pretty much is in action. We're waiting for Casper Ruud to get on with it in the tennis so we can watch Andy Murray and Dan Evans. And he's the world's slowest player, Jonathan Overend, I believe.
Well, no, he's not. He's the second world's worst player, and he's... sorry, not world's worst.
Harsh.
Sorry, that's very harsh, isn't it? He is the second slowest player in the world. He is playing the slowest player in the world. So it is 5 games all in the second set of this third quarter final. He's a very, very good player. Let me please put that on record. Auger-Aliassime won the first set. This is the right to play Carlos Alcaraz in the semi-finals, but it is also the match before Murray and Evans versus Fritz and Paul. So absolutely, it would be nice to think that we could get this on sometime soon. Auger-Aliassime had 4 break points on the Casper Ruud serve at 4-all. If he'd have taken one of those break points, he'd have been serving for the match. But Ruud now back at 5-all. We could have a while yet.
Yeah. Well, why is he so slow anyway? Is it just pondering? I mean, aren't they on various time limits for changeovers and things like that? Is it just between serves he takes his time?
Well, they have the shot clock between serves. I actually think that, that's not one for today, but I actually think the shot clock slowed tennis down, not sped it up. But no, they're just, they're precise, they're exact, and they're slow.
Well, look, if you get a moment, just get on with it. Just give them a quick heckle, will you? We've got things to do. Naomi Brodie joins us now, stalwart of our Wimbledon coverage, British tennis player. Hello, Naomi. Welcome to the show.
Hello. I was waiting for you to say, and from Stockport.
Yes, I'm fellow Northerner.
Got to get it in there.
We just let's add to the working class quotient. On 5 Live, Naomi, yes.
Happy to make up the numbers.
We'll speak, so over's Connor. Is that all 8?
Yeah.
That's all 8.
I don't
Quite
know.
Judgmental, Tony.
I've got 2 Northern now. Anyway, Naomi, lovely to have you on board.
So excited. What a day.
Yeah, what a day. I suppose, should we talk about Heather Watson and Katie Bolton first? Because they lost earlier in the doubles. How disappointed were we by that?
A tough one. Obviously disappointed because we were starting to wonder if they might be within medal contention, weren't we? They were doing so well, they were playing so well together, they were seemingly loving it, they had great chemistry on court, the games were really merging, but they came up against one of the most informed pairings on tour this year. They're one of the top ranked teams, so it was always going to be tough. They actually play with each other, Paulini and Arani, throughout the year, and they haven't just teamed up for the Olympics as so many teams have done. So very experienced and a very tough draw, very annoying one, because as I say, I think Heather and Katie were doing so well, they could have had a chance for a medal.
That's the problem when Bunsey was saying earlier on, well, he said on day one the boxing draw had been really unkind to Team GB, and I guess that's the look of the draw, literally. What about Andy Murray and Dan Evans then? Naomi, you know them both. I mean, from all I can see on the telly and hear through when Overs is commentating and all that he's absolutely relishing the Olympics.
Isn't he? He's relishing it because it's his last event as well, isn't he? But he's always stepped it up. Both of them, both Evo and Andy, always step it up, always play their best tennis with their flag on their shirt. You know, Davis Cup last year in Manchester. It's coming again in September, Tony, if you're about 10th to the 15th at the AO Arena. Get that plug in whilst I'm on.
Yeah.
And Evo was MVP last year. He absolutely carried the whole team, and it was an unbelievable match. And Andy's the same. So when you put them on the same team together, the positions they've got themselves in these matches that they're dragging themselves out from. Talk about the brink of defeat. How many match points have they saved up? Is it 5 up until now? 4 7. In the first match, 7.
Yeah.
Just incredible. And just the chemistry. Today's going to be so interesting for me because the guys they're playing far higher ranked in singles but don't really play much dubs, so it's going to be an interesting match, winnable, I think.
And on that, Overs, good in singles but not necessarily regular doubles partners. Was that the case with Nadal and Alcaraz, that they just didn't gel as such, or they've certainly gone out, haven't they?
Oh, I think there's a bit of that. I think established doubles teams clearly come in with some form of advantage because you're knowing what it's like a dance partnership, isn't it? That Lewis could talk about. It's kind of knowing where one is going to go when something happens, and that sort of instinctive relationship. And this is where I'm a little worried with Fritz and Paul, because as Naomi says, that sure they're not doubles. A doubles team, but they are best mates. So that sort of camaraderie, that sort of knowing the other guy definitely exists, and they're drawing on that in their run. They've won 2 matches so far to get to this stage.
And we're going back to the gymnastics shortly. Naomi, just to end for now, if they were to lose tonight, this is definitely it. Andy Murray's not going to turn around and say, I'll fancy a crack at something else round the corner. He's definitely said this is it.
He has, but I'm just clinging on to hope here. I'm just hoping he has confirmed this is his last tournament, but I'm just going to blindly believe and hope that he might still rock up somewhere else in future. But no, he has said this will be his final hurrah, so he's dragging it out as long as he can, and we're going to hope he can get one more match out of it.
Yeah, we're hoping he goes all the way, aren't we, Naomi? So enjoy tonight when it finally gets underway.
Yeah, they're into a tiebreaker, so hopefully. Felix can get it done here, and
who do we want
get the
to win
Brits out.
this?
Whoever's winning, we want
Felix
it finished.
to win it. Bring the match on. If Rude wins this tiebreak, Tony, I'm having a nap. Give us a ring in an hour.
Right, back with you short. Come on, Felix. Hopefully back with you guys shortly. Let's get off to the gymnastics with Lewis and Ellie again. Hello, Ellie.
Oh, yes, they're in. Yes, we've been watching Rebecca Andrade again on the uneven bars. The Brazilian, who is, she was second in qualifying for this competition, 25-year-old all-around silver medalist in Tokyo. First Brazilian female gymnast to win an Olympic medal, and she's a really powerful performer, isn't she, Rebecca?
She is, and she's definitely going to make it easy for Simone, is she? She's going to push her all the way if she can. And it's nice to watch as well, Simone being pushed on her last Olympic Games to that Olympic gold. So,
You're watching the vault as well, the GB.
I thought that was Alice going then.
Oh, no, you're boys. Georgia May Fenton went first on the vault, scored 13.633. So that is, I think, probably an improvement as well on her previous score. We are going to watch Simone Biles on uneven bars in a second. And one of the questions, keep talking about the skills that she has that are named after her. We saw the Biles 2 on vault a few minutes ago, which, as we've said, is far too difficult for anyone else to even attempt with a difficulty score of 6.4. what we haven't seen at these games is the Biles on uneven bars, because that's the only apparatus that she hasn't actually performed, had a skill officially named after her yet.
Yeah, and this is the last chance for her to do it at the Olympic Games. You know, she's not in the bars final. She didn't do it in the team, and she didn't do it in the qualifying. So this is the last chance for Simone to do it. And I'm probably thinking it hasn't quite been going the way they wanted in training, so they've decided to take it out.
Yeah. So can you do that? And the trouble is, if you make it public, well, here's the chance we're going to see it. Looking now as she swings around the lower bar. Now that'll be the point.
Yeah, so she hasn't done it, so it must not quite have been going her way in training, but she's swinging well. With the routine as I speak, she overshoots her shap to the bottom bar and has to bend her legs, but she stayed on, but I think that would be considered a fall.
Wow, that is quite a big moment for Simone Biles. Just that little bit where she just lost where she was and didn't complete the skill on the bottom bar.
No, yeah, she kind of got a bit unstuck. I wasn't sure if her brain was thinking about the skill that she wanted to do, and then that caught her out by surprise. But yeah, she just didn't get her height correct, and she ended up having to bend her legs, and she kind of got a bit lost for a second. But I mean, she finished it off, big dismount, no deduction on the dismount, stuck it dead. But
just a little bit of fallibility.
Yeah, a little chink in the arm just then.
Because we're so used to seeing her being perfect, and in this competition as well. So we watch it again actually as she just goes for the big catch on the top bar and then swinging down to the bottom bar, turning on the top bar, just changing the hand grip, again swinging around and catching and releasing on the top bar. We'll see in a moment what happens here.
Here we go. After this catch over, as she swings down, look, she hangs on a bit too long. She's a bit too far away, and she has to bend her legs. So that's the first kind of real big mistake that we've seen from Simone.
It looks so seamless normally, doesn't it, with her? But actually at that point when, as you say, the legs just swing so elegantly through the bottom bar, but she just kind of hung for a moment, and to get that momentum and to get the swinging back again, she's just having a little think about it. She's putting her hand guards away, and we'll see her score in a moment.
It'll be very, very interesting to see what the judges do here, because a lot hangs in the balance.
Literally.
She has such a power with her name, and an expectation for her to do well and to win this all-round gold, and you can't help but think, does that or doesn't it have an effect on what the judges might do with this mistake? So
she's having a little wander off on her own, isn't she, actually? So there is a corner at the podium on the far side where we've had pieces of apparatus all the time. I'm trying to think what was over there. Parallel bars were over there yesterday for the men's, but just having a little moment to gather her thoughts rather than sitting down. The cameras follow her, of course they do, they follow her everywhere, but Rebecca Andrade scored 14.666 for her uneven bars routine. Just watching again as the judges consider what they're going to give Simone Biles here. Alice Kinsella on the vault.
Big double twisting Yuchenko, and a big hop on the landing. She did stay on her feet, but judges might take 3 or 5 attempts for that.
And Simone Biles 13.733. It's not the piece of apparatus that she's looked the most comfortable on throughout the competition, but actually that is quite a lot down actually on her qualifying score.
It's about 7 tenths down on what she qualified with. So, I mean, she only was leading by 1.7 marks throughout qualification, and that gap's now just been closed to a mark.
Yeah, and Rebecca Andrade goes above her on the leaderboard at this point. So Andrade with 29.766 and Biles 29.499. So just over 3/10 of a mark down as a result of that. Well, we won't call it a disaster. We never talk about disasters in a sporting context. But just, as we say, a little bit of fallibility, a little bit of frailty from Simone Biles. So maybe we can't take it for granted after all.
That's what we said earlier, didn't we? We were all assuming it would be a parade, and I think it was Lewis who said, hang on, in sport you can never say that. That was really interesting. I've got the benefit of the cameras here as well, and she was, when she did the vault earlier on, she was beaming as she walked back. She absolutely just was puffing and blowing and rolling her eyes after that. There on the bars. That's interesting. Guys, thank you very much indeed. Back with Lewis and Ellie at the Bercy Arena very shortly. Let's talk now to a woman I saw coming out the laundry earlier on today. And it's Kelly Cates. Kelly Cates,
just
hello.
Some random woman because you've been hanging around the washing machines.
Yes, hello to you. Earlier on I just assumed you'd be at the swimming tonight, but you've changed venues.
I have changed venues. I'm now at the Eiffel Tower Arena, or the Eiffel Tower Stadium, which is, as it sounds, in the shadow of the tower itself. It's absolutely beautiful here. They've set up the beach volleyball arena, so they've imported sand from the same place that they've imported sand for the venues for the previous Olympics. It comes from this place in France where it's about the size of the grain of sand. They go to that level of precision in terms of setting this whole thing up. And then you look down at the beach volleyball court in front of us, and then as you look up, the tower just rises above us, and of course it's got the Olympic rings on it. And then when the sun sets, this is what I'm really looking forward to. When the sun sets and it's dark, at the start of the games, the one that happened at the top of the hour, that's when the Eiffel Tower sparkles. So there's a whole light show. It's just this natural arena. It's beautiful. So I can't wait to see it in real life.
Great. And so you've got the beach volleyball under control. We'll be throwing to the swimming as well, Kelly. There's loads going on tonight, and you'll have Andy Murray finally in action.
I know, Andy Murray in action again. Andy Murray and Dan Evans getting through to the latter stages of this tournament, when it looked as though they might go out in their first match. But obviously we have to treat every match that Andy Murray's involved in now as though it could be his last competitive match, because this tournament is going to be his last tournament. So we've got that coming up. We've got the gymnastics with Ellie. We're going to carry on with Ellie and Lewis with Simone Biles' watch effectively is the gymnastics, isn't it? And we'll keep you up to date with everything that happens there. I think we've got a bit of BMX going on. We've got all kinds of stuff.
Great. It's going to be a big night. Kelly, I'll hand to you officially at 5:30. Thanks very much.
You'll be pleased to know everything's clean.
Is it? I didn't want to ask. I just assumed so, and I wasn't down there doing my stuff, so maybe that's me tomorrow. Cheers, Kelly.
Bye.
See you later. Kelly Cates there joins us officially at 6:30 to take over the coverage. Let's go to the tennis. For a quick update from Jonathan Overend.
Well, it is match point to Felix Auger-Aliassime in this quarter. Well, let's not celebrate too soon, because Ruud is serving at 5-6. Casper Ruud, the 6th seed, the Norwegian, at match point down. It will be played on a second serve, Tony. So let's see if the Canadian Auger-Aliassime can close this out and then invite Murray and Evans to come towards the court. Here's a forehand from Ruud. This is to play Alcaraz. Where did that go? Right on the line. Oh, he saved it with an audacious forehand, and we go to 6 points all. And knowing Casper Ruud, he'll probably use that as the inspiration, Tony, to turn this around, and maybe I will get my nap after all.
Yeah. How rude, to coin a phrase. Right, Overs, thanks very much. Back with Overs at some point in the next half hour of the show. We're going to take a break now for the news. Richard Foster joins us. It is 6:02.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Thanks, Tony. Good evening. The 17-year-old boy charged with the murders of 3 girls at a dance class in Southport on Monday has been named as Axel Rudakabana. A judge lifted the ban on revealing his identity when he appeared in court in Liverpool earlier. Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge was there, and he told me what happened in court today.
17-year-old Axel Rudakabana appeared in court charged with the murder of 3 children, the attempted murder of 8 others, and the attempted murder of 2 adults. But the reason we can now identify him is because the judge in the case decided not to grant him anonymity. It's sort of custom and practice that anybody under the age of 18 is considered a child and would normally be granted anonymity, certainly until a conviction in a court case. In this case, the judge said that he would agree to the media's request not for anonymity to be given, and he said that the risk was that the vacuum created by not having his name out there was allowing, as he put it, others up to mischief to spread misinformation. So if you remember, earlier in the week there was rioting in Southport, and that was, at least in part, sparked by false rumours online about the identity of the person who was in police custody. And I think, and also the other point worth noting also that the judge made is that Mr. Rudy Cabana will turn 18 in almost a week, and at that point he's then considered an adult, and the media would have been able to name him anyway in almost a week's time. So the judge basically said, yes, you can name him as of today.
What more do we know about the accused?
He's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. Lots of people in the local community where he lived in a village called Banks, which is about 5 miles from Southport. He moved there around a decade ago with the rest of his family. So he's got an older brother, mother, father. They all lived in Banks, but he is something of a mystery in that local community. Interestingly, for somebody who's 17, he appears to almost have no digital footprint whatsoever. Now, the BBC understands he has a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and has at times refused to leave his home, but he is, by and large, a digital and personal kind of blank sheet of paper, really.
Stay there, Rowan, because we're going to hear from the Prime Minister now. He's been meeting senior police officers in Downing Street after 2 nights of violence following that knife attack in Southport. More than 100 people were arrested in London last night. There were also disturbances, as you may know, in Hartlepool, Manchester and indeed in Aldershot. Sir Keir Starmer's been speaking at a news conference in the past hour.
The whole point on pulling together the meeting today was to have a coordinated response. The clear message from police and law enforcement is not that they need more powers. I think we have to wean ourselves off the idea that the only response is to pass more legislation every time we have a challenge in front of us, is to use the existing powers that we've got, pulling together the intelligence, the data, making sure that that is being shared across police forces, and that as these groups sort of bounce from chief constable to chief constable around the country, we have the same response, robust response to them. And that we're clear that this is violent disorder, it's not protest.
That was the Prime Minister speaking a little earlier on in Downing Street. Rowan's still with us. What's the Prime Minister's strategy to tackle this violence? He's getting quite tough, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about setting up this new violent disorder unit to kind of deal with rioters. And as he said then, his point is that those people are able to move around the country, and so they want a greater sharing of intelligence, the use of greater use of stuff like facial recognition technology, the idea to issue orders to stop people being able to travel around the country using some of the sort of techniques that are used against football hooligans to try and stop the sort of violent disorder that they've seen. I think the other thing that he also mentioned, which I think was interesting, was a sort of what sounded a bit like a warning shot across the bows of social media companies, where he said that violent disorder is clearly whipped up online, is also a crime, and it is happening on your premises. We will take all necessary action to keep our streets safe. Now, it's not really clear what he was going to do about that, but clearly signalling that he thinks social media companies have, they need to take action as well.
Our North of England reporter Rowan Bridge speaking to me a little earlier. Well, one question that's been raised is why the suspect hasn't been named until now. To answer that, I've been speaking to Mary Pryor KC. She's Vice Chair of the Criminal Bar Association. And I asked her about why those under 18 accused of crimes not usually identified during criminal proceedings.
You have to remember that the youth court begins dealing with young people in the criminal sphere from the age of 10. And they deal with 10-year-olds up to 17-year-olds. And so there is an automatic legal restriction on naming a child under 18 in the youth court. And that's been the case for very many years. And the reason behind that is quite simple. It's because lots of young people make mistakes, poor choices when they're very young, and the courts and society as a whole, for the most part, is concerned with rehabilitation of young people who commit offences. So that's the motivation behind it.
And this case was a little special, wasn't it? Because we understand that the accused, the suspect in the Southport attacks earlier this week, was actually going to turn 18 next week. And so that was the reason that decision, that difference then occurred.
It was one of the reasons, forgive me. The fact is that whenever a child, so that's a person under 18, reaches the Crown Court, the Crown Court judge at that stage has to make a decision balancing the public interest in people being able to identify a person who's committed a serious crime, and of course it must be a serious crime to be in the Crown Court, as compared with the obligation we have as a society to try where we can to rehabilitate. But in the Crown Court, it isn't going to be automatically the case that a child will not be named. The judge will make a decision in each case depending upon the facts and what's best in the public interest.
Mary Pryor Casey, the Vice Chair of the Criminal Bar Association. Well, some other stories this evening, and 26 people have been exchanged as part of the biggest prisoner swap between Russia and the West since the Cold War. 3 Americans have been returned, including the Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. 12 German nationals and Russian political prisoners will go to Germany. 8 people will be returned to Russia. President Biden's paid tribute to everyone involved in negotiating their release.
This is an incredible relief for all the family members gathered here. It's a relief to the friends and colleagues all across the country who've been praying for this day for a long time. The deal that made this possible was a feat of diplomacy and friendship. Multiple countries helped get this done. They joined the difficult, complex negotiations at my request, and I personally thank them all again. And I've thanked them personally, and I'll thank them again. All told, Russia has released 16 prisoners. 8 Russians who are being held in the West will be sent home as well.
GPs in England have voted overwhelmingly to take industrial action, which could see doctors limiting patient appointments. The British Medical Association says it's taking action over what it says is a lack of funding for general practice. Earlier, I spoke to our health correspondent, Catherine Burns, and asked her what this action would look like.
Doctors have been given 10 actions and they can pick and choose which ones they want to do. They can do as many or a few as they think are appropriate. The main one really that people are going to be interested is limiting the daily amount of patient appointments they see to 25. Now, in reality, GPs often see 30 or even 40 patients a day. So obviously that would have quite a big knock-on impact. What they're saying is if every GP across England decided to do this, it would cut the amount of available appointments by a third. There's quite a big if there, though, because we don't know how many GPs will choose to do this or whether they'll pick some of the other actions that are not so serious, like involving things like data and turning off certain bits of software. So it's one of those things where at the beginning of it, we don't know how big it's going to be. But the doctors' union, the BMA, says this is going to be more of a slow burn than a big bang. So I think it's going to be a while till we see the impact here.
And it's going to be, it's obviously a conflict, isn't it? Because GPs are there to look after people, they're there to look after patients. And ultimately, if you're working to rule, that the amount of care you can give could be reduced.
Yeah, absolutely. So the BMA, they've put out a statement saying GPs are at the end of their tether, and they describe this as an act of desperation, saying, for too long, we've been unable to provide the care we want to. We are witnessing general practice being broken. So the reason behind this, and this all really, it comes down to a funding thing. They say that they are being asked to do more with less. They point out that in England, there are 6.4 million more patients now than there were 5 years ago. And at the same time, they say their funding has been eroded by hundreds of millions of pounds. But like you say, the concern here, at the end of the day, as it always will be with any NHS story, is how is this going to impact patients? So we don't really know yet how much it's going to be an impact. But NHS managers, they are worried. You know, they're saying that this is going to have disruptions beyond primary care, beyond these family doctors. So, you know, they're worried that it might put more pressure on A&E, it might slow down people being discharged from hospital or disrupt referrals that GPs make to specialist care. And actually, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, says if this goes ahead, it would only punish patients. So the advice to patients who've got appointments or want appointments is if you need help, get in touch with your GP as usual. And in fact, they are still, in the terms of their contract, contracted to be open in their normal working hours. I think it's going to be really interesting over time. You know, we're saying that the BMA says it's safe for them to see 25 appointments a day. What are GPs going to do when the 26th patient comes in asking for help and it's someone they've got a relationship with? You know, they see that this person needs help. Are they going to provide them care or not? We don't know yet.
Our health correspondent Catherine Burns speaking to me a little earlier. Interest rates have been cut for the first time in more than 4 years. The Bank of England's taken the base rate down from 5.25% to 5%. The Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey switched his vote to back a reduction in rate. Earlier on, I spoke to our Money and Work reporter Peter Ruddick about the vote being so close.
5-4, so as close as it gets, and it reflects, I think, a feeling before the decision that it genuinely could have gone either way, and this all comes down to inflation, so the rate of price increases, because although the headline bit of that, if you like, is at the bank's 2% target, and it has been for a couple of months, if you dig into the details, core inflation, so when you strip away the volatile things like energy and food, services inflation, so the price rises for things like hotel stays, restaurant bills, hairdresser appointments, those bits are still proving a little bit sticky, a little bit stubborn. And the decision here was, are they sticky and stubborn in the short term, or could they hang around for quite a while longer? Because if they're just going to be there in the short term, then perhaps we can start cutting rates. If they're going to be around longer, the decision was perhaps you should keep rates as they are. The governor, as you say, going with the majority to back this cut, but he didn't give it a ringing endorsement, it has to be said. He essentially said inflation has eased enough, but we need to make sure it stays low and be careful not to cut rates too quickly or by too much. So essentially, don't expect a slew more of these rate cuts in the coming months, perhaps.
Our Money and Work reporter Peter Ruddick speaking to me earlier after interest rates were reduced for the first time since before the pandemic. Well, that's all the news so far this evening. Orna, how's your travel?
Thanks, Richard. The M5. So where it joins the M6 and heading north, there was a police incident which was going on for quite a while. So how it looks now is that both link roads are not working at all. So you can't get from the M5 northbound onto the M6, and you can't get from the M6 south onto the M5. So massive problems there at the moment. The M5 in Worcestershire still queuing as well. 2 lanes are closed at 7 at Worcester. That's after an accident. And the M4 westbound, junction 8-9 Maidenhead. That's another accident. 1 lane closed. The M11 northbound, junction 6, the M25 has 1 lane closed for a broken down lorry with long delays. The M1's looking really heavy northbound, heading out of London. It's around Watford at junction 5, which is where a vehicle had a tyre change, so the queues are still there. All lanes are open though. And the M23 northbound, junction 9 at Gatwick Airport, heading up to the M25. There was a broken down van in one of the lanes, so you've still got queues there. And all traffic was being held in both directions at junction 9 Ashford because of a police incident. It's just been released, but delays are still there. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Order in the court. Stacey Dooley, you may address the jury.
I call your attention to the brand new podcast, Famously on Trial. Celeb scandals will be scrutinised, A-list antics analysed, and influencer indictments investigated. No case is off limits.
Stacey Dooley will present the evidence.
Larry Dean will be the judge.
And I declare this podcast guilty of sounding criminally brilliant.
Famously on Trial.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
I rest my case.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Yes, welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our Parisian Cafe. We'll be handing the baton to Kelly Cates at the beach volleyball shortly. Let's have a quick recap of what we've seen today. No goals so far for Team GB, but there have been 2 bronzes and a silver in the rowing. Live this afternoon, as we've been on air, Joe Clark got a disappointing 5th in the canoe slalom. And at Roland Garros this evening, Andy Murray and Dan Evans continue to wait in the wings, Jonathan Overhead.
Yes, they can wait a little bit more because Casper Ruud has saved match point to win the second set of his quarter-final against Felix Auger-Aliassime. They're into a deciding set, not just the match point, but 4 break points Auger-Aliassime had at 4-all in that set, but he couldn't close it out, and the wait continues.
Yep, they'll get there eventually. In the gymnastics, all eyes are on the Brits and the GOAT, Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, but a wobble from Simone Biles on uneven bars means she's only 3rd at the halfway stage of the competition, with beam and floor to come. Georgia May Fenton and Alice Kinsella of GB are 13th and 15th respectively.
And tonight, BMX racing, it actually sounds a bit more like jousting, watched by Conor McNamara.
Yeah, the thrills and spills of the opening night of the BMX racing at Paris 2024. In the women's, Bet Shriver is defending her gold medal from Tokyo. In the men's, fellow Londoner Kai White won silver last time. Both are fancied again, and the speedsters get underway in about 45 minutes from now.
Middle distance runner Jake Whiteman is out of the Olympics with injury. Sky Brown's dislocated her shoulder, but still intends to compete in the skateboarding. GB's men are through to the hockey quarter-finals. News of the women to come very shortly. Also, tennis, gymnastics and swimming then tonight to take you through with Kelly until 10.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Well, we gave you a bit of a tease there. We talked to Team GB Women's Hockey. We've been following their fortunes against the USA this afternoon. Sarah Orchard is here with news. Are they through to the quarters, Sarah?
Yes, they are, and with a game to spare, Tony. That's the big news. So whilst Great Britain were beating USA earlier today 5-3, there was another match going on the other pitch between Spain and South Africa. Spain won that one 1-0. It means that neither the USA or South Africa from their final game can get enough points to overtake Great Britain. So confirmation, Great Britain's women, they're into the quarterfinals. They get underway on Monday. The men already through to the quarterfinals. Both have a game to spare.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. I mentioned that disappointing run in the canoe slalom today. After all the talk of him trying to regain his gold medal from Rio, Joe Clark actually finished 5th in the men's K1 singles today. Here's what he had to say to Matthew Pinsent straight afterwards.
One of them, that's canoe slalom, isn't it, basically? That's all I can say.
Is it? I mean, did you leave it all out there?
Yeah, I did absolutely that. I mean, there's a couple of slight mistakes that I made, but that's canoe slalom. On another day, that would have definitely been a medal. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say. A bit gutted, but, well, very gutted not to stand on the podium, but I did the best I could do, so that's all that's possible, isn't it?
How were you inside your own head at the top? You know, we refer to it time and time again, going last. That is tough for anybody.
I actually felt absolutely fine. Like, we prepared for this moment. Last year at the World Championships, I was last off and won. I knew what to do, felt calm. That's probably the best I'd felt all comp. Just didn't happen today.
Anything to point at? You mentioned a couple of mistakes. Is there something specific that is going to cost you sleep in the days and weeks ahead?
Not really. I'll be able to sleep well tonight knowing that I've given my all out there. Obviously, I want to take this opportunity to say a huge thanks to my wife. She's supported me no end on the journey the whole way, the last 8 years, but most important, the last 18 months, my son Hugo being born. She's had sleepless nights and let me sleep in and got me to the stage, and I'm sorry I haven't done it for you today, but I love you, and yeah, we've still got one more event, so let's go again.
What about the appetite for that kayak cross? Everybody's talking about it with a degree of anticipation. How does it rank to you in your own head about, the adrenaline, what it's going to demand from you?
Oh, I mean, if I didn't have enough adrenaline already, finishing 5th today, so close to that gold, that's enough for me now.
What a lovely interview that was, Matthew Pinsent speaking to Joe Clark. What a mark of the man there that he could react so calmly to what happened today, coming 5th when really a lot of people thought he would win gold. Right, back to the tennis. Naomi Brody and Overs are watching. I've given up with Felix Auger now. I want the other guy to win. He had his chance.
It becomes like that when you commentate in tennis. You just want whoever's winning to win.
Exactly.
Very fickle.
For Roger Aliassime, it is an issue, isn't it, Naomi? It's a bit of a thing that haunts him on the tour, closing out matches, and it's happened again today. And it wasn't just the match point that he had at 6-5 in the second set tiebreak. And in fairness to him, that was very much saved by that brilliant forehand from Casper Ruud. But it was love 40 in the 4-all game. I mean, love 40 to leave yourself serving for the match. But he lost that game. And, here we are at the start of the deciding set. Auger Aliassime has won the first game, but very hard to know who's going to go through to play Alcaraz in the semi-final. But that will be tomorrow, Tony. So, the longer it goes, the harder it's going to be for the winner of this to recover.
Yeah, Naomi, I hope you got your sandwiches. He's put another hour on that match, hasn't he?
He absolutely has.
Have you got a packed lunch?
I've not. I've just got a bottle of water, but I have spotted some bickies over on the table in this room, so I might be sneaking on over in a minute.
Yeah, typical Northerner.
There's a bit of crunching down the mic. Then
get half a dozen custard creams in your handbag. Naomi, great to speak to you. Possibly speak to you later tonight. Cheers. Overs, thank you, mate, for now.
Cheers, Tony. Well done.
Rowing next. We're going to get back to the gymnastics with Ellie and Lewis shortly, but Britain's rowers have won 3 medals today. Matilda Hodgkins-Byrne, Becky Wild won bronze in the double sculls. Then the men's 4 matched them with a bronze of their own this morning. And then in a race which came down to the wire, Helen Glover and the rest of the women's 4 had gold snatched at the death by the Netherlands.
Helen Glover willing her team on. She looks again. It's going to be so tight. It's the Dutch up to the line, and it's gold for the Netherlands. And GB just miss out in silver. It looked with 100 metres to go as if they would put their foot down and storm to an historic gold. But in a complete reversal from 24 hours to go, this time it's the Dutch who celebrate the tightest of finishes. And Great Britain, Helen Glover, Esme Booth, Sam Redgrave and Rebecca Shorten look devastated with silver.
Oh gosh, I think we've done a good job. I don't think it's I think we all would have been very happy with gold, and that's what we were going out there for, but we'll take a silver.
Sam, it was an incredible race to be part of, but obviously on the losing side it feels hard. Is it too early to reflect on how that felt?
Yeah, maybe a bit. I mean, look, we didn't go in there wanting to race for silver. We went in there racing for gold, and we fell short of it today. I'm still really proud of what we've done all season and what we did in that race, and yeah, we'll have time to reflect on it. Right now it's all a bit of a shock.
Helen, you've been in 4 different Olympics, 3 different combinations. What does today mean to you, and what does it mean to be rowing with these women?
Joe, I think the thing that I've learned is the most frustrating thing is to look back and find things you could do differently, and I think today we put it all out there. We raced the plan that we wanted to race. We raced together with so much heart, and you know what, I think there can't be regret in looking back and knowing you've done all you can.
How many calls were there in the last 250 just to go and put it all out there?
I don't think I stopped shouting. I think maybe Rebecca didn't hear all of it because the crowds are so loud, and thank you to everyone that's come here today. Thank you to everyone that's cheered us on at home. But I was screaming as loud as I could. Yeah, go! Yeah, I mean, we just fully believe in it until the last stroke, you know, you have to.
Helen Glover speaking to Matthew Pinson and Catherine Granger, pipped by the Dutch, then on the line of reversal. What happened in the women's quad sculls yesterday when Team GB pipped the Dutch on the line. Right, let's go back to the gymnastics. It's the Simone Biles show with Lewis Smith and Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, is it going to be derailed though? This is vital for her on the beam, Lewis.
Yeah, this is probably her most important routine of her Olympic Games. If she makes a mistake here on beam, it opens the door up for Oldroyd and even Sunisa Lee. So she's going on beam, she's steady so far. She's 35 seconds in to her routine and she's not faltered yet. Flick, layout. Not anything for the judges to take off. So she's moving well. She really does have nerves of steel, and she must know how important this is. A slight falter just there on the free cartwheel, but she's kept herself on. Nothing too costly just yet. Her coaches are clapping her on, her teammates are clapping her on as she focuses in, which is for the dismount. A flick, filling back out. Great composure and a great routine, and that has kept her in the position of still fighting for that gold medal. She's kept her about a 1-mark lead as she's replicated a very similar routine she's done for qualifying and in the team competition, and she'll be over the moon with that, knowing that she's got floor to finish off on, and she leaves it all for Oldroyd and her teammate Sunisa Lee to try and catch her up.
The relief is absolutely etched on her face, Simone Biles, because you could tell that she was worried after that bars routine. She's going to give another of her coaches a hug as well down in the mixed zone. But yeah, it's just so nerve-wracking. I mean, beam is one of those things where you hold your breath throughout the whole routine, and she just was poised. That spin that she does on one foot into a split at the side, you just think, oh goodness me, how on earth can you pirouette like that on such a tiny area, that 4-inch wide balance beam? But she managed to hold it together, Simone Biles, because going into this third rotation of 4, she was only in 3rd position behind Rebecca Oldroyd and Kayak Namor of Algeria. So in qualifying, her score on beam was below that of Oldroyd, and her floor routine was higher. So you would have thought it's going to be between those two for the gold medal. Kayak Namor, real specialist on the bars as well, but waiting now to see what she gets for that routine on beam. Simone Biles, where's her tracksuit? She just has a little handshake, a little smile, shares a moment with her big rival from
tell
Brazil.
By her reaction now after the routine's finished that she knew just how important that beam was to go through clean. You know, she's pacing around, she's looking up at the board, she's looking down at the TV, waiting for that score to come in, and you can just see the relief. And it just goes to show she's human.
14.566 is her score on the beam, so just a tad down from her qualifying score, but she did it clean. She got through it.
She's saved it for herself. She's probably about 8 tenths to a mark in front of the rest of the field. You know, if it plays out the way it does, it did in qualifying. So well done, Simone.
Yeah, we've been watching the other gymnasts with great interest. Lots of little stories going on all around this Livesey arena, because we've talked about Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, but her teammate Flavia Saraiva has had a huge amount of support from the crowd here, because in qualifying the other day on Sunday, she had a horrible fall from the bars where she basically hit above her eye, and so she completed the rest of the competition with butterfly stitches above her eye.
Yeah, she actually did the all-around for her team in that competition, and you know, to have her eye swell up and still try and do those routines, you know, she did an incredible job getting through that. They are tough, aren't they, the gymnasts?
Well, they're so mentally tough as well as physically tough. I mean, one of the quotes from Simone Biles before the competition, which I wrote down, is that most of the time I'm just trying not to die. She says when she goes out there and competes.
That does sound a little bit dramatic, doesn't it? She is from the United States, however, that is a little bit on the dramatic side. But it can be a dangerous sport, and it can be a life-changing sport if things go, you know, terribly wrong. But the reason why we do the work that we do and the hours that we put in week after week is to do it safely and do it consistently and push the laws of physics and what is possible, and to do it and make it look easy. It's a tough task.
Yeah, I mean, they are protected. There are crash mats all over the place, but at the same time, you get the wind knocked out of you pretty fast if you go belly down on a mat off the horizontal bars.
Yeah, they're deceivingly not that soft. You know, you think the floor that they tumble on and the crash mats are like a soft mattress, but really, it does sting, and it makes you ache in the morning if you do land a little bit sore. I mean, Alice, she posted a video the other day of her really hitting
Alice
the deck.
Kinsella, yeah.
And I left a comment saying you took that one like a champ.
Well, we'll see Alice Kinsella on the uneven bars very shortly, and we'll let you know how she gets on, as well as Georgia May Fenton, who we're keeping a close eye on as well. They were 13th and 15th, Alice and Georgia May, going into this third rotation of 4, Tony. But talking about hurting yourself, I mean, you know, you've said this a couple of times, that you actually managed to fall into the soft foam pit.
Yes.
I don't know why you even put yourself in a position of going anywhere near a soft foam pit. It wasn't as soft a landing as you thought it would be.
I tried the beam at Beth Tweddle's gym in Liverpool, and it was like being in a wacky warehouse. I just ended up in a ball pit pretty predictably. I'll tell you what's great. I'll tell you what's great about listening to you and Lewis there is we've been bigging up Simone Biles all afternoon, but she's having to work for it, which is how it should be at the Olympics, isn't it? You know, it shouldn't be a parade, which is fantastic.
Absolutely not. Well, we are going to, how far are we away? We'll see Rebecca Andrade and she's the last person on this routine. And I know you got a hand to Kelly. Are you going to hand to Kelly because we're watching Alice?
Yeah,
okay.
I am. I'll leave you to that. Yeah, so I'll be back.
Perfect.
Back with you guys shortly. Well, not me, but Kelly will. So it's Ellie and Lewis at gymnastics. We've got Connor and Victoria at the BM. Well, I'll let Kelly tell you all this. I'm reading her script for her. Kelly, hello to you.
Hello.
I reckon, so it's lovely here in the cafe, not taking anything away from the cafe. Sonia would have a shout with the Palace of Versailles, but I reckon you're in the best venue, I think, tonight. I do think that.
There's here and there's the Grand Palais for the fencing, which is absolutely stunning. But in terms of outdoor venues, we have got the most beautiful setting right here, right at the base of the Eiffel Tower, which of course at the moment is decorated with the Olympic rings, and then the beach volleyball court out in front of us. It is a really stunning venue, and we've got so much brilliant sport to come this evening as well to take you through. So should we get straight into it and kind of then we can get back to Ellie and Lewis at the gymnastics as well. It is day 6 of the games. We're live from the Stade de Tour Eiffel for another exciting evening of action. Right, this is what's happening this evening. Andy Murray and Dan Evans go again. Simone Biles, as you've been hearing, is in action at the gymnastics. Léon Marchand is back in the pool. British medal hopes there as well. We'll round up what's going to happen there in a bit more depth very shortly. And we are here for the beach volleyball. The host France take on Poland at 8 o'clock. Brazil are in action as well. Our resident Frenchman, Julien Laurent, is here. So, Jules, this is your first time here at this venue. I won't tell you what it's going to look like come, 10 o'clock Paris time, 9 o'clock home time. But it's stunning even in the daytime. It's impressive, isn't it?
It's incredible, and I was so excited coming here because I would see you obviously. And then the beach volley too, one of my favorite sports. But then because of this, the Eiffel Tower, the Olympic rings, this incredible stadium, and I think I kind of know what's going to happen at 10 p.m.
Okay, we will bring that to you on 5 Live. Plus, of course, we'll keep you up to date with all the sport. 13,000 fans inside this arena, which will be dismantled at the end of the games, and then the Champ de Mars will be back to being its usual meeting place for people in Paris and a usual sort of social centre for everybody. We're going to head back to the gymnastics now at the Bercy Arena, where Simone Biles is going for gold, but they're making her work for it. Lewis Smith is alongside Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, they are indeed making her work for it, and that's down to just the little mistake that she made in her bar routine. We were watching out to see whether she would do her newest eponymous skill, which she didn't do. But what she did do was just make a little mistake which dropped her down a few points and put a bit of pressure on her, because Rebecca Andrade of Brazil and Kayak Namour of Algeria are in first and second place, or were at the halfway stage of the competition. But Simone Biles completed her beam routine with a very, very slight wobble, but she did it pretty well. And we've just seen Alice Kinsella on uneven bars. Lewis, and you're nodding in approval.
Yeah, Alice has just improved her qualification score by 2.2 marks with that bars routine. So Alice is going to be over the moon, and she is going to rocket up the leaderboard.
You just feel slightly disappointed, actually, for the qualifying that they did, the GB women, actually, because they could have been in different apparatus finals. In the end, there's Becky Downey in the uneven bars final, but nobody else made an individual apparatus final, which will happen next week. But then when we saw them in the team final, they did brilliantly, and they improved all around and made it up to 4th place. So just frustratingly missing out on the podium, but at the same time, just so proud. Actually, I think, talking to people around the team, so happy that they had done themselves a bit of justice when it came to that team final.
Yeah, they came into this Olympic Games a little bit shaky, just because of the fact they haven't got a head coach, and 3 of their top gymnasts are injured. So it hasn't been easy coming into this Olympic Games for them, and the first 2 rotations of that qualifying showed that. But they have settled down, and they have found their feet, so to speak, and they're performing well. And judging by Alice's bar, 14.1, and she scored 11.9 in the qualifying. So she's done amazingly well so far.
We're watching Kayak Namour of Algeria, currently competing on beam in silver medal position, but that is a massive wobble. I don't know, how did she stay on the beam there?
I think if you zoomed into her feet, her toes wrapped around the beam and kept her from falling off, because that was very close. But she's gotten back into it, and she's steadying down.
She wasn't just holding on by her fingertips, she was holding on by her toenails.
Yeah.
Kayak on the beam. It is a particularly scary thing to watch, and you can understand why so many gymnasts feel nervous about it, because it's, to balance, to do these dramatic acrobatic elements while balancing on this tiny area.
Yeah, and judging by those leaps that she just done just there, that split leap, she's still not quite settled. She's a bit on edge because she didn't quite get the extension that she needs in that leap. So the judges will be taking deductions from that.
Just moving now towards the closing stages of the routine for Kayak Namour. Jonathan Overend at the tennis.
4-1 to Auger-Aliassime in the deciding set. I mean, it's weird how these things go, isn't it? He had match point. He had a substantial lead in that second set, ended up losing it. You'd think Ruud would be favourite going into the deciding set, but it hasn't played out that way. Auger-Aliassime, 4-1, final set.
And a safe dismount from Kaylee Namur, who still is chatting to her coach, and she knows that actually she was in such a good position. She's in silver medal position before this routine. She could still do it. She could still finish on the podium. As we're watching the Brazilian Flavia Saraiva. Oh, that's a big fall on the floor routine. Just at the point as she performs to the music of Offenbach, the can-can, and the crowd getting behind her, and then just another tumble. Oh gosh, it just feels so uncertain at the moment. Everyone is wobbling. To the replay of Flavia on the beam, and then Kaylia rather on the beam, and then Flavia on the floor. But again, the crowd are just getting into her. She's a really dynamic gymnast, Flavia Saraiva of Brazil. Going to give us a big finish, I think.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's full of drama so far, isn't it, in this Olympic final? You could almost have a floor routine to the theme tune of EastEnders. There's been that much drama in this final so far. But she's in the corner. She's tumbling down the diagonal, round off flick, double pike, and she lands that. And the crowd, you can hear getting fully behind Flavia, the Brazilian gymnast, who unfortunately had a bash on her eye. And how unfortunate, she rebounded from that tumble and just lost her footing underneath. But she's still all smiles. She's enjoying the moment. She's waving to the crowd.
Yeah, she really appreciates the support that she's getting. I thought from what you were saying about EastEnders, we were going to get a doof at the end.
Oh, yeah, the bouncing her.
She missed out on that, didn't she? But no, it has been absolutely fascinating to watch. We're going to see Georgia May Fenton on bars in a moment as well. Now, she's very good on uneven bars. It's one of her specialist pieces. She's won medals at international level on this apparatus. Bronze at the European Championships this year in 2024, and also Commonwealth Games, gold in 2018 and 2022. So we are expecting actually that Georgia May again will improve on the performance that she put in qualifying.
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely room for improvement. I think she had a few stumbles on her dismount in qualifying, so she'll be looking to improve. Probably close to about a whole mark on bars if she hits it the way that she knows she can. But 12.8 she scored in qualifiers, so she can replicate Alice.
Georgia May Fenton now begins her routine on the top bar.
She hits her handstand straight into the straddle Kachev. Catches that with no problem whatsoever. Toe on, straddle Kachev half. Catches fully extended, so right on the end of her fingertips, but she's still on the bars. No real deductions for the judges. She's flying from the top bar to the bottom bar, back to the top bar with a Shap half turn.
The United States of America.
Just the last full turn into the dismount. She's winding up, four-fulling back out. Little hop and a much better improvement than she got in the qualifying event, so she'll be very pleased with how that one's just gone. Well done, Georgia May.
23 years old from Gravesend, Georgia May Fenton, somebody who didn't really like gymnastics when she was a child, or she was very shy as a child, but she said that watching Beth Tweddle in the Beijing Olympics was one of the things that made her think, okay, maybe gym is my thing. Maybe that's the thing that's going to help.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to like gymnastics very much to be inspired by Beth Tweddle and go on to compete in Olympic Games yourself. I mean, Beth has such a draw to gymnastics, and she was such an incredible figure within the British gymnastics scene. It's hard not to be inspired by Beth, I think.
Yeah, we talk about these kind of... I don't want to make you and Beth feel older than you actually are, but so many gymnasts have talked about that, just that generational inspiration that came from, you winning in Beijing or winning your medal in Beijing, then Beth going on and finishing really close. I remember watching her on the uneven bars in Beijing and feeling really disappointed that she missed out on that medal then, and then that came in London. But Jake Jarman, who we'll see over the weekend in two apparatus finals from your club in Huntington. We were talking to his mum and dad last night, weren't we? And just so keen to talk about what you did to help Jake, and he popped down to say hello, didn't he, before the competition started today?
Yeah, it's lovely to see him. I haven't seen him throughout this whole competition, and he was smiling from ears to ears. He said he's having a great time. He said it doesn't feel like an Olympic Games, which is a very nice place to be. It gives you a a sense of I can just go out there and enjoy it. So yeah, he's doing really well. But yeah, Sunisa Lee from America just finished her beam routine, and she'll be very happy with that. Very clean, very consistent.
Yeah, she's a very unshowy gymnast, Sunisa Lee, but she's so elegant as well, the way she was so young when she was competing in Tokyo. She's only 21 now, so just 18 years old when she won the all-around title. In the absence of Simone Biles, of course, and she's had a lot of illness problems. She had some kidney problems in between after Tokyo, which just stopped her competing throughout the whole of this Olympic cycle going into this final, into these games. Georgia May Fenton, 13.800 she's scored, so as you were saying,
a whole mark up from her qualification routine, so she'll be very happy with that score. Georgia May, again, so Alice and Georgia were going to jump up the leaderboard compared to what we saw in the qualification.
Yeah, they will feel very much as if they've justified themselves much more, or they've done themselves justice much more in the last few days, as opposed to those early wobbles in qualifying, which saw them ranked much lower than we know their talents are. As we said before, Alice Kinsella, bronze medalist in the team event in Tokyo 3 years ago, and then fourth for the team. We are going to see Rebecca Andrade in a couple of moments' time on the beam. I don't know if you want to wait for that, Kelly, or should we wait for that? I've got a story about Lewis and a lasagna to tell you in a moment as well. We've been quite food dominated today in our conversation, but there's more to come on that. But just waiting for Sunisa Lee's score. She's smiling now broadly, Suni Lee, and she moves up to third on the leaderboard on the table, 14.0 for Sunisa Lee. So at the moment, as things stand, we've got Simone Biles leading the competition, Alice D'Amato of Italy, Sunisa Lee of the USA, with Kalia Namor fourth. But here comes Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, the big competition for Simone Biles in this all-around final.
And I think equally as Simone felt the pressure of how important her beam routine was, Rebecca Andrade is going to feel the same, knowing that if she goes through this, she'll be pushing Simone Biles all the way into the floor final. So she has a little wobble there on her thick layout. She's on, she's safe. Free walkover, split jump. She's moving well, building the connection bonus, which is what the judges are looking for. Every time they connect a leap and a jump, they build the connection, sometimes 0.1, 0.2 and 0.3. She'll be happy with the way it's going so far. Stag leap with the head going all the way back. Free cartwheel, very cleanly executed. Again, trying to give the judges nothing to take off. A full spin towards the end of the beam. As she transitions down, one of the requirements for the women on the beam is to touch it with your whole body, so they have to lay down at some point. She's up now on the end of the beam as she focuses towards her last pass, which will be the dismount. Round off, double pike. Whoa, well done. She's such amplitude and time in the air to spot the landing, and she really is a powerful gymnast. Great to watch.
Yeah, she is. In a bright yellow leotard today, the Brazilian gymnast, bright yellow with the sparkles and the rhinestones decorating the sleeves and the front and the back, and just her hair tied up into a top knot as well. She is very, very striking gymnast, talented as well, Rebecca Andrade. And again, another one of those gymnasts who's changed the face of gymnastics in Brazil by being as talented as she is and bringing attention to the sport, and undoubtedly inspiring a new generation of little girls watching this.
I don't think we've seen anyone from Brazil since Dos Santos, who was a very prominent figure within Brazil, and she transformed floor routines and made it almost like a samba salsa fiasco on the floor, and had a great time. So it's good to see Brazil back up there challenging for Olympic medals.
Yeah. I remember the passion in the arena in Rio, actually, for the Brazilian gymnasts. So did you have any gymnasts around when you were in your pommel final or in qualifying?
Oh, I don't know.
It was all a blur.
It was all a blur. But I think it's good to mention that the GB girls are doing so well. I think it's very possible that we can push for the top 10 places.
Which would be such a massive improvement, would you say, when they went in? I mean, they almost missed out, actually, because right at the bottom, 24th, Alice Kinsella qualified, but she was actually 28th, but because only 2 gymnasts per country can compete. If she was slightly lucked out in getting to this all-around final at all, but we know that she's a much, much better gymnast than her qualifying suggested. So waiting for Rebecca Andrade's score. Lots of cheering Brazilians in the crowd. Kendall Jenner is in the crowd as well, watching Simone Biles. We've spotted her.
Don't tell me that. I need to pay attention to the gymnastics.
Yep. She's wearing a baseball cap with a very dramatic peaked brim, or peaked peak.
It's probably a good thing I can't see her.
No, okay. We're not going to distract you from watching the gymnastics. Still waiting for the score for Rebecca Andrade. Will she go above Simone Biles with one more piece still to go? Continuing on the floor at the moment. It's a long, nervous wait, this. So nerve-wracking for the gymnasts.
It'll be interesting to see what score she does get. She qualified with 14.5, and any improvement, it claws away at the lead that Simone Biles has, and then it will really come down to what happens on floor. So Rebecca Andrade, her eyes are not leaving the scoreboard. And she is eagerly waiting to see what comes up on the beam for her.
I tell you what, this will make it hugely interesting going into the final piece of apparatus for the women, which will be the floor exercise, which Simone Biles qualified first for the final apparatus finals taking place on Saturday, Sunday and Monday. As still we wait for that score to come up. It says waiting score on the giant screens, the giant scoreboard, which is you can see from all corners of the arena here in Bercy. Kelly, I'm not going to tell you this lasagna story because as soon as I do, we'll get the score. But are you watching? Can you see this? Got every single camera on Rebecca Andrade at the moment.
It really has made it a lot more of a closer competition. The fact that Simone had that error on bars.
But if Rebecca can continue actually to do as well as she has done, who knows where the medals are going to be going in the next
and the score's just
half
come in,
an hour.
14.133, so that is a little bit less than what Simone just scored and a little bit less than what Andrade qualified with.
So it puts Simone Biles back into the gold medal position with Rebecca Andrade in second and Alice D'Amato of Italy in third place. And anyway, yes, so tell us about the lasagna, Lewis, before people who are maybe thinking about having their dinner right now at 10 to 7 in the evening, probably starving.
I was just in the process of heating up my lasagna in the microwave, and my microwave blew up. So it just kind of stopped working, overheated, smelled a bit funny, and I ended up having a lukewarm lasagna, which was warm on the outside and cold in the middle.
I mean, you don't want to be doing that. We want to keep you fit as well as we can. I mean, I've had voice problems. We don't want you to have tummy problems. Otherwise, the gymnastics team will fall apart. But I mean, Kelly, it's been a day of domesticity, hasn't it? Really, for the radio team in our hotel night. Yes. I don't even want to know what Julien Laurent's face is like at the thought of people having microwave lasagnas with the finest of French cuisine on our doorstep.
It wasn't a microwave meal. It was fresh lasagna from the supermarket, like freshly baked, and they
so it's like a tatar that did it for you.
It wasn't like one of those plastic ones with the lid and you stab with a fork and heat it. It wasn't that kind of microwave meal.
I knew I could trust you, Louis.
I'll be honest, I'm less concerned about you eating half-cooked lasagna, more concerned about the fact you were in a room with a blown-up microwave. that was the part that put me on red alert.
There was no sparks and fire, but yeah, the electric just cut out on it and it just smelled a bit funky, that was all.
Right, well, you might want to get that checked when you get back to the hotel.
Should have unplugged it before I left.
Look, we'll let you guys rest for a little while because I know we're going to be back with you very shortly. Simone Biles then going for gold at the Bercy Arena. Lewis Smith and Eleanor Oldroyd are there. The Brazilian volleyballers have just come out here at the Eiffel Tower Stadium to a rapturous applause from the crowd who are gathered. About 17,000 people fit inside this arena. Julien Laurent is here. You're a bit of a fan of the beach volleyball.
I love it. I just think, I know it's one of those new sports, really, a bit like the BMX that I was at yesterday with Chapman, which was mind-blowing again, and what they did and the venue again. And this is brilliant. We saw together how much they were pumping up the crowd too, so you can expect the atmosphere to be great in the best scenery of all. I mean, you just said to me that you haven't taken many photos yet since you've arrived in Paris, but I've seen so many people in front of us where the media tribune is taking selfies, because I think of all the great venues that these games have, you know, including the Grand Palais that you mentioned, everything, this is surely the best one. And so many of the people who are here tonight, and probably every night here, have been taking selfies after selfies in front of the tower and with that stadium below us.
Do you know the reason I think I haven't taken photos is I've been overwhelmed by it slightly. Like, I'm genuinely just loving it. And also, we were at the swimming last night where Léon Marchand made Olympic history, and it was just incredible. And I think I'm so caught up in the moment.
I see what
I
you
don't
mean.
want to interrupt it
No,
to take a photo. And to be honest, there are so many great photographers around.
Yes.
The ones on my phone are never going to be anywhere near as good. And I think, well, what am I going to do with them?
That's true.
And I'm not really on social, so I can't show off to people about them.
No,
So
I guess you're right.
What's the point? It's match point in the tennis, so let's head to Roland Garros and Jonathan Overend.
Well, this is the match, Kelly. Good evening, by the way.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. Good evening, Jules. This is the match which Murray and Evans have been waiting to finish since about 2.5 days ago. Auger Aliassime had a match point in the second set tiebreak, couldn't take it. He had a match point in the last game, couldn't take it. He's got a match point now at 5-3 on his own serve to make the semi-finals of the Olympic Games, to play Carlos Alcaraz and then usher Murray and Evans onto this court to play their quarter-final match. But Auger Aliassime, for all his ability, the Canadian, does have a problem closing out matches, and this has been another one tonight, just, I'm afraid, to add weight to that argument, that he is not the most secure when in front as he serves. Can he close it out here, though? He's playing Casper Ruud, and he's reliant on Ruud missing. Ruud misses the backhand. He hits it well long, in fact, and the Norwegian is out, and it is Felix Auger Aliassime who finally gets over the line and takes his place in the semi-finals. I suppose the big question now, Naomi Brodie, is how much will that long match have taken out of him, because he'll have to play tomorrow in the semis against none other than Carlos Alcaraz.
Yeah, none other than probably the toughest person that you can play on a clay court in a tennis match. But if you're going to be inspired to do so, it's surely going to be in the semi-final of the Olympics, representing your country. That's a huge win for Felix Auger Aliassime against Casper Ruud, who I think was favourite. Also one of the best clay court players in this sport of tennis. But he's taken him out. It took him a while to do so. He had to drag himself kicking and screaming across the finish line. But in 2 hours and 47 minutes, he managed to do so.
Terrific atmosphere, as you can hear on the court, Suzanne Lenglen. And almost simultaneously, Kelly, Novak Djokovic was winning the opening set against Stefanos Tsitsipas on court Philippe Chatrier, and he did it with an extraordinary forehand. He was so deep, Djokovic, he was almost in the Bois de Boulogne, but he scored with a forehand cross-court winner to win that opening set. Djokovic a set away from taking his place in the semis, where Lorenzo Musetti of Italy is waiting.
Jonathan, for now, thank you very much, but looking forward to hearing more from you later on. And I know you were at the beach volleyball this morning, so hopefully we'll get a little bit of your take on what it's like, and you can give us a few tips for here at the Eiffel Tower Stadium. Later on, we're going to head to the BMX Stadium. We're going to hear about some genuine British medal contenders. We'll look ahead to a big night at the swimming as well, and of course we'll be back with Eleanor Oldroyd and Lewis Smith at the gymnastics. Before all of that, though, we're going to get the news headlines with Richard Foster.